So ever since Elden Ring came out, there have been a lot of interesting videos going up on YouTube. And by this I mean the amount of Souls boss rankings has gone up 10 to 20 fold with Elden Ring's release, which makes sense. A lot of people got into the series with Elden Ring, and some of these videos are absolutely terrible, like these two, for example. They were so bad they left me convinced that they had not even played the series and they were just reading stuff off the wiki. So after seeing so many videos like this, I felt like I had to give my take on it. This video has been a very long time in the making. First of all, let me go over how this is structured. So this is a full ranking of 268 all the way down to number 1. They are divided into tiers, but they are numbered all the way down. There's 6 tiers in this video. They are terrible tier, bad tier, mid tier, good tier, great tier, and peak tier. That's all the tiers. Again, they'll be ranked accordingly. The numbers are not divided up evenly amongst all of the tiers, definitely not. Most of the list is between mid and good tier, so that's where most of the bosses are going to be. But the ones that are exceptionally good will be much higher, and are exceptionally bad will be much lower. So yeah, this video has taken a very long time to make. A few things I want to specify with it. So this is going to be every single boss in Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, including Chalice dungeons, Sekiro, including inner bosses, and finally, Elden Ring, all DLCs. For Elden Ring, we are including at least one version of all the field bosses. Now, I'm not including like Pumpkinhead or whatever because he's a recurring enemy type, but if it shows up as a boss more than anything else, it's going to be here at least once. Reskins will not be placed unless they are a duo fight, in which case the duo fight will be placed on this list. But I'm not going to say like, alright, this time when you fight the solo Crucible Knight with the sword, this time when you fight the Crucible Knight, and this time when you fight the sword Crucible Knight, and this time when you fight the sword Crucible Knight. No, we're just saying one sword Crucible Knight encounter, one spear one, and the duo, and then like the Crucible Knight Misbegotten. So we're not including 100,000 reskins of every single boss. We're just not going to do that. NPCs, for the most part, are not going to make the cut on this list, as if they did, they would all just be at the bottom. I always say that NPCs are just the absolute worst enemies in the entire series. I'd rather fight anything else. I'll take the skeleton dogs or the shit whales in Bloodborne. I'll take the straw hat guys in Sekiro. I'll take any of it over NPCs. So a few NPCs are on this list. The important ones are here. Old Monk, Half-Light, Champion's Gravetender, Letta, Gideon, ones like that. As for Demon Souls, the footage is going to be from the remake. However, for most of the bosses, just assume I'm talking about the original. I do prefer the original game 100 times over, and most of my experience is from the original game, as I've played the remake 3 times. I played the original game 4 times, so most of my experience is there, but the footage is from the remake simply because it is a lot easier to record the remake footage. Everything else is just going to be from the versions you can play on PS5, Dark Souls Remastered, Dark Souls 2 Skyward of the First Sin, with some footage from the PC version in there as well for Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 3, the Fire Fades edition, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, all that. I'm not including Armor Core because it's not a Souls game. I've seen people include that in their big Souls boss ranking videos, and I don't see it. So Armor Core is not on this list. You're not going to find it here. As another little bonus here, we are actually placing Consort Radahn twice on this list. We are going to be placing the pre-nerf version as well as the post-nerf version of Consort Radahn. I do feel as though there are enough differences to place him twice on this list. So we will see him twice on this list. All the footage seen in this video is mine. I recorded every bit of this myself. This video took a very long time, and a lot of it was just replaying the games a bunch of times to either get footage or just have an informed opinion on these bosses. I did, I believe, about 20 Souls game playthroughs in a row in preparation for this, to have experience on the bosses, to have footage for the bosses, all of the above. A lot went into this. The script totaled at over 42,000 words long, as you can tell by the length of the video, and then editing this took forever, so a lot went into this video. I just want to make it clear that despite what I said earlier about a lot of similar videos seeming very low effort or like they hadn't even played the games, I got the hours for this. This took a very long time. So I hope that even if you do not agree with my takes, you can see that they're at the very least informed opinions. I've played these games a lot. I play more Souls games than anything else. Despite the fact that it's not my favorite series, I play more Souls games than any other genre at all. So yeah. Anyways, that is enough yapping. We have got a lot to get to. So let's just go ahead and get into it, man. Alright, we are going to start out with the terrible tier. This is the worst of the worst. These are bosses that I hate fighting literally every single time I go through the games. I hate these bosses, and I never look forward to them at all. This is the worst of the worst. So, at number 268, oh my god. We're going to have the Gank Robbers from Dark Souls 2. NPCs are the worst enemies in the series by far, and people just won't admit it for some reason. I'll take the Elden Ring Lobsters, the Straw Hats in Sekiro, the Depraved Ones in Demon Souls, and the Shark Giants in Bloodborne, the Reindeer in DS2, everything over the NPCs. I hate them with every fiber of my being. And this fight is just the best example of what we're going to be referring to as NPC misery in this video. You just kind of run around the arena and take pot shots at each of them until only one remains, but don't you dare get backstabbed on accident, because it is a cold-blooded one-shot from the Hollow Knight, and then you just have to do it all over again if that happens. Running laps around the boss until you finally manage to sneak a couple hits on them is just the purest form of NPC misery, and definitely deserving of the bottom spot, I'd say. Number 267 is going to go to the Capra Demon. By far the most miserable RNG fight in the series. This is a fight that feels almost completely out of your hands at times. It is entirely dependent on surviving the first few seconds, and you don't have any time to experiment and brainstorm your way through the fight. Good luck if you're not using a thrusting weapon to kill the dogs, because it's just going to clang off the wall every single time you try. It's a fight that just kind of makes me ask, why would you even design it this way? Number 266 is going to go to the Ceaseless Discharge, a boss that does absolutely nothing. This boss's gimmick is that it literally just sits there and dies. It has like 2 attacks that are pretty easily dodgeable. Plus, since this is Dark Souls 1, I'm pretty sure the swing can just push you off the edge. Despite not damaging you or stunning you, if you catch it at just the right angle, kind of like the zombie dragon, it will just push you right off the edge, and you know, that's just great game design, guys. Perfect content. Ship it. Best thing you can do is just wear the clothes so that you can one-shot this thing. It's literally not worth the time it takes to chop away at his arms. Number 265 is the Moonlight Butterfly. I just don't even know what I can say about this one. This boss is comprised of 3 core mechanics. Your usual dodging and hitting are kind of the first 2. And for the third one, standing around. You just kind of stand there and wait for the boss to do something, and this boss goes so long between actually doing anything that I'm surprised they don't actively advertise it as part of the game, okay? And when it does attack, it has some of the jankest tracking and timings on its magic in the entire game, in the entire series. And then it finally comes down, you get a couple hits, it goes back up, it sucks, it's trash, it's boring, and it's another fight that just makes me ask, why would you make it in this way? Number 264 is the Covetous Demon. Hot damn, could this be another stand around and do nothing boss? This is just another boss where you do a lot of standing around and aimless wandering between mashing R1 on him. Apparently they liked him so much that they figured he should cameo in a Liam voice too. Can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe they should have put some ads in the room just to make it a little bit more interesting. 263, Prowling Magus and Congregation. It's a room full of enemies, man. I don't know what to say. I guess use a long reach weapon to maybe hit multiple of them. You spin to win, I guess, or just don't. I can't really say much about this one. 262, Leechmonger. This is, you guessed it, another stand around and do nothing boss. This one is an R1 masher for sure, and there's not really grace or strategy associated with it. I guess it's kind of cool that the leeches sap your HP and give it to the boss, but like, that's about it. Outside of that, it's just a bunch of aimless arm flailing from the boss. It's just bring the dragon longsword or something, it's in just mash R1. 261 is going to be Ancient Dragon Senastax. That's right, we are already placing an Elden Ring boss on this list. This boss is just unacceptable in the DLC. The 2 Ancient Dragons in the base game were already some of the worst ones in the series, and then they added a third one that is even worse than the last 2. Insane lightning AoE damage, insane range that can go all the way back to the tail, and they even gave this Lanciax clone 1 or 2 of Fortisax's moves. This thing is harder than Bale himself. Among all of the DLC reskins, this one is by far the most egregious. 260 is going to be Grave Tender and Great Wolf. Oh, the misery. an NPC with 2 dogs, which sucks because they're DS3 dogs, and the NPC just kind of sits on shield the whole time. The other boss is a very annoying enemy that you've already fought twice during the level by now, with some weird hitboxes, and just it's not the worst thing ever, but it's clearly just an excuse to say there are 2 bosses in the DLC instead of just the one. Ashes of Ariandel should never have been $15. This DLC should have been sold for $5 at most, and I honestly would feel ripped off for anything more than that. It's got some of the worst levels, some of the worst enemies, one of the worst bosses in the entire series, and it's only saved by Sister Fried. 259 is going to be True King Allant. FromSoft has this fascination with showing a broken down king who is a complete shell of his former self, and this is definitely the worst version of that. Just a weird sludge man with a sword. Nothing else to say. It's really more of a mercy killing than anything. It's a bit anticlimactic, but you know, the last chunk of Demon Souls with True King Allant and Old King Allant isn't exactly the craziest thing anyway. 258 is the Cursed Rotted Greatwood. I don't know who thought zit popping would be a fun gimmick for a boss. Bro thinks he's Oogie Boogie in Kingdom Hearts 1. It's just awkward to maneuver around the arena. You pop the zits with the ads in the room, and it just... I don't see why you would do this, you know. Then he gets an arm coming out of his dick, and it just makes it more annoying. For the life of me, I don't see why you would design a boss like this. I can't picture this in my mind's eye. 257 is Pinwheel. This boss dies too fast for me to say much. The boss clones himself and dies in a couple of hits, but on New Game Plus, he can actually kill you because he does some pretty substantial damage. But that's just more or less if you're not careful like me. So yeah, nothing to say. Easy boss, dies in a couple hits. So sure. Number 256, Belfry Gargoyles. 6 Gargs, 1 rooftop. Don't know what else I can say. The arena just isn't large enough to have this many Gargs, and there's just too many for this boss to possibly be fun. On normal New Game, this actually isn't too bad. The damage is pretty low, and they're kind of forgiving. But on New Game Plus, this is absolute misery. You have so much health, they do so much damage, it just becomes pretty much unmanageable on New Game Plus. 255 is the Bed of Chaos. I know, shockingly, she is out of the bottom 10. This boss is still terrible, 100%, but it is really not as bad as people say. You take out the first weak spot easy enough, and going to the second one isn't particularly challenging either. And if you happen to die, you can just use a bow to hit it from a distance. And then from there, it's just waiting for the 2 sweeps that she does every single time, and then just jumping down the middle. As long as you got the bonfire before her in the lava lake, the run back isn't even that bad, you know, if you're running from the lava lake instead of all the way from the beginning. And on top of all that, it saves your progress between checkpoints. The boss is not good at all, but I always laugh when I see it placed at the very bottom, because there are definitely less miserable experiences in Souls bosses. 254 is Ulcerated Tree Spirit. There is simply no science behind this boss. I'm convinced not a single soul really knows how to fight him. It's just you wail on it, and then you look out for the jump so that way you don't get grabbed. You take everything else and you kill it. There's no science to it. No one knows how to fight it. It is indiscernible. There's no tells. There's no nothing. It's just a big mess. Alright, next up we are moving into the bad bosses. These are definitely not terrible. They're nowhere near as bad as what's beneath them, but they are definitely unenjoyable. This tier is mostly reserved for a bunch of clunkers. Not the worst things ever, but I definitely don't have fun with pretty much any of these. Number 253 is going to be the Soldier of Godric. Now, Rick being this high is honestly pretty hilarious. I mean, it's just a normal soldier. What else can I say? That said, I do think he is more enjoyable than the Ulcerated Tree Spirit and the Bed of Chaos. It's just a really good thing that Rick is always nice enough to hold back on us, you know. 252 is going to be the Ancient Wyvern. FromSoft has taken a swing at doing an arena boss a few times, and I think that outside of the Bed of Chaos, this is definitely the worst form of it. You can kill it normally if you have some patience. The path up to the Deathblow spot is just full of the most annoying enemies in the game, and the hit detection on the head is pretty dumb. It's just not enjoyable at all. 251 is going to go to the Valiant Gargoyles. Elden Ring has a nasty habit of just kind of taking enemies that are meant to be individually challenging and then slapping them together and just seeing what comes out of it. This is definitely the worst example of it. These things are annoying individually. and the poison breath really just makes things worse. These bosses on their own are aggressively okay. They're not good, but they are aggressively okay at best, and this fight is complete trash. And not complete trash enough to be in the terrible tier, but bad enough to be this low. 250 is going to be the Centipede Demon. This boss is just a complete mess. Bad hitboxes, brutal lava damage, nothing good to lock onto. It's at least neat that you can slice off parts of him and take away some of his attacks before he regenerates it. And you can also get the lava ring from one of those parts early and make this boss a bit more manageable. They put in ways to make this boss better, but the problem is DS1's own inherent jank makes it very difficult to take advantage of any of these mechanics. 249 is going to be the Crucible Knight duo. This is an unmitigated disaster. These two individually are fun bosses with pretty good movesets, but together it's absolutely dreadful. The spear guy's running poke attack just makes it very, very annoying to not focus him, so then you have to fight him, but then you also got the shield guy doing the stomps. It's terrible, it's annoying, it's just completely hateful. It is a hateful encounter. It's dreadful, and if they both go into phase 2 at once, just forget it. Let them kill you. Go back to the Grace. Try it again, because it's just not fun if they're both phase 2 at once. 248 is going to be the Throne Watcher and Throne Defender. People are going to be surprised to see this low, I think. A lot of people delude themselves into thinking this is one of the better bosses in Dark Souls 2. I could not disagree more. This fight is miserable. They are only slightly above the Crucible Knight duo because they're not as tanky, but it's still two bosses that hit too hard, are too aggressive, don't work well together, and are in a room with nothing to break aggro. They can buff their weapons and go into phase 2, and then they get a bit more aggressive and do a lot more damage. And you have to kill them at the same time, because you can't just focus one down, kill him, and then hope to kill the other one in time, because the other one will just go and revive him, and then then he's back up with full HP, and you can just get caught in a terrible loop of this. So you have to kill them both at once. You have to kind of whittle them both down, which leads to you again dealing with two very aggressive enemies that do a lot of damage in a room with nothing to separate them. Absolutely terrible fight. 247 is High Lord Wonir. This boss would at the very least be bearable without the smoke damage being nearly as intense. His sword attacks and AoE aren't bad at all, and the ads can be a little bit annoying. It's really just the smoke damage. You know, it just kind of sneaks up on you when you get slightly up underneath him, and you die in 3 seconds flat. Without that, the boss, I guess you could say, would be a complete pushover, but I don't think there's any harm in turning down that damage because it just gets very annoying. 246 is Maiden Estrella. This is barely even a boss, if I'm honest. There's a single NPC standing guard over her, and he isn't even super aggressive, and after you kill him, she just tells you to take the demon soul and dies on her own, even if you don't attack her. It's a lore moment more than anything, but as a boss, it's really a nothing encounter. 245 is the Deacons of the Deep. This is another gimmick FromSoft has tried a few times. They really like to do a Where's Waldo type boss, and I think this is probably the worst of them. The red thing bounces from deacon to deacon, and it's just annoying to bounce from enemy to enemy. They also have a Spirit Bomb attack that does in fact go through pillars, as I have learned. It's not a terrible fight, it's just a bad gimmick, and it's never been done really well. 244 is the Misbegotten and the Crucible Knight. This is another shitty Elden Ring duo boss. The main thing that makes it better than the Crucible duo is that the Misbegotten is on his own for a little while, and he's pretty squishy. So you can usually kill him or have him at least close to death by the time the other Crucible Knight jumps in, and that makes this way more tolerable. But if you don't have him dead or close to death by the time the Crucible Knight gets over to you, then yeah, you're not going to have a good time. 243 is Jory, Elder Inquisitor, a ranged caster that teleports and summon goons that are honestly capable of killing you on their own. Truly another Elden Ring classic. The saving grace of this boss is that you can backstab him. It's the only thing that really keeps him from the terrible tier. Without that, he would be down with Senesax, you know. 242, Phalanx. Demon Souls bosses are kind of hard to rank because of their gimmicks, but listen, I'm doing my best, okay? Phalanx is very annoying and very tanky because if you don't use the fire bombs that you pick up earlier in the level, You are not going to do any significant damage to this boss, and it just takes a while. Again, it's not the worst thing ever, but it's just not a very fun experience. I can't really say this is riveting. 241 is the Royal Rat Authority. Yet another DS2 boss that just kind of begs the question of why? It's a bunch of rat dogs in the room with a big rat dog. The small ones can proc toxic on you, but if it happens, you honestly kind of deserve it. The big one has some weird hitboxes, but as long as you're paying attention, he's going to have a hard time really hitting you. He's not really going to be able to do anything significant as long as you're paying attention to the boss. 240 is the Royal Rat Vanguard. This is another Where's Waldo boss. You know, you kill the rats until one with a mohawk drops down, and then he's the boss. Again, it's not the worst fight ever, just a weird and not good gimmick. It's especially weird to do with rats, I feel. 239 is the Magma Worm. I don't know what they were even thinking with the crawling attack for this guy. He's honestly not even that bad outside of it, but he just does it over and over and over again. And if you're right underneath him, you know, trying to fight the boss, you're probably going to get hit by it because it's just got a big hitbox and there's not a lot you can do about it. And he has a tendency to just do this over and over and over again and just not stop for like a minute or two. So not fun, not a good time. Outside of that, he's not even that bad. But that one attack does just kind of ruin any fun you can have in this boss. 238 is going to go to the Witches of Hemwick. Hey, listen, I'm as surprised as you are that they made it this high, okay? The boss is pretty simple. You find and hit the invisible witches. It's not the worst gimmick ever, but it's not the most engaging either. Thankfully, the enemies are too blind or, I guess, disinterested to really kill you. It does have another layer of, I guess, interesting little trivia to know that if you go into this fight with no insight, these guys actually can't spawn. The mad ones cannot show up, and then you're just bullying the witches the whole time. That said, you can still die if you're being stupid, but you can actually make it where the mad ones don't even show up, which is neat, at least. 237 is going to go to the Last Giant. This fight is barely even interactable, if I'm honest. You stand under him and smack away at his feet and dodge away from his stomps. After he loses some of his health, he's going to rip his arm off and pick up a few new attacks with it, but you honestly probably never see them because you should just be under him anyway. 236 is the Celestial Emissary. This is the final form of the Where's Waldo gimmick. You kill the goobers until you find the real one. There's a funny little trick you can do with the Shaman Bone Blade that does make this one more interesting than the others, I would say. It's pretty funny if you get it to work, but otherwise it's the exact same as those other two fights. 235 is Seath the Scaleless. This boss just feels kind of awkward to fight. He just awkwardly slides the Dragusi along the ground, occasionally flailing his whatever those are, and using his curse breath. Just another DS1 classic. It's a boss that just kind of feels unfinished and only has like half of a moveset. I feel bad for you if you're a DS1 lover, because I'm not going to be kind to the bosses of this game. I don't have any reverence for the Dark Souls 1 bosses. I hold my reverence for the Demon Souls bosses. Thank you very much. 234 is the Adjudicator. That being said, this fight is pretty ass. This is another Demon Souls gimmick that just doesn't work all too well. He's got a couple of cleaver swings that should never really hit you, but it's neat enough to, hit the weak spot on the belly and then hit the bird on top. You can also just stand up above and snipe the bird, but then you have to worry about the tongue hitting you. Either way, it's not really anything too bad. 233 is Metter, Mother of Fingers. Almost every boss in Elden Ring just kind of has an attack that is simply described as Lamau get fucked. But what if we had a Remembrance boss where like half of the moveset was just that? A lot of Metter's attacks are just kind of dependent on, okay, where is she standing at the time? Where is the player standing at the time? And if you're in the wrong spot or she's in the wrong spot, you're out of luck. You're going to get hit. You're going to take a lot of damage. A lot of these attacks do just kind of boil down to Lamau get fucked, and it just is what it is. Does it help that the laser attack is pretty much undodgeable, I believe? Just absolutely terrible. You mean to tell me we had to put this boss in this DLC? Shadow of the Erdtree, I felt like suffered, some content issues, or some of the things kind of felt rushed despite it taking 2.5 years. You mean to tell me Metter had to be here? Metter really needed to be here? You couldn't have put some effort into some of the other stuff? You had to stick Metter in here? I don't believe it for 1 second. 232 is Gravelord Nito. This fight wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't just for one thing that I would change. It should be that if Nito kills the skeletons stay dead. You know, because then it goes from, okay, I'm going to wander around this arena and beat these skeletons with a terrible club weapon, and then they'll stay dead. Then it turns into, okay, let me lure these skeletons in Nito's path so that way he kills them for me, and then I can fight Nito. It wouldn't make Nito himself any better, but it would make the actual difficult part of the fight a little bit more interesting. Nito himself is just kind of he doesn't really have anything. He's a DS1 boss. 231 is the Burial Watchdog duo. You guessed it, it's another terrible Elden Ring duo boss. These enemies are passable at best, but on their own, especially with the Caster Watchdog's AoE slam, it's just beyond annoying to deal with. If they were even a little bit tankier, they would be so much lower. Number 230, Miss Noble. About as benign of a boss as you can get, if I'm honest. It's not terrible. You navigate the foggy level with all the ghost enemies and the other mini-boss who's present in the level. And then you find your way into the actual quote-unquote boss room, and then it's pretty much helpless. So you can't really fight back in any meaningful way. It could have been better, and I would say the Resurrection mod probably does handle this fight better. But whatever. It's benign enough for me to really just not care very much. 229, Ruin Sentinels. This is the first trio boss on this list. I would say it actually starts out pretty okay. You have just one Ruin Sentinel on a ledge. The hitboxes are fine. You know, there's not really any serious DS2 jank associated with the hitboxes at the start of this. You kill that one, and then you can actually wait for another one to jump up, and then you fight them there as well. Or, alternatively, you can jump down and fight the other two together. This is kind of a nightmare. They just tend to spam their jump attacks, and they do this little spin attack that is pretty much unavoidable. Unless you've got like 99 ADP or something, you're not going to get away from this attack. It's going to hit you almost no matter what. It's really better to stay up on the ledge and then fight them one at a time. But again, most people are going to fight the one, jump down and fight the other two, or just jump down and end up fighting all three. But I would say most people fight one, then fight the other two. Either way, it's not a good fight. There's no real mechanics to separate them or take them on one at a time, other than just hoping that one jumps up to fight solo. 228 is Aldia, Scholar of the First Sin himself. The climactic showdown with one of the coolest figures in all of Souls lore ends up being a flaming pile of sentient wood. They slapped this guy in the Scholar of the First Sin edition, and honestly, they could have just kept him, to be honest. The fire barrier prevents any real damage from being dealt for most of the fight. It also does damage to the player, and once he enters his quote-unquote Phase 2, the damage it does to the player ramps up quite a bit. Some of his attacks can be a little bit weird, but overall, it's just a slog to get through. The fight's just too time-consuming. Again, it's just, it really sucks to see such a cool figure be reduced to this as a boss fight. It's a shame this fight is so bad. They really could have just kept this one. 227, Godskin Duo. Now I know most of you probably expected this boss to be way lower, but just hear me out, okay? It's really only bad right at the beginning when they're both alive. These two don't have that much health each, so it doesn't take that long to kill one of them. And once you kill one, you're basically just cycling off between the two. It's really bad at the start, and it's as bad as everyone says it is as soon as you start this fight. But once you take one of them down, it is really not that bad at all. Now, of course, Godskin Apostle is not fun. I think he is the inferior Godskin by a lot, so whenever you're fighting him, it's obviously less enjoyable than Godskin Noble, but even still, it's not terrible. It's not as bad as people will make it out to be. I do understand the frustrations, but it is manageable. 226 is Old Monk, the first PvP boss in Souls. Now, contrary to what IGN would tell you, this is not a top 25 boss in Souls. Otherwise, it's just an NPC. If you like PvP, I'm sure this boss is totally fine to you. If you're like me and hate fighting NPCs and don't like PvP, then this boss just sucks complete ass, but I'll put it up this high for the sake of those who do enjoy PvP, even though I myself don't really like PvP in Souls. 225 is Ilana, the Squalid Queen. What do you know? Another boss that summons adds. Between the normal enemies that she summons, her constant teleporting, the explosions she casts on you, and the fact that she can just summon Velstadt to attack you, this boss is just a complete disaster. She would be so bad if it wasn't for the constant summoning. The Bearer of the Curse mod handled this fight a bit better, but no matter what, this fight just kind of sucks. This is definitely one of the weakest bosses in all Souls DLCs, I would say. 224 is the Taurus Demon. People won't really like this placement either, I'm sure. This boss just has one of the jankest hitboxes in the entire series, plus a tiny little arena to fight him on. The only things that'll really save this boss from being completely miserable is that sometimes he just has a tendency to wander off the side of the arena, and I guess you can plunging attack him, you know, several times for big damage, but plunge attacking a boss over and over and over again just to make it more bearable is not exactly my definition of fun. 223, Deathrite Birds. Some of the most annoying field bosses in Elden Ring. Some attacks are weirdly delayed, some of them come out lightning fast and are very snappy, plus the lingering ghost flame on the ground is just nothing short of frustrating. This boss wouldn't even be so bad if it wasn't for the ghost flame on the ground, to be honest. I think that's just the most annoying part of the fight. Otherwise though, it just has a bad moveset. It still wouldn't get much higher, but it would not be as low if it wasn't for the ghost flame. 222 is the Giant Lord, a slightly more interactive version of the last Giant, I guess. He's got some more stomps and some sword swings. He's also the best one to beat up for money, I guess. That's a really big positive for him. You can beat him up for a whole lot of money. So he gets points for having a super dope arena. You know, fighting the Giant Lord while the war just kind of rages behind you is awesome. But otherwise, he's very similar to the last Giant and as such doesn't really do anything. 221, Sanctuary Guardian. I hate this boss. I hate the stupid infinite combo of the claw and the headbutt. I hate the lightning on the water. I hate him jumping away from my attacks constantly. I hate it all. Maybe this boss would not be so bad in Dark Souls 2 or 3, but in DS1, he is moving way too fast for this clunky, janky game. 220 is Lich Dragon Fortisax. I don't even know what to say about this boss. It's just non-stop lightning diarrhea from start to finish, plus the death blight, and the lightning just constantly tracking on you is also just extremely messy. It's just a messy boss as a whole, to be honest. It's a shame that this is what we got for Godwin. This is the best we got for Godwin in his story. One of the worst dragon bosses in the entire series. 219 is the Twin Dragon Riders. I don't even know why they put this guy here. He's so close to the Looking Glass Knight anyway. They really could have just not put this boss in. But I guess, you know, you just lure the spear guy over to the platform with the bow Dragon Rider, kill the bow one, then kill the spear one. It's that simple. This boss really didn't need to exist, and I honestly don't know why it exists. 218, Merciless Watchers. What do you want me to say? 3 easy bosses shoved in a room together. Just use the pillars as cover from the gun guy as you parry and kill the other 2. Then go kill the gun one. There's nothing else really to go over here. It is just that simple. 217, Ludenzalan, the King's Pets. I feel like now is a good time to reiterate that I am not including the runback in my assessment of the boss. These two aren't nearly as bad as other duos because Ava isn't a particularly fast or dangerous boss anyway, but the buff they can do after one of them dies is pretty unique, I guess. On normal new game, you should be able to kill the first one before the second one can even get to you, or at the very least before he becomes a serious threat. On higher new game cycles, yeah, sure, it's not great, but on normal new game, Ludenzalan are not that bad. 216 is the Dragonkin Soldier. I don't like this boss's moveset at all. Just a bunch of slams and drags, and only one of them really has the ice lightning that makes it more interesting. Dragonkins were interesting things in the lore, but as a boss, it's really more annoying than anything else. I don't really see why it's here, especially if you weren't going to make the moveset more interesting than it is. 215 is the Headless. This guy has got delayed attacks like no tomorrow, let me tell you. Or maybe they're not delayed, just like slow attacks that make it pretty hard to deflect. Also, he's pretty much undamageable without the confetti on. The best thing you can really do for this guy is just use the 2-step demon shuffle trick that we all looked up at least once or twice. You know you did, don't act like you didn't. Terra can be a bitch of a status ailment when it builds up on block, and with how slow his attacks are, you're going to block more than you're deflecting. So, very tough, but hey, at least the belly flop attack is funny. Another neat thing with the Headless is that it is actually the only underwater boss in the entire game, I believe. There's no other underwater boss in Sekiro, and maybe that's for good reason. Underwater combat doesn't really do much. It's more or less only used for chasing carps down. but it is neat to have an underwater encounter, and I guess if you're gonna pick any boss to stick underwater, the slowest one probably is a good choice. So I would say the underwater headless are probably a bit more enjoyable than the normal headless, to be honest with you. Hopefully we can see underwater combat make a return in something. Dark Souls Archthrones, hey, there's an idea for you. Use the underwater combat. 214 is Mikolash, Host of the Nightmare. This is another boss that gets put a little bit too low on people's lists. I'm not going to say he's anything more than a bad boss, but he is far from the worst the series has to offer. You chase him around and you beat him up and you just try to Goomba stomp him out of a Call Beyond at the start of Phase 2. And then you just continue wailing on him. He's a pretty bad boss, all things considered. It just says a lot that there are 50 bosses worse than him somehow. Although people would definitely stick this guy in the terrible tier 100%. 213 is the Crystal Sage. This is a boss that should always be killed in one go, but always takes me like 5 or 6 tries to bring down. Getting gangbanged by magic when you find the real one is not fun. I think this guy could use a bit less damage, all things considered, given that you can get shot by, like, I don't know, a dozen of these things at once. This is, like, secretly one of the harder bosses in DS3, at least to me. You know, I never struggle with the Nameless King, I never struggle with Gale, but there's something about the Crystal Sage that always gives me a problem. 212 is the Grafted Scion. I hate this guy. I hate his moveset. I hate his appearance. I hate all of it. I hate the annoying swings and the delays and the hitboxes. He's an Elden Ring boss, that's for damn sure. He drops a very underrated weapon though, one of my personal favorites from my first playthrough. Placing this guy at the start of the game was definitely an interesting choice, and when you come back to him later, you do just curb stomp him because he's a regular enemy. Overall, I think this is definitely a stinker of a boss, no doubt about that. 211 is Half-Light Spear of the Church. If you like PvP, then this is probably like the coolest boss ever. If you don't like PvP, then it's just typical NPC misery. Like with the old monk, I'm only placing him up this high for those that do like PvP. This guy also does have an added layer of NPC misery, which is that there's another NPC that respawns in this fight, which means you have to juggle 2 of them, which is always just the worst thing ever. 210 is Wormface. Just dodge the command grabs and use a holy or fire-based weapon, and he'll die in no time at all. The Deathblight Coughing can be a bit irritating, but the area you fight him in is not too terrible that you can put a lot of room between you and him and just wait for it to go away. Just use something holy or fire-based and get rid of him. 209 is the Demon of Song, Mr. Seaman of Dong himself. Mr. Foreskin Frog here is immune to damage except to its fleshy head, but it has a tendency to just retract it on occasion. I guess the weather must be a little bit chilly. None of the swipes and swings on his arms are too bad. The jumps and slams have some kind of weird timings to them, but the command grab is the really weird thing here. The hitbox on that is very confusing in typical DS2 hitbox fashion. It's deceptively long-winded, and it'll hit you when you do not think it will at all. It's just kind of a super clunky boss all around. 208 is the Executioner's Chariot. This is a neat idea, but it did inspire those annoying-ass heroes' graves in Elden Ring, so boo. Neat boss overall. Just dodge through the chariot as it comes and make sure to kill the skeleton, which is off to the side. Enemies that can respawn the skeletons seem a bit unnecessary, especially when you consider how little damage the chariot does to the skeletons. It has to hit them like 4 times to kill them. I feel like it could do at least a little bit more damage. I'm surprised these things can get up after 2 hits, let alone like 4 or 5. After the chariot crashes through the gate, it'll kill the rider, and then it's just you and the horse. The fight with the horse is pretty standard. Not really a lot to say other than I believe this guy is the originator of the Gyobu kick. Yes, this is the source of the Gyobu kick. So I guess it's misnamed a bit, but whatever. It rolls off the tongue a whole lot better than Executioner's Chariot kick. 207 is the Skeleton Lords. We're just going through some of the DS2 bosses here, I guess. If you're gonna make regular enemies a boss, then this is at least a neat way to do it. You start off by killing the unique skeletons in the room, and then their souls fly off into the lesser skeletons. And then you just fight waves and waves at your own pace. It's not amazing or anything, but I do appreciate the idea behind this boss, and I like that you can either fight, a few skeletons at once, or you can kill all 3 lords and then just have a whole room full of them. 206 is the Great Colored Carp. This is another arena boss, and this one is a bit different. It's really only here because it's considered a boss in the game, but it really doesn't do much. You sneak past it once and get to the end of Fountainhead, and then you throw some poison bait to kill it, and then you just find it down in the Guardian Ape Arena. It's fine, I guess. It's still better than the Ancient Wyvern and all the other trash above it, or below it, rather. 205 is Ancient Dragon Lanciax. The most inoffensive of the ancient dragons, but it's definitely still a bad boss. I cannot for the life of me understand why FromSoft made these damn ancient dragons so irritating. It's just so much lightning, deceptive hitboxes, and they always have so much health. You can barely ever hit the head. It's just a terrible, annoying boss. I don't care what anybody says. I'm taking the DS2 Ancient Dragon over all the Elden Ring Ancient Dragons, with the exception of Placidus Axe, I guess. 204 is the Misbegottens. Souls bosses are a very delicate balance of attack power and speed, and having too much of either can kind of offset the balance and ruin an encounter. Well, every now and then, you get a boss that has a bit too much of both, and the Misbegottens hit way too hard every single time you find them, and they're always a little bit too fast. They're generally just overscaled pests. The best Misbegotten you can find is the one in Putrescent Knight's area that just runs off the cliff and kills himself. So, great design. I like that one. 203 is Fiest Champions, more NPC misery. You fight 2 individually, and then you fight 3 all at once. It's extremely annoying if you're not overleveled for this. I really wish FromSoft would just do away with NPC enemies in their games at this point. I don't see the point of it other than just lazy content. 202 is the Guardian Ape Duo. This boss would be a disaster if it was in any other Souls game. Another case of 2 bosses that just don't belong together. The only real saving grace is that the brown ape is very squishy, a couple mortal blades and some firecrackers, and she'll go down for good. Then it's another fight with a good boss, after you finally kill that one. If this was in any other Souls game, this would be a disaster, but in Sekiro, you're faster, and I would honestly say you're more capable than you are in any other Souls game, so it's not that bad. 201 is Borealis, the Freezing Fog. This is your standard Elden Ring dragon, except this one is scaled to hell and back. He's overscaled to the point where it's just kind of comical. And not to mention, he's stuck in the mist where you can't see anything. The ice reaches all the way across the entire arena. And if you're really unlucky, you can aggro the lobsters nearby. And that's the really bad part, because they're scarier than any boss in this game, that's for sure. 200 is the Man-Eaters, the only boss where it feels like it's fighting its own AI more than the player. It's such a strange boss, and even stranger that they didn't patch it in the demake. They just kind of fly away and take forever to remember that they are in a boss fight. At least it makes it pretty easy to fight them one-on-one, since at least one of them is just guaranteed to wander off somewhere. The arena isn't great for fighting enemies with such strong knockback either, but it's not too bad, all things considered. 199 is the Ancient Dragon. I'll say I think this one gets a bit too much hate for my liking. Like, sure, is it really anything special? No, but I feel like that's kind of the point of the boss, He's a false god, and he's not what he seems. He's a fake ancient dragon created by Aldia, and I think the boss we got kind of works for that. That being said, he does only have a couple of attacks: straight fire, fire behind him, fire at the ground, a bite, some stomps, and a tail attack. Simple stuff, but I honestly can't help but like this guy. Personally, I consider myself a fan of the Ancient Dragon, but I just can't get him any higher than this. 198 is the Chained Ogre. This guy is here to teach you how to deal with command grabs in Sekiro, and while I appreciate that he's here for that, the dive and grab hitbox is just a little bit too sticky for my taste. I'd say he's just barely in bad for that, but other than the dive and grab, he's not too bad at all. I don't think his other command grab is really too dangerous. He's very good at what he does, but he does just kind of teach you to deal with command grabs, not much else. 197 is King Vendrick. I wish it was a nice boss against Prime Vendrick. Too bad it's just this. If you don't have all the giant souls, this boss is way too overscaled. Thankfully, if you get all 5, it's mostly fine, despite his damage still being a bit on the high side. He just kind of slides his sword along the ground and hits you like that. But again, if you're too low on giant souls, just like 1 or 2 of these hits will be enough to kill you. Overall, I think you could have done away with the giant soul gimmick and just scaled him down, or even still, you could have just scaled this guy down. I promise you, none of us would have really cared that much. Alright, next we're moving into the mid tier. This is definitely like not bad bosses. You know, these bosses range from just slightly above bad to pretty solid, you know, just below the good tier. So 196 is going to be the Black Blade Kindred. If it was just the sword and axe variant, then it would honestly maybe make it up to the good tier. But what really holds this fight back is the short axe and the twin blade version. It's just too annoying. The attacks are way worse. The death and death attacks on the sword one are okay, but the ones on the twin blade version are just extremely irritating. The delays and the timings and the death and death attacks on the twin blade version is just terrible. But again, I'm placing them together because there's no sense in giving them two separate slots. So 196 for Black Blade Kindred. The twin blade version would go lower into the bad tier. The sword version would go into the good tier. 195 is the Dirty Colossus. This is about as mid could possibly get. He just kind of stands there. He occasionally flails around an arm. You know, he's got a ranged attack. It's not bad, but when it comes to mid bosses, Dirty Colossus is your man, that's for sure. His stuff is easily dodgeable, and so, you know, he manages to escape the bad category because he is still a somewhat enjoyable encounter compared to some of the other ones. 194 is Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. Yeah. Go ahead, recoil back in shock. This boss is ass, and it has always been ass, okay? He can stun lock you to death in his combos, depending on the angle that he hits you. Sometimes he doesn't, sometimes he does. He's got weird hitboxes on things like his thrust attack, and it's just next to impossible to even get a heal off on this boss. I don't care that you can parry him to death. I know you can. It still doesn't excuse how miserable this boss is without spamming parry. People delude themselves into thinking this one's a good boss somehow. I don't know how he's pulled the wool over people's eyes. I hate this guy. I hate his attacks. I hate his combos. I hate his stun locking. And again, being able to just parry spam a boss to death doesn't excuse it. 193 is the Red Wolves. These are your typical annoying Elden Ring mini-bosses. Weird timings and tells on all their attacks, constantly jumping away so that way it's pretty difficult to hit back. And when they're doing their ranged attacks, they also have a tendency to start melee combos at the same time, making it just, you know, annoying to have to try and avoid the ranged attacks as well as the melee. And sometimes you just have to accept that you're going to get hit by something, and it just is what it is. Very annoying boss. I always roll my eyes every single time I see these guys. 192 is the Rune Bears and the Red Bears. Expect a lot of Elden Ring mini bosses in this tier. These bosses are just irritating. Delayed attacks, needlessly tanky, they do a lot of damage. And in the DLC, they just decided that they weren't bad enough and decided to add more attacks. Fighting these things is something I always dread. I always hate these things, especially up in Consecrated Snowfield. 191 is Rom the Vacuous Spider. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like an evolution on the Phalanx boss design, because it is fairly similar. You kill the small ones and then you hit the one in the middle. Only difference is the little spiders can kill you by themselves on a counter hit, and Rom herself isn't even that bad. The little ones are very irritating, and Rom's meteor and AoEs can get kind of annoying with the hitboxes and big counter damage, but it's not the worst thing ever. 190 is going to go to the Tibia Mariner. I always think this guy is just the funniest little mini-boss. He's just a skeleton on a boat. Genius. Simply genius. In terms of him as a boss, he doesn't really do much, and he's just kind of inoffensive as a whole. 189 is Scorpioness Najka. Of the three bug ladies, this one is definitely the weakest of them. She has some weird attacks and just some classic DS2 hitboxes thrown in there for good measure. I honestly don't know why they didn't just make Vengarl the boss of this area. I mean, he's literally right next door to her. The attack where she burrows under the ground and you have to stand on the rubble to not get hit is unique at least, but it's not really enough to save her. Like I said, I would have preferred to have Vengarl, but hey, you know, it is what it is. She also gets points for being able to, like, decapitate the tails. That's pretty cool. 188 is Okami leader Shitsu. This is another Sekiro arena boss, but this one guards every single entrance into the water with lightning. So if you so much as dip your toes into it, he's going to blast you for it. But once you actually get around to him, he dies in just a couple of hits, and he's not even really a threat. But like I said, he's an arena boss. The whole area of Fountainhead Palace until you get to him is his arena. 187 is the Frenzied Duelist. This is an Elden Ring field boss that is literally just designed to annoy the player. Just 100,000 delays, weird double swings, and odd combos. I don't really see why a random field boss like this needs to be more annoying than like most bosses in other Souls games. Just doesn't make sense to me. He lands himself in the mid tier because at least he's kind of squishy, if nothing else. You can just kind of kill him quickly and not have to deal with his foolishness, but he is still extremely annoying. 186 is the Beast-Possessed Soul. This boss just R1 spams until he kills you for a change. He's got some fire attacks and a command grab, which if he does land the grab, he's going to buff himself, and I cannot stress enough how massive that buff is for his damage. He can nearly one-shot you from 50 Vig on a counter hit when he's buffed. Otherwise, his R1 spam nature makes him easily parryable, if your timing's better than mine anyways. Beast-Possessed Soul, like I said, he's a rare boss that R1 spams the player. You don't see that too often. 185 is the Cemetery Shade, another quote-unquote gimmick. Cemetery Shades have next to no health or defense, and they're very evasive and will just blitz you down in seconds. But all you have to do is just land a couple of hits on them to bring them down. As far as Elden Ring gimmicks go, it's not that bad, but it's still a mid-Elden Ring mini-boss. 184 is the Royal Revenant. This guy is just a first-time player's nightmare. He just swings and swings and swings, constantly moving forward. So if you dodge back like me, it's very, very difficult to survive this guy. Luckily, he can usually be curb stomped before he can be much trouble at all, but still. This enemy is a nightmare for first-time players. 183, the Crystallians. Very average bosses, nothing offensively bad or particularly good about them. Clearly just enemies the devs made for when they can't think of anyone else to put at the end of a cave. I'll say it's neat that you have to crack the crystal before being able to stagger them or do any real damage, but that's about it. 182, Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. You know, it's sad that the best NPC bosses in this series all still have the typical NPC misery in terms of gameplay, but are only saved by a gimmick or some sort of build-up. Gideon is only as strong as you let him be. He sees you kill all the main bosses and copies their moves, and while it is a complete clusterfuck, it's undeniably very cool to see someone using so many different moves in such quick succession. However, you should smite him as soon as possible so you don't see this, but it is cool nonetheless to see like what an actual wizard should be like in this, or an actual caster. 181 is Needle Knight Letta and her allies. This is as good as a traditional NPC encounter can get, because the entire DLC builds up to this with some of the best NPC quests in the series. There's so much dialogue and so many involved parties in this fight that it makes it bearable to just see everything come to a boil right there. However, yet again, the fight is just typical NPC misery, and it's only good because of everything around the fight, not the actual fight itself. The fight is typical misery, but I do love every single molecule surrounding the fight, just not the fight. 180 is the Dragon God, another boss that just gets put at the bottom of everyone's list for some reason. This is a completely fine encounter. People complain about not being able to tell when the dragon is looking at you, but I mean, have you considered just like paying attention to him for a second? It may not be the most engaging thing ever, but people act like this is something akin to the Bed of Chaos when it is nowhere close to that. Sneak past him, shoot the ballistas, and then go finish him off. It's just as easy in the original as it is in the remake. I promise you, it's not what people say it is. 179 is the Gaping Dragon. This thing gets points for having an incredible design at least. I've never really seen anything like it before. But I mean, the fight itself is incredibly simple. You go kill the caster from up top to keep him from getting buffed at all, and then you just kind of run away from his walking and smack the head when he slams his chest down. It's a simple boss that's definitely helped massively by an incredible design, but as a whole, I kind of wish the boss was a bit more. Oh, and we can't forget the crazy hitbox on the grab that just doesn't exist for some reason. 178 and 177 is going to be the Knights Cav and Tree Sentinel duos. Unironically, these are the best duo bosses in Elden Ring, for one reason. You can fight them separately. You just fight the Knights Cavs and the Tree Sentinel separately, and then you just go fight the other one. Easy enough, good time. This is how you handle a duo boss if you don't know how to, actually design a duo boss, Elden Ring. Take notes for next time. 176 is the One Reborn. So this is supposed to be an evolution on the Tower Knight formula. However, I would honestly call it a step back. There are only a handful of enemies, and once you take them out, then move beneath the boss, he can't really do anything aside from his rare diarrhea attack, which I've only even seen him do a couple times in my 30 plus playthroughs. Very inoffensive and also just unimpressive encounter. It is fun to see big damage numbers though if you're packing like a Kirk hammer or something. 175, Crossbreed Priscilla. This boss is so cool, man. It has a neat idea for its gimmick, and it almost has good execution on the gimmick. The problem is the boss only has like 2 attacks and has almost no health. If she had like 2 more attacks and an actual health bar, I could probably put her a lot higher, but she's only got 2 attacks. She dies in like 5 hits. I don't know what else I can say about her. They did Priscilla dirty, for sure, especially for someone who's supposed to be so powerful. 174 is the Dragon Rider. This is DS2's human enemy tutorial, and honestly I think he does a solid job at teaching the basics. Solid enough tells for all of his attacks, some classic DS2 hitboxes, and it teaches you the environment does play a role in a lot of DS2's bosses, as it is entirely possible to just get him to fall off the arena and kill himself. He sadly only has a handful of moves, so I can't put him up too high, but he does do his job well enough, and I do like the Dragon Rider. 173, Black Knife Assassins. These guys have a decent enough moveset, but they're just so damn slippery that they're just one of the most annoying enemies in the game to fight. They do have like one Destined Death AoE that just feels like nonsense to dodge at times. I swear it's RNG. Just depends on where they happen to be standing at the time. I think these guys fall into the category of Elden Ring bosses that make the player ask, why can this random field boss even do that? 172, Long Arm Centipedes, the rare Sekiro gimmick boss. You don't see these too often. Granted, the gimmick is just mash deflect until he's posture broken, but it's a gimmick nonetheless. The one in Senpa Temple can also throw little fire bombs, I think, but otherwise it's just mash deflect and jump over the sweeps until he's dead. 171, Demi-Human Queens. Generic Elden Ring mini-bosses again. Little staff swipes, you know, some magic, and that's really about it. Just another Elden Ring boss that feels like it was just made to be a random trash asset. It looks extremely generic, its moveset is extremely generic, and it always dies in just a couple of hits. The one in Night Rain at least does have, you know, a new moveset of sorts, but it's still nothing special. 170, Godskin Apostle. This is going to be the skinny one. I have to label that because I always get them mixed up. This is the most stereotypical Elden Ring boss with Elden Ring boss design in the entire game. Weird super moves, fast combos, and an attack that is just stupidly delayed for no reason. I don't understand this mindset with so many Elden Ring bosses, that if you can swing your weapon that fast, then why don't you do it often? Why do you delay it so bizarrely? It just feels like the boss knows that it's in a video game and it's trying to trip up the player. It's trying to roll catch the player. The way Godskin Apostle steps to the side, spins, twirls his weapon, rears back, pauses for a second, okay, then he attacks. That's 4 different tells of when the attack should come out, and none of them are true. We've gone wrong somewhere. Okay, this is a big one. 169, Demon Fire Sage, 168, Stray Demon, 167, Vanguard Demon, and 166, the Asylum Demon, the tutorial and the tutorial reskins. Gonna name all these together. The Demon Fire Sage and Stray Demon take 169 and 168 because they're just reskins of the Asylum Demon, plus like 2 different AoE attacks. 167 goes to the Vanguard Demon, the first boss in all of Souls. He's the original Souls boss, and I can very much appreciate that. Yeah, he's simple, and yeah, he doesn't have much going on, but he's the first. And it's for that reason that I have to call him mid. We can't put him any lower, and we can't call him any higher. It's kind of like how you can't put Nocturne and Toten as a bad zombies map, you know what I mean? It's the first one. You can't really hate on it. At 166, we place the Asylum Demon, just a straight-up upgrade from the Vanguard Demon. A simple boss that I'm sure frustrated many people back in the day, but he is just an evolution of the Vanguard, and Vanguard should never be above Asylum Demon. I feel like I need to say that because I've seen Vanguard placed higher than Asylum before. No, Vanguard should never be higher than the Asylum Demon. 165, Old Demon King. This boss just kind of feels like the DS1 tutorial Demon Trio, and as such, I honestly find it a little weird that he's like halfway through the game, but he's a totally fine boss. Solid tells, easy dodges, very much like the classic Asylum Demon, which I guess that's what they were going for, but this guy really didn't need to have a boss health bar, considering he's not that much different from the demon mini-bosses scattered throughout DS3. 164, Undead Giants. I honestly find it odd that these guys are in chalices. I feel like they definitely could have just been bosses that you find out in the overworld, but they are related to the Thumerians, so I see why they're in the chalices. You know, like how after being cut as a boss, the giant snake ball was going to be a random encounter in the now empty Firefly Lake, I feel like you could have done something similar with the Undead Giants. But now these guys are completely fine in the chalices too, I guess. They're a bit too tanky, and sometimes their hitboxes get a little wonky. The Ball and Chain variant in the lower Thumeru is just overscaled to hell and back. Those balls hit you on a counter hit, and it's just almost assuredly lights out unless you're overleveled. I like that there's 3 variants of them and that all 3 feel very different to fight. There's also a rare 4th variant with a flaming weapon that you can sometimes encounter in the Oil Lake and Root Chalices. Nothing special, but a very neat enemy. Of the 3, I definitely say that the ball and chain variant is the best out of the bunch. Then the blades, then the cannon. The cannon variant is just kind of annoying. 163 Erdtree Burial Watchdog. I like to think of this guy as Elden Ring's Asylum Demon. Elden Ring's Undead Giant. A simple boss to show you the ropes, and also just has a handful of variants out there in the world just to show you that things can be a little bit different between the reskins. Some of his tails are pretty weird, and I honestly do kind of like how jerky he is. Kind of reminds me of a Liza P enemy. Seems like a wind-up toy or something, and I really like that. You know, it's very unique. It's a unique thing for this boss. Overall, this guy is just kind of mid as a whole, but I definitely like. I can see the vision behind this guy. You know. 162, 4 kings. So here's the funny part. There's actually 5 if you take too long. If you're going to do a big gank, you could at least do it kind of like this, where they'll show up one at a time and you're expected to kill them each as they show up to keep from getting ganked. However, if multiple enemies do show up, you're just kind of screwed at that point. Especially with how, you know, their sword does more damage at a distance, so the ones behind you are going to do big damage if they hit you. There's also a really janky command grab hitbox. Overall, I like the 4 kings, but I would have been much more interested to see Undead King Jarrell, I guess, which I guess he could have shown up somewhere else. But the 4 kings were fun, solid boss, not good, not bad, but you know, a solid boss, especially for Dark Souls 1. Too bad we can't get their weapon, but it does still sit in the files as cut content, I believe. 161 is the Guardian Dragon. This guy gets criminally shat on, and I really do not see the reason for it. He's got more attacks than something like the Ancient Dragon, and he's got a very unique arena that he does interact with. You know, he flies onto the walls of it, and it's, you know, just a giant bird cage. And I think fighting a dragon like this in a big bird cage is a pretty unique idea, and I'm glad they went with it. I enjoyed it. It's not the most intense fight ever, but it's simple. You know, simple doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. I know a lot of Souls fans will tell you otherwise, but simple doesn't necessarily mean bad. It's a good time. 160, the Duke's Deer Freya. If this thing showed up in a game with better models, I'd have a heart attack. Ugh. There's something so neat about running through this thing's legs to avoid being hit. The actual leg attacks are pretty easily avoidable, and the laser also isn't too bad, as long as you know how DS2 dodging works with the iframes being very front-loaded. The mandibles themselves are kind of annoying to avoid. The hitboxes always go a little bit further than you think they would, plus the little spiders. Overall, I'd say this is definitely not a bad boss, but it's not a remarkable one either. It beats out Rom for best spider boss, but I guess that's also not a big achievement. Or, no, Quelaag's a spider boss. Never mind. 159, pre-nerf promised consort Radahn. Alright, let's go ahead and get this one out of the way. I feel like this guy's nerfs do change enough to warrant me putting him on this list twice. Pre-nerf Radahn feels like something that was just slapped together very, very hastily. The light effects in Phase 2, the weird hitbox on the meteor startup with the swords on the ground, the screen nuke at the start of Phase 2, his cooldown after some of his attacks, like the light speed slash Ash of War, and just the cross slash. I don't think the Blood Flame nerf was entirely necessary, but it doesn't hurt the boss. You know, giving this guy more openings is always very, very nice. But the cross slash was truly the big problem. It is the dumbest move in Souls history. Practically undodgeable unless you're just constantly rotating him and doing nothing besides the rolling R1. And even then, you just get hit most of the time anyway. It doesn't help that he does it in neutral, so he can do it as many times in a row as he damn well pleases. Pre-nerf, I saw him do this move 3 times in a row. This boss was simply overtuned through and through. I didn't even feel a sense of accomplishment when I finally killed him after 188 attempts. I was just so glad to finally be done with it and not have to fight him anymore. Pre-nerf Radahn was a problem and he needed to get fixed. Anyone who says otherwise is delusional. 158, Dark Beast Parl, the camera beast himself. This boss looks very cool and is extremely intimidating, and if you're using a weaker weapon, you're gonna have a hard time with this guy. But if your damage is where it should be, the only attack you have to worry about is the first explosion. Going around and just smacking all of his limbs until they each break will stun lock him to death. He's just a pinata beating simulator. That's really all it is. Dark Beast Parl really has a hard time getting any offense going. If he does get some offense going, then he can be a problem, but it just takes him a long time to get there, especially if you've got even decent damage. 157, Leader Shinigori Yamauchi. He's the Sekiro tutorial boss, so there's not much to say really. He's basically a simpler version of the samurai generals that we will get to much later. And he's really just here to teach the player about multiple health bars. But since he's the Sekiro tutorial boss, he manages to land himself above a lot of other bosses as one of the best, if not the best, tutorial bosses in the entire series. 156 is the Moon Presence. This boss has always just kind of felt awkward. It's got some cool moves like the Heartless Angel Yell and the Blood That Blocks Healing, especially when she combines those two things together, but the rest of its moveset is just a bunch of awkward flailing around, and it's such a squishy boss that it's tough to really do much with it. It just seems odd to end such a great game with such an unremarkable encounter. I never really feel like I've learned this thing's moveset. 30 playthroughs in, and I feel like I still know about as much about fighting the Moon Presence as I did my first time. It's just kind of one of those bosses that feels like it's just random. I have a hard time learning it. 155, Putrescent Knight. I don't even know what to say about him. He can just decide, LOL, you're just not going to hit me, and repeat the same 2 drive-by attacks that leave him just out of range for you to hit back constantly. He can just do it as many times as he wants. Plus, his moveset isn't exactly the most enthralling thing ever. The Blue Flame is a pretty cool attack, but sometimes it can have a pretty janky hitbox. Not counting shit like Meta, this is definitely the runt of the DLC Remembrance bosses. PK is not bad. I don't want to make it seem like he's a bad boss, but he is completely meh. He's very forgettable. I would say he's the most forgettable DLC boss in the entirety of Shadow of the Erdtree. Of the Remembrances, anyway. 154, Thumerian Descendant. Thumerian Descendant, I think, is a boss that really pushes the whole speed, aggression thing in Bloodborne a little bit too far. Sure, he's completely fightable and isn't really unfair aside from him throwing his stupid showtails through the pillars, but fighting him just never really feels that good. I always felt like I was just barely scraping by, and not in a good way. I feel like if the boss just had like a quarter of a second longer between attacks, if he just had a little bit longer of a cooldown between his attacks, he'd be a lot better to fight. But as it stands, he's always moving a little bit too fast. He's always moving just out of range. It's just really tough to get anything going. It's tough to get any momentum against the Thumerian Descendant. 153, Old Iron King. In my mind, this is basically what Dragon God would be if he was an actual boss. Old Iron King has one of the sickest designs in arenas in DS2, maybe even the series, and I personally really like the spectacle of the fight, especially with what the Bearer of the Curse mod did with it. He only has a handful of attacks in total though. Fire Laser, Fire Breath, a couple of slams, and a big AoE scream, none of which are really all that threatening. But he is still on the upper end of bosses in DS2, sadly. This is a great example of a fight that literally has everything except the gameplay. I do consider myself a fan of this boss, but I can't get him any higher than this. 152, Shichiman Warrior. Shichiman Warrior is the first enemy to use terror that most people will find in their first run of Sekiro. So I definitely say he's the introduction to that status effect. Fighting this guy without the purple umbrella or the anti-air death blow is a complete hassle, and as such I definitely say to wait until you have one of or both of those. Once you have them though, it actually becomes a pretty decent fight. A game where they finally gave you the tools to make Curse not suck. Never thought I'd see the day. It is pretty fun to just kind of turtle up with the umbrella and wander around, charging up your counter, and then just nuking him with it once it's ready to go. It's a fun boss once you have the umbrella, but it's a bit of a hassle without it. 151, Yharnam Thumerian Queen. I really wish I liked this fight more, man. It's a very different boss than pretty much everything else in Bloodborne. Different doesn't always mean it's good though. This is not a Guardian Dragon lesson like I said a few moments ago. There's a lot of dead air in this boss because you just kind of have to play around the crying baby gimmick. Standing too close to her for too long will just lead to you getting locked in place and in all likelihood killed. Not exactly a great gimmick in a game that has taught you nothing but aggression. While this boss is pretty easy, she is still the last Chalice boss with last Chalice boss damage, so if you get locked in place, you're going to get punished for it. There's also some really weird, janky hitboxes with the status effects. The status effect and the attack has different hitboxes, so even if you dodge the blood spears that come out of the ground, you will still build up rapid poison, which will still proc bleed on you. Again, it's not a terrible fight. I wish I liked it a lot more, but it did just leave me wishing this fight had at least a little bit more to it. 150 Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, a very inoffensive boss. It's against a caster that doesn't suck, so I guess it's fine. Phase 1 is just a less annoying version of the Deacons of the Deep. Phase 2 is an actual boss though. Lots of standard spells, and plus Comet Azure, some little range projectiles, some big lasers, some cool summons. Nothing too crazy, a very middle of the road fight. Nothing is too annoying here, but nothing is too bad either. It's a footnote among the Remembrance bosses in Elden Ring. 149, Old Dragon Slayer, literally just Ornstein, but in a better game. This guy's moveset is entirely just Ornstein from Dark Souls 1, and he even has the Super Ornstein Ass Crash attack. It's a fun enough boss, and I would say this and Pursuer are your first real bosses in Dark Souls 2, compared to the tutorials you've fought up to this point. We're officially in the upper mid-tier now. These are bosses that I think are just barely hanging outside of the good tier. This one held out because it's just Ornstein's moveset, and that alone isn't very good or fun to dodge, despite it being a classic. 148, Falling Star Beast. I think the Falling Star Beast gets shat on a little bit too much. The hitboxes are pretty much fine, and the tells are all pretty decent. I think some of the attacks are a little annoying, and the full-grown one has a bit too much health, but it's mostly just okay. I think it lands either in the middle of mid-tier or maybe the upper mid-tier in total. Just accept that you can't always go for the head and you'll be fine, although that laser hitbox is pretty nonsense most of the time. 147, the Sekiro Bulls. It's pretty much just a direct upgrade to the Falling Star Beast, and it's only really an upgrade because Sekiro is a lot better than Elden Ring. You have a lot more control over what you can do with your character, so it just makes it a lot easier to handle. Overall, the Bulls are pretty similar to the Falling Star Beast, just without the ranged attacks. It's basically just a combination of firecrackers, wailing on it, deflecting the charge, and then just smacking it in the ass when it turns around. You can actually get a death blow on the Sakura Bull for around a third of its HP if I'm correct, and it makes it a little bit easier on yourself. It's basically a Falling Star Beast, except your character is way more capable. Okay, this is another big one. 146, Flying Dragons. 145, Glintstone Dragons. 144, Decaying Dragon X-Dykes. 143, Jagged Peak Drake. 142, Ghost Flame Dragon. We're just going to throw the Elden Ring dragons together. Very inoffensive enemies that are mostly just fine. The main issue with these guys is honestly the stupid flying attack that just leads to them getting caught on a cliff somewhere. Literally 100% of the time, it always happens against these guys. They always get caught somewhere. It never fails. Never once. But other than that, they're completely fine dragon bosses. Infinitely better than those bitch-ass ancient dragons. They're not terrible, but they're nowhere near the upper echelon of dragons like Sin, Calamite, Midir, Bale, Placidusax, none of those. 141, Living Failures. I am so sick of the Living Failure slander, man. This boss gets absolutely dunked on by everyone, and people say it's as bad as the Celestial Emissary and Mikolash. It is nowhere close to that level. You run around and parry them as they show up, hide from the meteors, and then just keep fighting. It's a better version of the Four Kings, and you can't tell me otherwise. It's fun to just try and manage all of the enemies at once, and it is a completely benign boss. People must have just heard a YouTuber say it was bad, and then they all just went with it. That's the only thing I can figure. This boss is totally fine. 140, Mimic Tears. They finally found the only way to make the gameplay of fighting NPCs actually decent. The gimmick of fighting an NPC with your exact build is a very clever way to get rid of the normal NPC misery and make the fight much more entertaining, especially if you take everything off first and then just have a bare knuckle brawl with them. While the gameplay may still technically be NPC misery, at least it's way more entertaining this time. 139, Great Grey Wolf Sif. Sif gets points for being a giant dog with a big sword in his mouth, and then loses points for just about everything else. Okay, DS1 boss hating aside, it's an actual solid encounter, which is not too common in Dark Souls 1. The tells are clear enough, and the attacks are all pretty well done, except for the spin attack, because it's very annoying to dodge if you're not right up underneath her, and I cannot stress enough how quickly that shit will decimate your health. The lore of this boss is cool, and I like that there's two different cutscenes for the beginning if you did the DLC first, or if you're doing it before the DLC, but the encounter itself is pretty basic, and it'll land itself in the upper mid tier since it's an actually solid Dark Souls 1 encounter. We don't see these too often. 138, Queen Nashandra. You know, it's sad that out of our trio of final bosses in Dark Souls 2, Nashandra is the only one to be at least decent. Her scythe swings are pretty well telegraphed and do at least feel good to dodge, I guess. It's a neat gimmick to break the curse orbs to get to her safely, and the laser attack isn't too bad either. It's again just a very average encounter. Nothing too good, nothing too bad either. I just wish we got to see her actually do something pretty cool. This is a rare boss that Bearer of the Curse did not improve. That mod did not improve this boss. Queen Nashandra should have been better, and I'm always sad whenever I fight her because I feel like she had potential to be more. 137, Keeper of the Old Lords. You know, I wonder what the deal is with these few pyromancy enemies in Bloodborne. This guy in the Thumerian Elder feels super out of place despite being pretty cool. I'm specifically referring to the Defiled Keeper in this because you just kind of run through the other one that you fight before. He's got a couple of fire blasts and sword swings that aren't too bad. His AoE is pretty generous, but on counter hit, he just loves to cold-blooded one-shot you with catch flame, so make sure you don't get hit on that. Or if he goes for it and you're not confident you can dodge it, just tank it. It's better than dying to it on a counter hit. In the second phase, they cover their sword with fire, and then they just put the fire blast with the sword swings. It's a fairly average encounter, nothing too insane or negative here. It's about as mid as a solid Bloodborne fight can get. 136, Omen Killer. You know, it's only fitting that around the midpoint of this list, we have an updated version of one of our bottom spots. It's crazy how much nicer it feels in this game without DS1 level jank. Just some Capra Demon swings and slams with some new Fire Breath attacks. Very average run-of-the-mill Souls boss. I know he shows up in a couple of duos in those fights, but the other enemy is usually a common enemy like the Flower or the Perfumer, so I'm not including those on this list. And besides, it would just be a bunch more lowly ranked Elden Ring duo fights, and we don't need any more of those to clog up the list. It's an okay fight. The Omen Killer by himself is fine. This guy does show up as a recurring enemy later, but he's a boss the first time you see him, so here he is. Speaking of which, number 135, Ancient Hero of Zamor. These guys show up as enemies in a single ruin later, but that's so isolated that I feel like I can still count this as a boss. Their movements are just so smooth. They remind me of the Dancer from Dark Souls 3. This is a returning enemy for Night Rain, and it's honestly a solid enough pick compared to Centipede Demon, for Christ's sake. Fun boss every time you fight them, plus their weapon moveset is so cool too, and I feel like it's pretty underrated among the unique movesets in Elden Ring. I wish another Curved Sword had that moveset. Overall, I like their tells, I like their AoEs, I just kind of like these guys as a boss, but not as a regular enemy. If there was any boss to turn into a recurring enemy, I don't think this was the one. This one works a lot better as a boss. 134, Armored Spider. Man, the Demon Souls bosses are so hard to evaluate, but I'm doing my best here, alright? You gotta get to the end of the tunnel, and dodging webs and fire blasts and getting caught in the webs means you'll likely get hit by the fire as well, because it does put a slow effect on you. His arm swings and slams are pretty well telegraphed, and I also really enjoy the part where you have to get off of him and avoid being completely incinerated by the fire. Then you just gotta repeat the cycle until he's dead. It's a fun enough gimmick. I can understand how some would find this boss annoying, but I appreciate a good gimmick. I think if a gimmick is well executed, then it can be better than even, you know, pretty good traditional Souls encounters, so I have to put Armored Spider up this high. 133, Shinobi Hunter. This is the Mikiri counter tutorial man, essentially. Very solid moveset. His tells are very good. It always feels good to get the deflect into the Mikiri counter. It only takes a couple of Mikiris to kill him, but it's fun while it lasts. It's a simple but effective tutorial for the mechanic. This guy becomes a regular enemy later on, and he's pretty enjoyable as far as bosses reused into enemies go. 132, Great Serpent. This is another arena boss. FromSoft isn't really the best at these, but I find this one to be the best out of the bunch. Its movements are always intuitive and guiding you through the area, and eventually dropping in for the death blow feels good, you know, after it's been harassing you the whole game. realistically, it's probably the best we're gonna get for one of these. You know, I don't really think FromSoft is gonna top this for an arena boss, unless, you know, they surprise me. 131 is Old King Allant. All right, let's get this over with. Old King Allant kind of has the Gwen issue, where some of his stuff just comes out a bit too fast for my liking. About half of his moveset doesn't really have a wind-up, it just kind of happens and comes out. The remake did this guy dirty and sped him up even more, which just leads to the fight feeling pretty awful. But even in the original, he tends to do things that feel kind of unreactable a lot of the time. As a whole, he is definitely a solid boss, but I would say this is the first example of a Souls game getting ahead of itself with boss design. If he was in like Dark Souls 2, he would probably be a lot better, but for now, I've got to hold Old King Allant at 131. I just can't get him any higher than that. 130, Vort of the Boreal Valley. Alright, pitchforks down. Let's get this over with. Vort doesn't really have much going for him. Everything is really easy to dodge. Nothing he does is really remotely threatening. And it really is just a pinata beating simulator, if I'm honest. He just stands there and takes it without really being able to do much about it. Now, there are some serious Vort lovers out there. I know you're there. But I am not one of them. He lands himself in the upper mid tier, but he can't go any higher than that. Also, his music is overhyped. It's not that good either. 129, Divine Beast, Dancing Lion. Yeah, this is another hot take placement. Fair warning, it's only gonna get crazier from here. Now, the idea behind this boss is genius. A Chinese parade dragon costume as a Souls boss is such a crazy idea, and it could have been amazing. But the execution just felt very, very sloppy. All of the attacks coming from the head makes it very easy to mix up his tells, plus the amount of physics props attached to his model, all twisting and contorting and spinning, just obscures his moveset way too much for me. Plus the camera is just an absolute nightmare. You're going to be looking up his gooch more than anything. Now, the one in the ruins later does fix this issue, however, it counterbalances it with having Deathblight, which is just terrible, and it can even respawn its basilisks every time it switches back to Deathblight. So even though it fixes the camera problem, it still has another big issue with adding something that is completely unnecessary to a boss that was already complete. Occasionally with Elden Ring bosses, and this guy in particular, the camera just decides to turn the fight into a Nier Automata hacking minigame and make it completely impossible to do anything. And all of this doesn't even begin to cover the level of nonsense in Phase 2 with lightning strikes and the occasional frost hitbox jank. The lightning strikes just feel random, and I think they're completely unnecessary. It's absurdly over the top, especially with some of the frost AoE jank. It just ends up feeling really weird to fight. Overall, I think this fight is just over-designed. I think that's the best way to put this. This fight is very over-designed. You could have taken out some of the lingering hitboxes from lightning and from the frost, and it would have been fine. Again, I think he's over-designed. Also, this boss's OST is overhyped too. It's pretty mid, if I'm honest. 128, Fire Giant. Listen, I said it was only going to get crazier from here. Fire Giant may not be the best boss ever. Absolutely not. But the people acting like he's one of the worst in the series, let alone Elden Ring, are just a bit delusional, I would say. You can't really see Fire Giant's movements too well, but aside from specifically the roll animation, I don't think it's really too difficult to tell what he's doing. I think it's always clear enough, you know, if you see his hands, if you see the pan, or you see his feet shuffling, you can usually get a good read on what he's about to go for, and his timings are pretty consistent across all of his attacks. None of them are really too bad, except for the roll animation, like I said. I don't think it's really too hard to tell what he's doing at all, and I think people tend to overblow that a bit. Especially in Phase 1, I think they did a solid job of making a boss that you can't see over half the time as readable as he is. In Phase 2, he doesn't really get any worse. Now, he does have his You Lose move, where he just breathes a constant stream of fire from his stomach, which can have some really janky ricochets off of the environment, but I think this boss was much more enjoyable and much clearer than something like Dancing Lion. 127, Knight's Cav. These guys are just less fun versions of the Tree Sentinel. They run around more than the Tree Sentinels do, making them more annoying to hit. And while, yes, you can knock these guys off their horse, I feel like that doesn't really add anything to the fight. If anything, it's just a free visceral, whereas you can't get one of those on the Tree Sentinel. At least it makes this fight go a bit faster, I'll say, you know. Because if you couldn't visceral them, this fight would take forever with them constantly running around. Overall, these guys are bosses that I usually tend to forget even exist unless I need a specific item from one of them. 126, Star Scourge Radahn. Yeah, go ahead, recoil back in your chairs. This boss is simply put, a cinematic mess. It's the closest the series has ever come to a raid boss, and the visuals of the fight are very, very cool. but actually fighting him leaves a lot to be desired. The hitboxes in this fight are all over the place, even after his nerf. The way he just awkwardly slides around just feels odd, and sometimes you can literally just stand still in front of him and watch him hit absolutely nothing for 10 seconds straight. Also, the way his weapons clip through the hills of his arena can make him very annoying to read. Like I said, I don't think this boss is bad, but he is the highest level of mid in the series up to this point. I wish I liked this fight. It's very cool, it's very cinematic. Everything in this fight is so cool until you actually start fighting the boss. Radahn's space program is iconic, summoning all the NPCs to help you fight him feels good, but when you go up against this boss solo like most people do, it's just not very fun, and I have to hold him down at 126. Okay, now we are moving into the good bosses. These are bosses that hold themselves out of the great tier by just a bit or for some reason or another. Overall, these bosses are very enjoyable. I would say I look forward to these on every single run of the game. 125 is the Flexile Sentry. The idea for this boss is absolutely excellent, even if the execution does have some jank. I love how each side of this boss has a different moveset. It means you can pick and choose which one you're more comfortable with. So you can fight one side or just dodge through an attack and then fight the other side. And then you can just repeat it like that. And just to make sure you can't just stick and move and do the wait and bait with this guy, there's a neat gimmick with the water level constantly rising, and if it gets too high, it'll start to slow you down and make you fat roll. Overall, it's just a pretty well thought out encounter, and I like this one. 124, Dark Sun Gwendolyn. I have a lot of respect for solid gimmicks in Souls games, okay? What can I say? I like the idea of the never-ending hallway and having to dodge all the magic and the arrows being shot at you. It's nothing groundbreaking, but again, it's a solid enough gimmick. It's unique in the game that it's in, and it's not bad at all. I think it's harder to make an enjoyable gimmick than it is to make an enjoyable traditional fight, because the traditional Souls boss formula has been established at this point. We've seen so many of them, but good gimmick bosses don't really come around too often. So the actual solid gimmicks are going to get some extra points from me whenever we get them, even though it's not too often. 123, the Rotten. The Rotten is a pretty basic boss, all things considered, but he feels good to fight at the very least. All of his stuff is well telegraphed, and he doesn't really have any massive hitbox issues, aside from this one AoE that I just don't really understand the hitbox of. But aside from that, it's a pretty fun encounter. Sometimes a boss being nice and simple, yet well telegraphed, is better than a boss having a billion moving parts and feeling clunky to fight, you know, like Starscourge or Radahn. You can also amputate this guy's arms if you feel like it. It's pretty funny. I always like it when you can decapitate bosses in some way. 122, Ornstein and Smo. Now, this is just going to piss people off like some of my other placements. This boss is good. It's just good. Nothing else. It's not great. It's not really mid. But it's good. It's fine. This fight is okay, especially among the DS1 filler bosses, but it's going to have to settle it good unless they show up in Night Rain with some, improvements. It's a solid boss, but what people call the genius design that can't be replicated successfully is just two AIs really struggling to navigate the room that they're in. It's not so much that Ornstein attacks while Smo hangs back, or that there's really a give and take or a push and pull between the two. It's dependent on which one manages to figure out how to get to you first. There's also major jank with Ornstein's dash attack and Smo's charge. Then in phase 2, depending on which one you've killed, the other one powers up. Super Smo is definitely the easier of the two, as he doesn't really change that much at all. Super Ornstein is really tough though. He himself is one of the harder bosses in the game. Again, I don't think this boss is bad. It is a solid boss. It is a good boss. But acting as if it's anything special at all, I think is just ludicrous. Sure, it's one of the better duo fights in the series, but we only have, 5 decent ones? I don't really think that makes this fight anything special. 121, Bloodstarved Beast. Susie Skin Flaps is the first major wall I think a lot of people hit in Bloodborne. Cleric Beast and Gascoigne can be somewhat of an issue, but this is when the training wheels come off, I feel. Until you figure out you can just dodge to the left and she'll miss most of her attacks. Also, the Pungent Blood Cocktails is, a pretty reliable strategy. It's a bitch of a boss until you can figure out how to really exploit some of her quirks, not to mention how parryable she is. Pretty much everything this boss does can be parried. I like this boss because there are a lot of different ways of tackling her, and it gives you some freedom to just try things out and see what works. It's pretty solid, and she can also clip through the side of the arena and fall to her death, which is pretty funny, I guess. 120 Grave Warden Duelist. This is the vastly superior duelist, that's for sure. This guy's hammer slams and chain swings are way better telegraphed than the Frenzied Duelist attacks. The delays are a lot less dumb, and this is a rare Catacomb boss that is actually pretty fun whenever you fight him. He only shows up a couple times, and his moveset is pretty fun. There's not a whole lot to say here. He's a solid boss, very good time. This is definitely how you design just a random Catacomb boss. Just a guy with a cool moveset that doesn't do anything over the top. He's not too irritating. None of his delays feel completely ridiculous like the Frenzied Duelist, just holding his leg above his head for 10 seconds before he hits you. Absolutely ridiculous. 119 is the Lost Center. The Lost Center is likely the first Lord Soul you encounter, and it's actually a very neat DS1 callback with the Bed of Chaos Parasite crawling into it and possessing it. But outside of that, it's just a pretty standard Souls boss, all things considered. It's very nice in its simplicity. It's very basic. Again, like I've said before, a basic boss that is very good is sometimes a lot better than a boss with a billion moving parts that feels really janky to fight or just feels really awkward. I guess a pretty unique thing about here is that she can actually parry you. So that's something, I guess. It's just very neat to, have a boss where that's actually a threat. This boss, and I believe Sir Alon can also do it. So it's very neat whenever you see that. There's another neat gimmick of her turning out the lights. So if you didn't light the torches earlier, she'll break the lock on by jumping way back into the darkness, and then, she can sneak attack you. It's a very cool gimmick. I like that quite a bit. But in New Game Plus, red phantoms will spawn out of those torches, so don't you dare light that shit, because it will make this fight significantly worse. Bearer of the Curse mod made this very fun. Gave her a couple new attacks with fire, so very fun boss, even without that mod. It's just fun, it's basic, it's just a stereotypical good Souls boss, but it is on the lower end of good. 118 is Ashina Elite. This is another one of Sekiro's gimmick bosses. This guy is just, wait for the flash and then you double deflect. And if you don't get the flash timing just right, then you die. It's that simple. You either get it right or you die. It's a very simple gimmick, but it feels satisfying when you get his number just right. There's not a lot to say here. It's a very simple but fun and rewarding gimmick, I would say. It's also, I guess, pretty good training for one of Ishin's attacks, and I think Emma has it too. So it's a solid fight. I don't hate this guy. This guy's fun. 117 is Yorm the Giant. This is the first of the Storm Ruler bosses we're going to be placing. This fight is very cinematic, and Yorm's design is very cool, no doubt. However, the fight is basically over once you pick up the Storm Ruler. I'd honestly say fighting with Sigurd is the ideal way to do it, just to make it a bit more interesting. I can't imagine fighting him without the Storm Ruler is any better either. I know, you hit his arms for actual damage and you get the riposte on his head, but again, I can't imagine it's that much more fun than charging up the Storm Ruler. He's cool and all, but I can't say I really remember this guy when I think of DS3. He's definitely one of the Lords of Cinder that I just kind of forget exists. I have a hard time remembering Yorm until I actually go to the Profane Capital. He's a fun boss, he's solid, but of the three Storm Ruler gimmicks, he's definitely the weakest. 116 is Commander O'Neill. We'll be talking about the much better version of this guy a lot later in the list. The main thing holding him back is just how annoying his status effect is. Scarlet Rot is just the worst thing ever in bosses. Plus this guy respawns his goons pretty frequently, which just makes the fight drag out way longer. It's not a bad time, but a combination of the rot and respawning the goons just makes this fight a bad time. Thankfully, they fixed this later in the game with this guy's upgrade, which, again, we will talk about much later. Commander O'Neill is solid. I don't hate this guy. I don't really dread fighting him, but I also don't look forward to it. He's just kind of a stepping stone, and he's alright, I guess. 115 is the Tower Knight. I would say this is probably the most recognizable boss in Demon Souls. Tower Knight is an absolute classic, no doubt about that. You take out the archers in the area and then try to survive the walk up to the boss. And once you reach him, it's simple enough. You just hack away at his feet until he falls over and then just, hit his head. Just back away from his stomps and be ready to dodge out of the shield slam radius because it will probably one-shot you depending on when you come here. The demake didn't really change anything with this guy, and that's good. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's one of the few things that the demake did good, is, Tower Knight is pretty much just an improvement, I would say. 114 is Iron Golem, pretty much just a direct step up from Tower Knight. It's basically like if he was an actual boss. He's got clear tells, mostly good hitboxes, and good interaction with the arena too. You know, you can knock him over, and if you do that while he's at the edge, he's gonna fall over. You'll knock him off. He's a rare example of jank not really factoring into a Dark Souls 1 boss. There's a few bosses like that where jank doesn't really play a factor, and Iron Golem is one of them. I like this guy. I would say that in the base game, this is one of the ones I look forward to the most, I would say. Iron Golem's very, very fun. It's just a shame that until you get to the DLC, it's all downhill from here in terms of the bosses in Dark Souls 1. But Iron Golem's a good time. I like this guy. 113 is Erdtree Avatar. This is an actually notable upgrade over the tutorial demons. This guy takes the Asylum Demon moveset, adds a couple of new moves in there with some classic Elden Ring delays, and just kind of rebalances him for a newer Souls game. I think the standard Erdtree Avatar is fun, and I would honestly probably put him a lot higher on this list, maybe about 10-15 spots higher. But the Putrid Avatar is a bit tedious to fight. He has a tendency to use his stupid ass crash every 10 seconds and just shoots rot everywhere. It's just annoying. Does a lot more damage than it should. The hitbox and damage on the rot is questionable at best and abysmally dogshit at worst, if I'm honest with you. So I think this is a fair spot if I place these two together, and there's no sense in giving them separate spots because it's just one attack that's different. Erdtree Avatar 113 would be higher if it was just, you know, the Erdtree Avatar and not the Putrid Avatar. 112 is the Bloodhound Knight. We all know this guy far too well. Everyone loves a little early Bloodhound's Fang action, let's be honest here. This is the first real boss I think a lot of people are going to encounter in Elden Ring. Tons of people will struggle at the start and look up what weapon to try, and that all leads us to this guy. His moveset is pretty small, and that honestly makes me feel like they kind of know he's the tutorial, that he's the stepping stone, you know. He's a punching bag to get a top tier weapon and, you know, to help you kind of learn the game. His moveset is just enough to introduce you to how a lot of this game's bosses will act. You know, it's a solid boss with solid tells, nothing too special, but he's good at what he does. I would say this is probably the closest thing to a tutorial boss Elden Ring really has, because we don't count Rick and we don't count the Grafted Scion, and we all go see this guy at some point in the early game. So I would say this is probably the closest thing to a tutorial boss Elden Ring has. Maybe that's a bit of a crazy take, but I would say Bloodhound Knight is probably the closest you get to it. 111 is Mitha, the Baneful Queen. I would say this is the first DS2 boss besides Pursuer and not Ornstein to actually have a decently large moveset for where she is in the game. She's got a nice mix of melee and magic attacks, plus her head explodes, which is pretty cool, I guess. You also have a pretty neat interaction with this boss where if you burn the windmill, you just remove the poison out of the arena, or most of it. There's a little bit left on the outside of the arena. And I believe she gets a buff inside of it because she gets this green aura when she steps in it, but I can't confirm that for sure. Maybe the aura is just for aesthetics. I have no idea. But I always enjoy little environmental interactions, and that goes a long way for this boss. She's got a solid moveset with solid attacks, solid tells. This is another boss that was, you know, made better and Bearer of the Curse because you could parry her. This is a fun fight. I always look forward to Mitha. This is definitely one of the better bosses in the mid-game of Dark Souls 2. Again, after you fight Old Dragon Slayer and Pursuer, this is probably your next really solid boss after that. I look forward to this one. Fun fight, good attacks, good use of the area, good use of the concept of the boss. Very fun, very solid early to mid-game DS2 boss. 110 is the Fool's Idol. This is by far the best version of this gimmick. She clones herself and teleports around the arena, but when she does, she sets these magical traps all over the floor that will stun you if you step onto them. And even though in the footage I'm stepping on them a lot, I have done other runs where I don't step on them a lot. Worth noting, this footage is from like my second run of Demon's Souls. I played this game like 7 times at this point. So yeah, I'm stepping on them a lot in the footage, and it's just very easy to see them when she cast it because it all shows up on the ground, and as long as you remember where they all were, or at least for the most part, you can find a safe path to, you know, attack all the clones and reach the real idol, or if you just get lucky, find the real idol. People tend to not like this boss. This is also the same demographic that thinks any boss that doesn't make you dodge 500 attacks before getting a single hit in is mid. It's best to disregard these people. Gimmicks are fun, and making you have to use your head on a boss like this is a great decision by FromSoft. I wish we saw more gimmicks. I do. I miss the gimmick bosses. I really do. While I do enjoy me some, you know, some Elden Ring action when it's done well, I do really enjoy a gimmick like the Fool's Idol. This is personally one of my favorites in Demon's Souls. I love this boss. Fool's Idol is a lot of fun. I think that the traps on the ground add a lot to the boss. You know, seeing it and just remembering where it all was, and then, you know, just navigating the room, not stepping on any traps. It always feels good, even though my footage is not really indicative of that. 109 is Shadow Tree Avatar. This is definitely the runt of the DLC remembrances, if I'm honest. It's just an odd fight. Some of his attacks are just a bit weird. Every movement he makes looks jank as hell, and it makes me uncomfortable for some reason. While the boss looks a bit janky, he actually feels pretty good to fight. Solid attacks with good tells. He has a unique gimmick of coming back to life twice after you kill him, but if you get a riposte when you knock him over, he spawns with a little bit less health, so it just makes it a bit more bearable. He gains new moves with each new life that he gets, and this is all standard stuff, until he gets the giant explosion, and I have no idea what the timing is for the triple explosion. Just get lucky, I guess. I know there's a proper time to dodge, and I'm not saying that there is no proper time. I'm just saying that I didn't learn it in my 3 times fighting this guy, so, whatever. But anyways, it's solid enough. You can usually tank the first hit of the explosion and then just heal afterwards. 108 is the Tree Sentinel. We were all humbled by this guy, let's be honest. We saw this dude just chilling at the first step and thought we had it. As we soon learned, we in fact did not have it. This guy is a great lesson in learning that some bosses do not need to be fought immediately. He shows up a few times, but this is by far the most notable appearance of the Tree Sentinel. This guy is definitely thriving off of that Gyobu DNA. Some of his hitboxes are a bit questionable, but outside of that, he's a good boss. The main draw of this guy is, I think, seeing your power progression, in the early game, struggling at first and then coming back and absolutely curb stomping him. It's a good time. I think that's a good thing for this guy. He's a power progression tool for the early part of the game, just to see how far you've come. 107 is Amygdala. This is Bloodborne's obligatory, not a dragon, but basically a dragon fight that some of these games tend to have. Some other examples of this include Estelle and Demon Prince Phase 2. Amy G here tends to get a bad rep for pretty much no reason. You hit the head after her attacks and hit the arms any other time. Simple enough. And if you're packing a lot of Blood Tinge or Arcane, you can just absolutely annihilate her by just blasting her in the head. She's not a bad boss at all, and definitely not what fucking Chopper said she is. God, I can't believe that guy. Amygdala, fun time. I enjoy this boss. It's kind of a stepping stone. It's one of the more forgettable Bloodborne encounters, but it's still not bad. 106 is Chaos Witch Quelaag. This is the original Goon or Souls boss. Quelaag is an all-time classic in many ways, I guess, although she is a great example of why a boss has hitboxes on their weapon handle. An issue this boss has as a whole is that if you dodge inward or you just stay close to her, she kind of has a hard time hitting you. Even if your timing is off on your dodges, it doesn't matter sometimes. And this is because she has no hitbox on the handle, it's just on the blade. And I know that it's always annoying to get hit by the handle and take full damage, but this boss is a great example of why you just kind of have to have that. Otherwise, they can't really do much to you. Rolana is another really good example of this problem. Aside from that, I think this is a pretty standard, just good boss. I don't have much else to say. Good telegraphs, good variety of moves for this point in the game. Solid fight, way better than Najka. I like that, there's some lava spewing, there's the Fury Sword, and then there's just some other attacks with the AoE. Good time, solid boss, one of the better bosses in Dark Souls 1, for sure. 105 is Vicar Amelia. I'll say this was my first brick wall in my first playthrough of Bloodborne. Vicar Amelia is a proper introduction, I guess, to the limb break system. Cleric Beast has it, but this is going to be the first time where you're really going to be relying on it, I would say. Unless you go fight Parl first, which I don't think most people are going to fight Parl before Amelia. If I had one thing I'd change about this boss, it's definitely the hair. The hair is just so obscuring that it'd make even Mikola blush. A couple of the attacks, I would say, have some questionable hitboxes, but it's nothing too bad. Again, the real issue is that if you're behind her or you're close to her, it's kind of hard to get a read on what she's doing, which is why she's all the way down at 105. Otherwise, she's got pretty solid attacks. This is probably like the first time in Bloodborne where I realized, okay, yeah, these games are pretty hard. But overall, I feel she's a better boss than people give her credit for. Vicar Amelia is solid. I like this boss. 104, Estelle, Natural Born of the Void, or Stars of Darkness, depends who you ask, I guess. A giant boss where you can kind of see what's happening for a change. Estelle is definitely one of the more forgotten remembrances in Elden Ring. I would say that out of all the base game remembrances, he feels the most like a random dungeon boss. His moveset is very fun. I think it's very satisfying when you read the startup jaw chomps before he attacks, like, the couple clicks he does before it. Always feels good to get that timing just right. His nebula swings feel good to dodge, and as for the slams, well, it's a mixed bag, I guess. There's a couple that are simple enough to get away from, but then there's some of them that are just, Lamau get fucked, like a lot of Elden Ring bosses. If you're too close when he starts the move, sometimes you just get hit. Is what it is. There's not really anything you can do about it. Thankfully, he doesn't really do any significant damage on those attacks, though. The one-shot command grab can get annoying, but it has a very clear tell when it's happening. It's a solid enough boss, I would say. I kind of like this guy more as Stars of Darkness because he's got a little bit more health to work with. Natural Born of the Void is just kind of, I think he's a little underscaled, and he just goes down very, very quickly. 103 is Golden Hippopotamus. I would definitely say this thing is the oddball of the DLC remembrances. I don't think any of us expected Moto to just kind of show up in this DLC. This guy actually telegraphs his attacks very clearly, almost to the point that I feel like someone should kind of remind him that he's in Elden Ring. His only attack that can be annoying in Phase 1 is the command grab, but after the nerf they gave it, it's pretty simple to avoid it now. Just kind of walk to the left and then dodge as he gets close, and he'll usually miss entirely. This boss also seems a bit confused, because in Phase 2 he's more porcupine than hippo. The attack where he shoots the quill straight up is simple enough. Avoid it like the Aldrich arrows, I guess, but as for the spin, I don't know. I never really found a consistent way to do it. Maybe my timing's just bad, but for the most part, it's just dodge when you see him start to shoot it and hope that it doesn't catch you. He also has the obligatory rolling attack that Michael Zaki demands every single animal have in these games. Overall, he's a fairly simple boss with an actually telegraphed moveset for a change, but he still has a couple of weird hitboxes and attacks that hold him out of the top 100. 102 is Ava, the King's Pet. You know, I was really hoping to see Ava crack the top 100, but sadly she falls just shy of it. I can't feel bad for the players who fought her without the eye. Absolutely tragic. But when you can actually see the boss, you get one of the better animal fights in the series. Giant ice-powered saber-toothed tiger is honestly an insanely cool idea, and I'm mad I didn't think of it, to be honest. All the swipes and swings have pretty clear tells, and both the magic attacks are also very generous with their tells and dodges. Ava is what I like to think FromSoft's animal bosses should build off of. This should always kind of be the blueprint going forward, I feel. Fun boss. I always enjoy fighting Ava. 101, Bell Gargoyles. This is the first really good duo boss FromSoft ever put together. While I would say DS1 Jank still kinda does play a factor in this boss, I would not say it's as bad as the others. The fight starts with one gargoyle at first, and once you drop his HP to half, a second one comes down who is already at half HP. Which honestly, the HP penalty he spawns with is a bit unnecessary. They're already pretty squishy, but it's also not an unwelcome penalty on the boss, I guess. It can get annoying when they just decide to gate off half of the arena with fire breath. But aside from that, I think that it is a genuinely great duo boss that feels really good to fight against. Ornstein and Smo wishes it was as good as the Belgargs. I would say we're already pretty close to the good tier. The separation in this tier is not nearly as vast as some of the other ones. I would say we hit upper mid tier around Quelaag. 106 is when I'd say we hit upper mid tier. So for the next, like, I don't know, 50 places, this is all pretty close, and you could honestly probably talk me into changing this around a lot. But yes, we're already in upper good tier, which is a good sign. We've definitely hit an uptick in boss quality. Alright, finally in the top 100. Number 100 is going to go to the Flameworker. Now for this, we are specifically talking about the original version of Demon's Souls. I really feel like this is the superior version of this guy. He's a lot more readable in his original arena, with his original lighting, with his original model, and original effects. I like it significantly more than the remake version. Plus, you can also see the range on his AoE attacks. You can't see that in the remake because when he hits the ground, it's just a big yellow flash. Whereas in the original, it is a big bubble around him, and you can clearly see the range that you need to be at to get out of it. It makes it a lot more intuitive in the original version. Also, I feel like this guy is not really scaled towards the diagonal rolling that you have access to in the remake. This is kind of an issue that plagues a lot of remake fights, where I don't really feel like it works super well, specifically because the diagonal rolling isn't the best in that. It's not very well tuned to the bosses in the remake. So overall, I definitely think the original version of this guy is much better. His slams and his swipes and his AoEs are a lot easier to dodge in the original version. And I know I'm just kind of getting my shit pushed in this footage, but this is from like my second run of Demon's Souls. I've played this game 7 times at this point. I've played the remake 3 times, I played the original 4 times, and my cleanest run of this guy was definitely my most recent run of the original game. It's a lot of fun. I really like this guy, and he feels significantly better in the original version. This guy doesn't really have a gimmick like the other Demon's Souls bosses, but I mean, he kinda does. Basically, the gimmick with this guy is like you can't go toe-to-toe with him. You just can't do it. You need to try and hit it from the back, I guess. If you hit him in the back, he tends to stagger a lot more, and it makes it where you can get several more hits in. His swipes feel a lot more predictable and readable in the original game. Everything just feels a lot better in the original is what I'm getting at here. I am one of those people that does not like the Demon's Souls remake, and that's really going to shine through on this list, I feel. But this is a good boss, fun fight. Less is more. It's true. And on this list, you're going to see that a lot. Less is more. I really love the Flame Worker, specifically in the original game. Number 99, now I'm not sure if you heard, but his name is Gyobu Masataka Oniwa. So this is where the real Sekiro begins. Not really. Gyobu is a pushover on the best of days, but I'll say he's your first real boss because Tutorial Geni doesn't really count. Gyobu is where everything you learned in Ashina Outskirts kind of culminates. If he teaches you anything, I'd say he's the Grandmaster Instructor on delayed attacks. My god, everything this guy does has some kind of a weird delay. Thankfully, this is Sekiro, so it's not as bad as Elden Ring delays. I'll say his rope spear swing attack can be kind of annoying and odd at a certain range. It makes it a little bit weird to dodge with the grappling hook. But other than that, it's a clean fight most of the time. You can kind of just like neuter this guy with firecrackers too if he gets too annoying. This is a fun fight. He's a good starter. I know there's a lot of people who really love Gyobu. I think he's good. He's fun. But I can't get him any higher than 99 on this list. Number 98 is Regal Ancestral Spirit. I'd say Moose ties with Estelle for the most forgettable remembrance. Music doesn't really play a role in a boss's placement in this list, but my god, this guy's music is just so good. Oh my goodness. This is a rare Elden Ring boss that doesn't really have any bullshit to him, unless you count the healing, I guess. This boss is also very weak to fire, so he doesn't really have any nonsense, and he's got a clear path to victory where you do a lot of damage on him. So if you're packing like Black Flame or something like I am here, he doesn't really stand a chance. And yes, he does have the obligatory animal rolling attack. Of course he does. You think Big Mike would forget that? Of course he has it. It's a very fun boss. He's one I always forget, but I'm always happy when I remember him, because he is a good time, and I do really like the moose. 97 is the Dark Lurker. I was hoping to squeeze this guy up a little bit higher, but I just couldn't do it. Phase 1 of the Dark Lurker is fun and all of his attacks feel good to dodge, and are pretty fun to play around. But I honestly wish Phase 2 was just something a bit more traditional. Sometimes it doesn't really feel that bad, but a lot of the time, having these guys shooting fire and lasers and exploding orbs at you at the same time just kind of feels a bit hectic, especially since DS2 is so harsh on your stamina. Overall, he's a very good boss, and I hope to see this guy make a return in Night Rain with some improvements, but I can't get Dark Lurker any higher. Again, there's times where he feels really good to fight, and there's times where you just run and run and run and run and run and run and don't really do anything else. So, as fun as Dark Lurker can be, I also have to take into consideration the times where he's not super fun. Number 96 is Manus, Father of the Abyss. Alright. Listen. Manus is a bitch. Straight up, I hate this stupid flailing attack that he does, where if any part of it hits you, it's going to trap you into the rest of the animation, just like Soul of Cinder's quote-unquote command grab. It's very annoying because unless you're already either running away from him or you predict it, it's probably going to hit you because the range on this thing is ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. I also hate this stupid magic shotgun that he does that unless you are directly in front of him, right behind, technically behind the hitbox, it is going to cold-blooded one-shot you most of the time. I hate this attack. He just has a tendency to do it at the worst times. And finally, I hate this stupid AoE attack where he sends all the orbs out and pulls them back in. Unless you get a frame-perfect dodge at a distance, or you get back to him before the orbs do, this is just going to hit you and do a ton of damage. The problem with all of this is that these are 3 attacks that really depend on your position compared to the boss, but they don't work together, because you have to get away from the flailing attack, you need to be up close for the magic attacks, but he can just snap into the flailing attack whenever he so chooses, and the tail is not long enough to get away from it if you just happen to be close to him. It just doesn't work super well. Everything else with this guy is a ton of fun. I like his slams with his big arm. I like his staff. I like the attack where the magic rains down from the sky. Everything else with this guy is dope. I really love his moveset. And honestly, I would say his moveset outside of these 3 moves is better than Artorias. I really like this guy's moveset. But these 3 attacks are just genuinely some of the worst in the game, and I just can't stand it. I genuinely believe if this guy was in DS3 as he is right now, he would be in the top 50 bosses on this list. But as always, DS1 jank is a problem, and Manus falls victim to just being in the jankest Souls game. I really like this guy. On my first playthrough, I really enjoyed Manus, but on my next 2 playthroughs, I really saw the cracks in him. I wish he was better. I really wanted to get him higher, but I just can't do it. Number 95 is Udex Gundyr, old King Osiris himself. If you know, you know. Udex Gundyr is many things, but a tanky boy is not one of them. This guy gets folded by pretty much anything, and his moveset is definitely instructive for new players, but I do find it to be just a little bit too simple, especially compared to something like Gascoigne. He's got good timing on his swings, very generous dodge windows, and a phase 2 that, despite being initially scary, is really nothing to worry about at all. I kind of wish this guy had at least, like, you know, Gascoigne level of health and moveset and damage, you know? This guy goes down so fast, and you don't even really get to see that much of his moveset, but it's still a solid boss. It's a good thing they reskinned him later, so that way you can see more of his moveset. But yeah, I would definitely say that despite him being instructive, Vort definitely does a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to teaching people how to play this game. 94 is the Twin Axe Death Knight. This Death Knight only has a couple of attacks compared to the other version, but this guy is still one of the best dungeon fights in the entire game. He feels so fast, and his unique command grab is really awesome. We also don't really have a lightning user like these guys in the game, I don't think. So it's really fun to fight one of these Death Knights. This guy plays nothing like the Long Axe Death Knight, and I really appreciate that there's a big difference between the two. They're completely different, and I love that. Absolutely killer dungeon boss. I'm a part of the Godwin crowd, and I really wish we got to see him in the DLC. So getting just a taste of what he might have been like is just absolutely awesome. I like this guy, but his moveset is a little bit too limited for me. Only a couple of combos and like 2 different lightning attacks. He's fun, but I just wish he had a bit more. Number 93 is the Snake Eyes from Sekiro. There's a couple of these girls throughout Ashina, and they're both complete assholes, if I'm honest. Even though I know the command grab deflect timing, I just can't get over how dumb it looks to deflect it. I'm sorry. Her delays get really annoying too. Thankfully, if you stay right on top of her, you can pretty much just neutralize the threat of getting blasted. It is satisfying to deflect the kick and then dodge the following gunshot, though, I won't lie. Something I've yet to talk about for some reason is how she is a Mortal Blade victim. There are a lot of bosses throughout Sekiro that just cannot handle the Mortal Blade at all, and this is one of them, man. You just do the jumping Mortal Blade attack. She's like half dead already. It's so easy after that. It's just such a big head start on her. Again, there's a lot of bosses like this, but I would say this is one of the #1 Mortal Blade victims for sure. Just imagine if we got a Moonlight Great Katana in a Way of Tomoe DLC, man. Big sad. Number 92 is the Cleric Beast, the first boss that most people will encounter in Bloodborne. Something I really like about this guy is how you can realistically beat him with only items picked up in the central Yharnam level. I do it all the time. I pick up some throwing knives from the rats to break his head for a visceral, then just use oil urns and molotovs for the entire rest of his HP pretty much, and I guess you can use more throwing knives if you have them. I bring this up to completely disregard how people say that he's just a damage sponge and oh my god, Cleric Beast is so miserable because it takes so many, hits to bring him down. You can kill this guy with literally only items that you pick up in Central Yharnam. I don't want to hear it. It's very, very simple to kill this guy without ever even swinging your weapon. Now for his moveset, I don't think he's too demanding as far as first bosses go. This was my first boss ever in the Souls series. I started with Bloodborne and I first tried him. Everything is well telegraphed, and I like to think that all of his timings make sense. Sure, his command grab can hit kind of hard, but I mean, if you don't find time to react in the 90 seconds it takes for him to grab you, then you definitely deserve it. This guy could be a lot better if he was scaled for in-game, I really enjoy the Cleric Beast. Number 91 is Lady Butterfly. Now this is where the real Sekiro starts. For real this time. While yes, Gyobu is the first Remembrance boss, I think that Lady Butterfly is the first boss to tell you that, okay, if you haven't learned how to play this game, you're about to right now. This boss has got projectiles, fast combos, a command grab, a sweep. There's just a lot to this boss for where she is in the game. And then in phase 2, she can just summon ads to give you a hard time. But if you grab those snap seeds from the Great Serpent area, then it shouldn't really be an issue since you can just dispel these illusions quickly. Phase 2 just puts projectiles with her combos for the most part. These projectiles do chip damage on you, but they're not usually too big of a problem. This fight is a fiend if you have not figured out how to properly play this game yet. If you know, then it's not too bad, and if you don't, then it's time to learn. Number 90 is the Old Hero. I never really see people talk about this guy. Old Hero is still one of the coolest ideas and designs for a boss in the series. In terms of difficulty, I actually think this guy is on the upper end for Demon Souls. It may be easy to get a couple of free hits on him when he loses aggro, but this guy is going to hit you hard every time he does hit you. If he locks onto you and he lands a hit, it's going to leave a dent on you. You bet your ass it will. All of his attacks are pretty well made for the most part, and I would actually say this boss is one of the few that's better in the remake. I really feel like the diagonal rolling adds a lot to this guy, makes him a lot of fun. They should have done something like this again, you know, a big blind guy like this. Sure, Midir and Millennia are blind, but I mean, they don't really act like it except for that one attack that Midir has. This boss is dope. I really love the old hero, and I wish we got to see something like him again. Old hero is a lot of fun. Love this guy. Number 89, Draconic Tree Sentinel. This guy is just a straight upgrade from the original Tree Sentinel. His standard moveset is very weighty and feels very satisfying to dodge. For his phase 2, he buffs the weapon with red lightning and just adds AoE damage onto his moveset. The only really annoying thing this guy does is he has a nasty habit of just non-stop spamming fireballs. They're easily dodgeable, but it just gets pretty annoying after a while. I'd say his only really scary move is when he does that last big swipe and slam to get rid of his weapon buff. Nothing much else to say here, just a solid upgrade from the normal Tree Sentinel. Apparently this guy's a fiend in Night Rain, but I don't know, I didn't play it. Number 88, Ebrietis, Daughter of the Cosmos. I have seen some really rough pronunciations of this name, man. I've seen Ebritis. I saw one guy in a YouTube short call her Beatrice. I could not believe my ears when I heard that, dude. But anyway, this boss could make it a little bit higher if it wasn't for just some of these rough hitboxes, man. Getting hit on half of her attacks just feels like watching the refs help the damn Chiefs every game. Not the Super Bowl, though. I'm exaggerating a bit, but still. The charge just has a really rough hitbox. It doesn't make sense most of the time. Another big issue with this boss is the double swings, you know. She tends to swing multiple tentacles at once, and another problem with this is the counter hit system. You know, you get clipped on a phantom hitbox and you lose 2/3 of your HP to something that didn't make sense. Never feels very good, and Ebrietis is a big example of this issue. Her version of a Call Beyond is actually really fun compared to the normal one because it does 3 4-round bursts on the player, and it doesn't have the lingering hitbox on the ground, and the timings make sense. I really like this attack. It's very fun when Ebrietis does it. I have her this high because of how fun she can be with a range build. You know, if you're packing a bow blade or something like that, it's a lot of fun to fight this boss. But if that's not really your thing, she is also a stake driver and boomhammer victim. Number 87 is the Bloodletting Beast. This guy's a guilty pleasure for me, I won't lie. There are 2 versions of this guy. There's a version with a slightly smaller moveset in the lower Thumeru, and then there's the headless version in Thumeru Ihil that has the full moveset. This is an ankle biter of a fight for sure, where you're more or less just going to be dodging between his legs a lot to get your hits in. But they did add in a way to make sure you can't just hug his ass the entire time. At the end of one of his combos, he does this big ground slam, and the hitbox for that actually reaches all the way back to the tail, just to make sure you have to dodge it. And he's also got this big jump back that he likes to do when you get too close to him, and it will hit you if you're standing behind him. It's just good ways to make sure you can't stay behind the boss at all times. You can also get a pretty good read on what this guy's doing, despite always being between his legs, and despite never really looking at the boss. They did make it pretty clear to see what he's doing just by looking at his feet most of the time, which is pretty good. It's pretty intuitive, I would say. Other than that, his phase 1 moveset is just a lot of swipes and slams and a ranged blood attack where he fires bursts of blood from the big gash in his back. This is actually exclusive to the headless version, I believe. I don't believe the version in the lower Thumeru can do this. After he loses around half of his health, a giant maggot is going to burst out from his neck, and it just adds some new long-range melee attacks with the worm. These can proc bleed on you if you just happen to fall asleep at the controller, I guess. But overall, it's not too bad. Overall, it's just a big boss that's done fairly well, I would say. It can be hard to see in this fight sometimes, but for the most part, you can get a pretty good read on what he's doing just by watching his feet, and he's predictable enough for it to not really matter. Number 86 is the Drunkards. These guys still give me a little bit of trouble in Sekiro, to be honest. They're one of the only Sekiro bosses that still give me a hard time on occasion. Some of the timings on the Drunkards attacks just throw me off even after doing over 20 runs of this game. There are 2 identical versions of this guy. There's the Drunkard, and then there's the Glutton, and there's the other reskin of the Drunkard in the later version of Harada. And then there's the Red Guard, which he's a little bit different with the fire, but that's just his weapon buff and his fire breath, which does a lot more damage than you would think it does. It's a lot more dangerous than the poison, that's for sure. He also has armor that you need to pull off of him with the spear before you can do any significant damage. But like I said, this guy still gives me a hard time because his retaliating swings come out way faster than you would expect. When he whips that sword back around, you better be ready for it, that's for sure. Nothing else is really too bad, but those retaliating swings just catch me way too often. But this guy is definitely one of the first barriers players encounter in Sekiro. Even with Blue there to help you in the first fight, this guy still gives people a lot of trouble, and I see why. Number 85 is the Pursuer. I feel like this is definitely the most recognizable base game DS2 boss. Pursuer is going to follow you to the ends of the earth, just like his name suggests, I guess. He's going to make sure you're always on your toes no matter what. Of all the DS2 starter bosses, I'll say this guy probably does most of the heavy lifting when it comes to showing you how to actually fight humanoid bosses. He's got at least one of every attack to watch out for from a humanoid enemy. He's got a couple basic combos, a thrust combo, a ranged attack that's actually very, very rare, I learned, a command grab, and a dash attack. While he's not the tutorial boss, I'd cite this guy and not Ornstein as the first real bosses of the game. They're the ones that really make you put everything you learned into practice, and they're not directly teaching you anything. Number 84 is Orin of the Water. This is essentially a posture DPS check. Can you deal enough posture damage to outpace her fast posture regen? Well, then you win. Basically, you better deflect everything to build her posture because you're not going to be able to go on the offensive here. I believe the only way to hit this boss on everything would be to use like Lapis Flame abilities and the Living Force skill with that as well, but that's just going to be limited to New Game Plus only. You can't really do that early in the game. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Not a lot to say. Great moveset, very rhythmic and simple, but also very, very punishing. Boss is a lot of fun. I really enjoy Orin, but I never found her particularly difficult. Number 83 is the Penetrator. I would point to this guy as the start of the solo night fights from this point in the series. I don't really feel like people take as much from Allant as people say they do. In my mind, Penetrator started it. And I'm going to say I prefer the original game's version of Penetrator as well, as he's just much more of a threat there. 8-direction rolling neuters this guy a bit too much. His attacks feel much more threatening in the original game, and it makes him a lot harder, because since you don't have 8-direction rolling, you get less openings, because you're not always right next to the boss after dodging. I feel like the normal weapon with the blue swings fits it much better than the red weapon with the sometimes yellow effects in the remake. In the original, he feels like a knight, and in the remake, I always felt like I was fighting a robot or an android or a mech of some kind. I don't know why, the sound effects just don't really make him feel like a knight in the remake. In any case, great attacks, great introduction. This guy's an all-time classic. He's a Souls Hall of Fame boss for sure. I really enjoy this guy. Number 82 is Rolana, Twin Moon Knight. Oh, buddy. People are not going to be happy with this one. Let's get it out of the way. Rolana is just a dollar store Millennia, except everything that makes Millennia a fun boss is absent. Rolana moves around a lot and attacks very, very fast, but she also takes no hit stun. She has a tendency to double swing on every other hit, and these double swings just tend to roll catch a bit too much for my liking. And there's also another issue with this boss that just burns me up every time I see it. And that is that some of her shit just tends to miss up close for no reason. I believe it's because her weapons don't have a hitbox on the handles, and it just makes the fight feel really awkward when I'm not even sure which of her attacks are going to hit me if I'm standing directly in front of her. I also hate the glint blade magic she uses sometimes. This entire boss is just pure aggression that you need to stay on the boss at all times, but then she has two attacks that just say, actually, let's just slow this down to a crawl so you can wait for these projectiles to go get you. Ironically enough, I think Phase 2 is a bit better than Phase 1. She tends to start using her magic and fire attacks more, which are much easier to deal with than her constant sidestepping and double swings. It just expands her moveset so that way her more annoying elements can't come out nearly as much. When the boss is flowing, it feels really good, and when it's not flowing, it feels really bad. Like I said, it's a dollar store Millennia, except everything that makes that fight enjoyable is just straight up not here. I am not a fan of Rolana. It is a good boss, it is, but it is not a great boss, and I cannot get her any higher than this. Number 81 is Loretta, Knight of the Haligtree. So this is our second to last mounted boss in the series. Loretta is definitely the best of the horse bosses. She's got a good combination of magic and melee, with a moveset that I feel really differentiates her from the other horse bosses. Loretta feels a bit random where she's placed in the Haligtree, I'll say, but she's a welcome boss to break up the halves of the Haligtree. Not much else to say on this one. She's the pinnacle of the Elden Ring horse bosses, I'd say. However, she is not the best of the mounted bosses. We will be seeing him in just a little bit, despite how controversial his placement may be. Number 80 is Murgo's Wet Nurse. Murgo's Wet Nurse, I'd say, is one of the more memorable bosses in Bloodborne, despite her being on the easy side. She can only really kill you on counters or if you get caught right in front of her on her big swings. All of her attacks are very heavy and well telegraphed, and the heavy swings do feel really satisfying to dodge when you get it. Nothing here is really tough except for her big uppercut attack, because if you catch that timing wrong or at a bad angle, you are going to get absolutely blasted by her. And this delayed more than her other attacks as well, which just makes the timing a little bit tougher. Even her nightmare phase with the clone is dodgeable. I don't get it in this footage, but when she starts it, the initial wave has a hitbox, so if you just dodge through that little bubble she puts out, then you just don't get sucked into the nightmare phase. But even if you do get hit by it, you just sprint in a circle and you should almost never get hit by her. Murgo's Wet Nurse is a good time. A lot of people tend to dunk on this boss and say that it's bad or that it's too easy, but sometimes the boss doesn't really need to be that difficult. Like I said, it's definitely one of the more memorable encounters in the game, I would say, despite it being very, very easy. Number 79 is the Crucible Knight sword version. I put this guy much higher if he didn't have the stupid tail swipe in phase 2, or at the very least if he didn't do it as often. Everything else about his moveset is actually pretty fun. Good stomps, good sword swings, a flying attack that you can either jump over or dodge with ease. Other than that, it's just annoying to have that follow-up attack on just about everything. And he also has a tendency to sit on a shield a bit too much for my liking. Overall, he's a very generic Elden Ring boss, but he's a good one. He's not bad. I like this guy. Number 78 is Osiris, the Consumed King. I like Osiris. Osiris kicks ass, okay? I'm sorry. This is definitely one of the more underrated DS3 bosses. Not one soul ever puts an ounce of respect on Mr. Dragon Angel here. This footage is old and from my first time fighting this boss, but I actually did forget to record footage of this guy on my footage playthrough, so oopsies, we'll have to deal with this one. His phase 1 moveset is really nothing special at all, I'd say. It's not bad, but it doesn't really have anything going for it. But I think that outside of the charge attack, Osiris' phase 2 moveset is a lot of fun to play around. He moves like a bloodborne beast, and I think that just makes it a good time to fight, makes him stand out among the DS3 bosses. And none of his timings are too weird, he has generous openings, a good variety of moves. Overall, I think Osiris' phase 2 moveset is criminally overlooked because of just one bad move, and that even isn't really that big of a deal. Just like another boss we'll talk about later, the charge doesn't ruin this guy. He's fun, I enjoy his moveset, and I think he's very, very slept on among the DS3 bosses, for sure. I like this guy a lot more than some other DS3 fights. Number 77 is Margit the Fell Omen. No, this is not the tutorial boss for Elden Ring. I see him called that a lot and compared to Gascoigne, but it's just not the same. You'll likely kill a dozen bosses before you get to this guy, so no. He is not the same as Gascoigne. With that out of the way, I do think that Margit is the it's time to lock in boss of Elden Ring's early game. Everything you learn from all the other bosses comes to a boil right here. This guy's moveset for where he is in the game is ridiculous, dude. He's got normal cane swings, and he's got the dagger swings, and the dagger throws, and the hammer slams, and the input reads. And chat, let us not forget about the delayed attacks. He may not be the tutorial boss, but he's going to teach you how the upper echelon of bosses act in this game. Margit is twice as hard as Godric, by the way. I just had to slide that in there. He's held back a bit because I actually think that Margit does throw a bit too much at the player all at once, way too early in the game, and his delays are just egregious in this fight, I will not lie. But this guy's fun. He's a good early game boss, and again, while he's not the tutorial, he is definitely your first real wall in Elden Ring. Number 76 is Dancer of the Boreal Valley. Alright, time for another hot take, I guess. It's been, what, 6 placements since one? We'll go ahead and get another one out here. This is one of the most overrated DS3 bosses. She's a very good fight, but I do not like her nearly as much as others do. All of her attacks can be easily roll spammed, and she just does not have much health. I've seen a lot of people say that the best time to fight this boss is actually right at the start of the game for some reason, but I just don't see that argument. If the game teleports you to this boss at a certain point, then obviously it wants you to fight her then, and if she can't stand up to that point in the game difficulty-wise, then that's just too bad. I guess the best way to summarize my complaint with this boss is that it feels like it's a one-trick pony. Basically, with a lot of DS3 bosses, I don't know if I explained it in the video already, but there's this issue where, because they're not delayed in any way, really all you have to do is see them start to move and you just press roll and you'll dodge it. You don't really have to worry about anything, and this boss is a victim to that. The second you see her start moving, just press roll. Doesn't matter. There's not really a timing to it. It's just a reaction thing. If you react to her movement, you roll. That's all there is to it. There's not really any timing. And to me, I think that makes this boss just a little bit boring. I wish Dancer had a bit more going on. It's a very cool looking boss with a very fancy looking moveset, but I just don't think there's anything here outside of that. I'm sorry. Number 75 is Ramina, Saint of the Bud. And finally, we have reached the ultimate evolution of the Bud Girl archetype. Ramina is a boss that is all about positioning more than most other bosses. It's about being at just the right angle to slip through both of her hitboxes of the centipede and the tail attack. Standing at just the right spots to have a charged heavy for her as well. It all just feels very, very good. Usually position-based encounters annoy me more than anything else, but this one I actually find to be a lot of fun and pretty clear on how to position yourself for her attacks. I just wish Ramina got more as a remembrance, man. No cutscene, not much lore, and God only knows why she was even in the story trailer for 2 seconds. I'm telling you, man, either 2.5 years just wasn't enough to get the DLC done somehow, or they ran into some serious DS3 level development hiccups and changes. And personally, I lean towards the latter. Number 74 is Aldrich, Devourer of Gods. This one gets a bit too much hate for my liking. I think his moveset is just very, very interesting, you know. It's just such an interesting mix of so many older bosses. You know, he's got Nito's weapon on the end of his pole, and then he's got Priscilla's scythe he can use on one of his attacks. He's got Gwendolyn's bow and some of Gwendolyn's magic. And he's also got some unique tricks of his own that he throws in there as well. I really enjoy the change of pace of this guy, where he actually has a couple of delays. You know, most bosses in Dark Souls 3 follow kind of a more reactionary trend. Like I mentioned before, you just kind of see them move, and then you just dodge, and you'll be okay. But this one's got some delays, and it's a good time, I think. People really complain about the arrow attack, but I mean, it's not really that hard to just sprint away from it. I think people make a bigger deal out of it than they should. The main thing with this boss is I appreciate how creative it is. They did something weird and different, and somehow they make it pretty satisfying. I really enjoy Aldrich. Again, I think this one just gets a little bit too much hate for me. I think this guy's a lot of fun, and I always enjoy fighting him. Number 73 is Laron, Dark Beast. This is just, you know, what if Dark Beast Parl was a real boss? That's this guy, you know. You actually get to fight the camera beast straight up, and it works a bit better than you would think. The two Dark Beasts always have pretty clear tells whenever they're about to swipe at you, so it's never a real issue trying to read the boss, and I am so serious when I say that dodging the AoE is the most satisfying thing, maybe in all of Souls. It feels so good to get it just right. Literally just feels like an orgasm every single time. The camera is all over the place, there's no denying that. It's just going to be like that with any time you fight a Dark Beast. But I don't really feel like it's a huge issue in this fight because of how well lit the arena is compared to Parl. And because the arena is just way bigger than Parl's. And since this fight is so fast paced and he has so much health this time around, each limb break feels good, and it always feels satisfying when you get one, since it's not like Parl where you just kind of walk around him like Randy Orton and stomp each body part individually. This fight's fun. I really enjoy Laron, Dark Beast. It's a significant step up from Parl. All he really needed was, you know, a decent health pool and a better arena. That's really all this guy needed. Very fun boss. 72 is the Folding Screen Monkeys. Don't you ever let anyone tell you this is a bad boss. Don't you ever let anyone say that it's a bad gimmick, and do not ever believe that it is one of the worst fights in the series. This is their best quote-unquote puzzle fight that they have ever done. Basing it around the Hear No Evil, See No Evil, and Speak No Evil was genius. Simply genius. Each monkey has a unique way to take them down on your first playthrough, and if you need to stun them for any reason, you just use the bell to make it a little bit easier. And even on repeat runs, I still think they made it fun, because it just turns into seeing how fast can you go through and knock them all down. How quickly can you go through and kill them all. Making that more efficient on repeat runs, it still maintains a fun factor. It may not be the same fun factor as the original time you fight them, but it still works. In a game that is so focused around its combat, an actually good puzzle boss was the last thing I ever expected to find, but here we are. Great boss, great gimmick. I love this fight. A lot of people say this is one of the worst in the series, but again, this is, like I said earlier about another boss, this is mostly the same demographic that considers any boss that you don't just roll spam on to be mid or garbage. So we ignore these people. If there's one thing that most Souls players hate more than anything, it's having to actually use your head in a boss fight. Number 71 is the Godskin Noble. This is the vastly superior Godskin. You're going to come across this guy quite a few times, but I guess in this case I'm talking about the Volcano Manor one. This guy's moveset is just so fun to learn and deal with. His strafes are just so satisfying to get down, and the only thing I'd say that's just bad is the instant belly block attack that is pretty much unreactable. In Phase 1 it doesn't do damage, so it's pretty much fine. But in Phase 2 it does do damage, so it's horseshit. Because it's, like I said, it's basically unreactable. But other than that, I mean, it's a really great fight, I guess, or just a really good fight. The jumping belly slam is easily dodgeable, and as long as you've got ample room to work with, the rolling attack is so simple to deal with, it's crazy. People make that attack seem so much worse than it actually is. As long as you've got room to work with, the attack is fine, it's easy, and it is consistent. Just when he gets close, you roll in and to the right. I promise it's not that hard. This fight is a good time. Number 70 is the Smelter Demon. Now I've mentioned the starter bosses in Dark Souls 2, or the ones that really teach you what to do. But I'm going to say that Smelter Demon is going to be the first major wall that a lot of people hit in this game. This guy does not come to fuck around, and if you mess up, then your ass is going to get sent back to the bonfire post-haste. The best thing to do for this guy is just watch him and see what he does. Roll spamming isn't really an option in Dark Souls 2 because of stamina consumption, so above all else, just pay attention to the boss and don't just roll spam. Smelter has got a few melee attacks, a couple of heavy slams, and an AoE after his jump attack. None of which are particularly difficult to deal with. While he isn't an instructive fight like some of the ones from earlier, I would say he is the point where Dark Souls 2 starts to take its difficulty a bit more seriously, and you could even kind of say he's an outlier in that. You know, even the bosses after him are not nearly as serious as Smelter Demon, but this fight's a lot of fun. He's kind of out of place for where he is because he is just, you know, a cut above a lot of the other DS2 bosses up to this point. It's pretty crazy. I would say this guy kind of feels like running into the Guardian Ape in Sekiro. You know, you kind of curb stomp a lot of Sekiro's, you know, mid-game, and then you get to the Guardian Ape. And it's kind of the same with Dark Souls 2. You start to just kind of run through a lot of Dark Souls 2 bosses, and then you meet the Smelter Demon, and things change up a little bit. This guy's a lot of fun, though. I really enjoy the Smelter Demon. Great fight. 69 is the Abyss Watchers. I know. How dare I put the Abyss Watchers this low? Well, let me explain a little bit here, okay? I hear all this talk about how, oh my god, the gank aspect is so good and so well done. Oh my goodness, you've done it, Michael Zaki. You made it good. Except I don't really think that it is. Yes, it's better than the way that a lot of other bosses have handled it, for sure. But the Red Eye guy, this has a tendency to either just get shit on as soon as he spawns, and then you're left with a 2-on-1 like usual, or, my very favorite, when he aggroes onto the player and makes it a 3-on-1 until one of the other ones accidentally hit him. The Abyss Watchers themselves are pretty annoying, but nothing too bad, except for that sliding attack. It's very aggravating when they just slide with the sword on the ground. Then we get to phase 2, and oh buddy, I hate this guy. He's just so slippery, constantly jumping around in and out and away from my attacks. He just feels a bit too evasive sometimes, like he's always just barely out of reach. The fire trails on all of his attacks don't help either. They're more annoying than Maria's fire attacks everywhere, I'll say that much. But all that complaining aside, this fight is fun. He does have a good moveset. I do ultimately enjoy the Abyss Watchers. However, people really like to overglaze this fight and say that it's one of the best things that they've ever made in Souls. I just can't agree with that. I really like the Abyss Watchers, I do. They're cool, they're iconic. I do like this fight, I really, really do. However, some things are just annoying about it, and that's fine. Just because you really like a boss doesn't mean it has to be perfect. I really like this fight, but it's just very, very irritating a lot of the time. Is it a very, very good boss? Yes, it is. It is very good. It is a fun time, usually. Is it anything special? No. No, it's not. Number 68 is Velstadt, the Royal Aegis. This is the last really good boss in the DS2 base game, so enjoy it while you can, I guess. Velstadt is the late game DS2 boss. Great melee attack with some pretty unique magic as well with the bell weapon. Speaking of, I really love this guy's weapon. A giant bell great hammer that can cast dark magic is such an insane idea, but it works so well. Honestly, this guy's like some of the other DS2 bosses, where they're basically just Dark Souls 3 bosses in a slower paced game. Honestly, I wonder if it's possible to use Dark Souls 2 animations in Arch Thrones, because I would have loved to see this guy come back in Arch Thrones or Night Rain or something like that. This guy's really fun, and I'd love to see him in a faster game. You know, in something outside of Bearer of the Curse, which does just speed him up. In any case, Velstadt is one of the better bosses, especially in the base game of Dark Souls 2. Very fun boss. I really like this guy. Number 67 is Champion Gundyr. This boss gets glazed a bit too much, in my opinion. I know people like him because he can have a lot of combo routes, but he is literally just a better version of Udex and not much more. Champ has a lot of different ways that he can combo you, and that's cool and all, but none of them are really that hard to dodge. He's a typical DS3 roll spam victim, and it shows, it really does. He's a fun little throwaway filler boss, but I would say that he is among the more forgettable encounters in Dark Souls 3. People have to actively remind me of this guy's existence because I don't think this fight is really good or memorable enough for me to ever remember. But he is fun, he's solid, but I do just kind of wish Champ had a bit more. 66 is the Death Knight Long Axe. This guy has literally zero right to be as good as he is. He makes me long for the Godwin boss that we never got. This guy has so many delays and combo routes for a random dungeon boss, not to mention all the lightning attacks that this dude is packing. Sadly, his poise is a little bit brittle, so he breaks very, very easily. Also, he is massively weak to Holy, which does gimp him up a little bit. But as a whole, just wow. What a boss, man. Crazy to find this guy in a random throwaway dungeon like this. If only most of the other DLC bosses were like as good as this guy. This dude is so good compared to so many other bosses in Elden Ring, and he's in a random dungeon. What are you doing, Michael Zaki? What are you doing? 65, Armored Warrior. Gotta say, this is the best gimmick fight in Sekiro. This guy even works as the traditional Souls boss, as Archthrones has proven to us. You have to deflect his greatsword and attack his armor to build up his posture, but you can't actually just kill him on a death blow. You gotta get him over to one of the edges and then just kick him off with a death blow like that. I think that is actually a really smart gimmick for such a combat-focused game. There's not a lot else to really say. This guy is just very unique and has a really well done gimmick. Very well thought out. Really good use of the environment. I always love seeing environmental use in Souls bosses, and this is a really great example of that. Very unique fight. 64 is Godric, the grafted, the runt of the golden lineage, that's for sure. He's actually so much easier than Margit. It's crazy, man. I can't believe how much easier he is. Godric is just a very clean boss. He doesn't have much nonsense aside from his dumb tornado stomp. Easy telegraphs on his swings, good slams, dragon breath, all of it. He doesn't really offer much aside from what we've come to expect from a normal Souls boss, but he does it all very well. He's got the best quotes in the game, though, that's for sure. I really like Godric. I wish I had more to say on him, but he is just kind of a basic encounter. He doesn't really have much going for him outside of just being a really good basic boss. I like Godric, though. I don't want it to seem like I'm slandering Godric. Love this guy, love his quotes, good time. Number 63 is Elemer of the Briar, or the Bell-Bearing Hunter. One of the more unique night bosses in Elden Ring. I love this guy's moveset. He's got a really good selection of up-close attacks, as well as those really cool ranged telekinetic sword moves, where he just swings them around from halfway across the arena. Good mix of both, good timings on his attacks, great use of this guy's abilities during the fight. It's a shame that the Ash of War for this weapon is just so lame, but as a boss, God, this guy is awesome. One of the bosses I was always happy to bump into in the open world. Really love this guy. I honestly wish we got to fight him a little bit more. Bell-Bearing Hunters only show up at night in a couple locations. This guy could show up a bit more, and I wouldn't complain about it. I really like this guy. Take out 2 of the Erdtree Burial Watchdogs and stick some Bell-Bearing Hunters in there. I'll take that. Alright, number 62 is Knight Artorias. Alright. So this is the part where people send me a letter bomb, right? This is what's going to happen. Hear me out. I cannot find it in my heart to place this guy any higher. And why is that? Because DS1 jank is just too much to bear in this boss. I get it. It's the start to the really acrobatic night fights. A lot of the really acrobatic night fights take from Artorias. Penetrator is the start of the traditional night fights. Artorias is the start of the more animated and acrobatic ones. I get that. This boss just has too many issues with the super janky combat of Dark Souls 1. I'm sorry. Not to mention a couple of really questionable hitboxes. I wholeheartedly believe if you just take Artorias as he is right now, drop him in Dark Souls 2 or 3, he would still to this day be in maybe the top 20 of this list. This guy's got a great moveset. He's just stuck in the jankest Souls game. And that burns me up, and I hate to say it. I believe this guy's moveset does show up in Archthrone somewhere, and I'm excited to fight him there when the full release of that comes out. But I have to rank this boss as he is, and not what I want him to be. I see the love for Artorias, I really do. But DS1 just holds him back too much. As much as I want him to be higher, because he's so cool, I gotta stop him at 62. Number 61 is Gehrman the First Hunter. Alright, sure, yeah, fuck it. Let's just make this worse on myself. I do not like this guy, whereas I really wish I could have got Knight Artorias a lot higher. I wish I could get Gehrman a lot lower, I'm not gonna lie to you. I do not like this guy, not at all. I hate how his charge double hit comes out fast enough to frame trap you between the hits, you know? I hate how he picks up super armor in his weird phase 2.5, which just does not work with his moveset at all. And most of all, I hate the constant zipping around the arena that Gehrman does, because not only does it just look super janky, it just makes the camera bounce all over the place. Gehrman is also my pick for hardest Bloodborne boss. If you come fight this guy when you're supposed to, right after Murgo's wet nurse before the DLC, this dude is insane. Despite all this, I can see that Gehrman is a good boss. I don't like this guy, I don't think he's very fun to fight, but I can assess this fight properly, I feel. As much as I hate him, as aggravating as he is a good boss. If I could just get rid of the stupid zipping on his attacks in Phase 2, he would be so much better. He would legitimately jump up 15 spots if he didn't zip around so much in Phase 2. I see he's a good boss. I do. But I cannot put him in the top 60 of this list, or even in the top 10 bosses of Bloodborne. I can't do it. I do not like Gehrman, and I wish I could have got this guy lower. I really do. But I couldn't find it in my heart to do it. This guy is just not it, man. I get it from a lore standpoint, from a soundtrack standpoint. Yes, it's all very cool. But I gotta look at gameplay on this list. We're evaluating the bosses in terms of their gameplay. This guy is just not it, man. He's really not. Very overrated. Easily the most overrated Bloodborne boss, I feel. By far. Not even close. Number 60 is the Crucible Knight Spear version. This guy is one of the best generic knight fights in Elden Ring, I'll say. His moveset is actually good and intuitive, which I find to be a bit uncommon for spear enemies. Spear enemies always give me trouble in every single game that they're in. He's got the classic Elden Ring stomp. He's got the jumping Crucible Knight attack. And instead of the obnoxious tail swipe, we have a command grab that is very simple to avoid all in all. But it's very punishing if you do fail to dodge it. The only real drawback I cite on this guy is his stupid input read heal punish, because it always goes way further than you would expect. But he's got good telegraphs for dodges, some strafable attacks. Overall, this is a very fun time. It's one of the bosses that I actually don't mind getting reskinned a lot, because it's just always fun to me. I wish this guy showed up more. I really do. I love this guy. A lot of fun. I love this Spear Crucible Knight. Very good time. Number 59 is Watchdog of the Old Lords, and this one is by far and away the most skill-issued boss in all of Bloodborne, that's for sure. This guy having the reputation he does, even in the Defiled Chalice, is simply absurd. All of his tells are very, very clear, his hitboxes are all reasonable, and most of all, he is such a simple but fun boss. People love to ankle bite this guy, but I have just learned that's not how you're supposed to deal with him. You fight him head on like you would a dragon. And that's by far the most effective method to deal with this. You dodge through the bites and hit the front arms, or you dodge back and you try and hit the head, because once that head is broken, he is going to take massive damage if you're packing a thrusting weapon. It's a simple fight that a lot of people seem to just not understand for some reason. I get it. He one-shots on counter hits, but so do most bosses in Bloodborne. But my god, he is just not bad enough to warrant all the crying I see about him, man. He is simply better than Gehrman, and I will not be convinced otherwise. Watchdog of the Old Lords is a very, very fun boss with good tells, the great use of the limb break system, especially on the head. Very, very good fight. Number 58 is False Corrupted Monk. I never see much talk about either of the Corrupted Monks, to be honest. False Monk is a tough fight for where you find her. Very fast posture recovery, and unless you've got confetti on, she only takes damage immediately after her attack, and negates it a lot at pretty much any other time. Despite only being a one-stock boss, she is a massive wall in your way at this point in the game. Very much a skill check, unless you just insta-kill her with the backstab cheese trick. She gets written off on a lot of lists because she has a better version later in the game, but I don't think that really takes away from how good this first fight is. We'll get to the second one much later. Alright, now we are moving on into the Great Tier. We are officially in the upper echelon of bosses. From here on out, it's only some of the best of the best, and while we're not at my top tier yet, that would be the peak tier, we're getting there. Like I said, this is the upper echelon. We're in the good stuff now. Number 57 is the Storm King. We have finally reached the last of the Demon Souls bosses, and the Storm King is kicking off the Great Tier with one of the most cinematic bosses in the entire series. This one has actually improved a bit in the remake. There aren't many of these that I feel are better in the remake, so enjoy this one while you can. The main improvement here is to the atmosphere. While the original game definitely has the better design for the boss itself, the atmosphere in the remake just feels so good, and the sound design, it all just hits so much harder in the remake. You go through the entire level just being harassed by these manta ray alien things, and then you finally pick up the weapon to deal with them, and it feels so good to use it in the remake. While obviously Rykard is overall the best fight to use this gimmick, I'd still say that this one does the gimmick itself the best. It starts out with you grabbing the Storm Ruler and then dealing with the smaller Storm Birds, and then after you've cleared out all of them, the big one decides to come down, and it does a little strafing run every now and then and shoots little projectiles at you, which can kill you very, very quickly, as I learned. But it only takes a few swings of the Storm Ruler to actually bring it down. It's all about the spectacle in this fight, it really is. This fight makes you feel powerful with the Storm Ruler. It does that exceptionally well, and I love that. I'm sad that Demon's Souls taps out right before the top 50. I wish I could get it in the top 50, as the original Demon's Souls is my second favorite Souls game, but I just can't do it. I love this fight, though. Very, very fun, very, very cool. It's just a shame that the better version of this fight is in the version of the game that I don't play anymore. Number 56 is the Blue Smelter Demon. Now this is how you handle a reskin. Blue Smelter is just faster than his counterpart. He's got different timings on his attacks and even chains a couple of them together differently. This is definitely how you handle reskinning a boss. You take a good boss that was already one of the best ones in the original game and turn it into something even better. Blue Smelter feels distinct from the original, and I honestly end up forgetting that he's a reskin, despite them being extremely similar. I don't have much else to say because he really is just an improved version of the normal one, but he's a very, very good boss. I love the Blue Smelter Demon. Very, very fun. Big improvement over the original. Despite what would seem like minor changes, the improvements go a long way. This fight's very, very good. I like this guy. Number 55 is the Looking Glass Knight, and finally we have the last base game Dark Souls 2 boss. It's just a slower moving knight boss with a good amount of combos, a jump attack, and some delays. Mix-ups, and a few different lightning attacks, just to check to make sure you're paying attention, I guess. This man is also the originator of the Crucible Knight poking attack, so if you ever wondered where that came from, look no further than this guy. He carries a shield in his left hand, and it actually works like a shield. If your weapon makes contact with the shield, it'll bounce off of it just like you hit a wall. So it's all about positioning yourself just right to take advantage of an opening, because there's nothing that feels worse than when you're on the wrong side of him and you just clang right off the shield. And speaking of the shield, he can use that to summon NPCs out of it. The NPCs are overall pretty weak, but it's just kind of to add to the gimmick of the boss. And if you're online, he can summon in other players, and it just makes it very, very cool, especially if you get someone who's trolling you and heals the boss. But if you want to make the fight a lot easier, just go offline. That's how you make it easier. But if you want it to be a lot more funny, get another player in there. This is overall the best boss to incorporate PvP so far. We have Night Rain and Dustblood on the horizon, so I'm sure that'll change, but right now the Looking Glass Knight is the best example of it. I love this guy, especially since this guy tends to act more passively when the NPC or another player is on the field. Just makes it all feel very, very good. I love this guy. Really fun boss. Definitely the best boss in the base game. Really fun. Love the Looking Glass Knight. Number 54 is the Divine Dragon. Now this is the pinnacle of the cinematic gimmick fight, 100%. Rykard I don't think really counts because he's a real boss, unlike Yorm, Divine Dragon, and Storm King. Divine Dragon's first phase is chill, but I guess still enjoyable. It's just satisfying to get the air death blow on one of the small dragons, then just whip him around and take out everything else in the area. Feels very, very good to just see that HP bar just get chunked all the way down in one swing. Then we get to phase 2 where the Divine Dragon uses what I can only assume to be this game's Moonlight Greatsword. I'm going to headcanon that it is, and you can't stop me. It shoots these big wind projectiles at you, simple enough to deal with. You have to grapple onto the trees with the lightning on it, and then send them right back at the dragon to do any real significant damage to him. You can Mortal Blade him if he goes for his melee attack, but I mean, you'll run out of emblems before you really do anything with that. All this culminates in the single coolest moment in the series. If you hold off on that last lightning strike for just a moment and then blast him right at the last second. It feels so good. This is the best cinematic fight in the entire series, 100%. I don't even know how you would top the Divine Dragon. I don't even know how you do it. It's just that good. The soundtrack, the arena, the build up to it, everything just culminates in just the right fight. Love the Divine Dragon. I don't know how you make a cinematic boss cooler than this guy. Number 53 is Sin, Slumbering Dragon. Now, this is the most overly hated dragon ever. Sin catches so much crap for absolutely no reason. I don't know why people hate this boss so much, but I have found him fun on every single playthrough of the game so far. Sin always opens up with an easily dodgeable charge, and when his front legs come back down, you're going to learn pretty quick that he also has hitboxes when he lands. Now, is this a problem worthy of shitting on the boss for? Absolutely not. Just dodge one more time to get your opening. Sin is a bit different from some of the other dragons in that he's going to spend a good amount of time in the air. Now, whether it's to reposition, shoot a fireball, shoot a fire wave, or just dive bomb you, doesn't really matter. He's going to be in the air a lot of the time. He's just as dangerous in the air as he is on the ground, which you don't really see too often for dragons. A lot of the time, they go up in the air for one attack and then come back down. Sin's not like that. Sin's going to be up there a lot. Sin's fire works a bit different too in that it's poisonous. You get hit too many times and it's going to poison you as well. His hide is also exceptionally thick, so you may end up breaking a couple weapons on him. But if you didn't know to have several weapons by this point in Dark Souls 2, then that's kind of on you. You've been playing this game the entire time and you just figure out now that you should have several weapons. That's a you problem, buddy. Sin is a great time no matter what, and I think that it is absolutely ridiculous that some people call him one of the worst dragons. I love Sin. Really fun boss. Love this guy. I look forward to him on every single playthrough. I do. Number 52 is Dragon Lord Placidusax. Plasty gets a bit too much praise for my liking, but I do admittedly enjoy this boss. It's always just kind of awkward because he has the tendency to just sit there and take it. He doesn't really do very much, but he's very different from all the other dragons in Elden Ring. Instead of going for the head on Plasty, you're either going to be ankle biting or hitting the tail, but usually just hitting the tail. Plasty starts out pretty slow, so it's a lot of just sprint around to avoid the red lightning, and then run and jump over his tail when he breathes fire behind him. But once he loses some health, he's going to start using his melee, and it's actually pretty fun to dodge the melee once he starts teleporting around. The problem with Plasty is that he's so rotund that he has a really hard time getting a hit in. Pretty much the only threat in this entire boss is the big double laser desperation move at the end. But other than that, you just kind of beat him senseless. At least it's fun to do it, I guess, but I do wish he put up a little bit more of a fight. He just seems a little confused more than anything. Plasty always seems very confused as to what's going on. Number 51 is Black Dragon Calamite, and now rounding out the Dragon Quartet is my pick for the best boss in Dark Souls 1, Black Dragon Calamite. Calamite is the start of the actual dragon fights in Souls games, and I still think he's one of the best ones they've ever done. This is actually a fight where I feel like Dark Souls 1 jank doesn't really play a factor. I don't feel the jank against them like I do with Artorias or Manus. Calamite's got a lot of neck swings, some flying attacks, some stomps, just some basic dragon stuff at this point. There's really not much to describe with his moveset because it's just the start of all the other dragon movesets we've seen these days. But Calamite still puts it all together in a fun way that most others just can't seem to manage for some reason. Very fun boss. I love Calamite. Easily the best boss in Dark Souls 1. Clears every other boss for sure. Number 50 is the Demon Prince. This guy is simultaneously overrated and underrated. Whenever you ask someone what the most underrated boss in Dark Souls 3 is, 99% of the time they say the Demon Prince for some reason, which I think makes him a little bit overrated because everyone just says he's underrated. But let's not kid ourselves. This fight is hard carried by the one-on-one at the end. Phase 1 is either a complete clusterfuck like every other gimmick fight where you just get shit on with zero counterplay, or it just turns into a pinata beating simulator. Neither option is particularly enjoyable, so this boss is kind of a newer take on the Ornstein and Smo design. What I mean by that is, whichever boss you kill last determines which version of the prince you're going to be fighting. You should always kill the demon in pain first. This results in the prince having a long-winded laser attack that is either A, just easier to dodge than the alternative, or B, if you get behind him when he does it, it's like 10 seconds of free damage and in all likelihood a free stagger. If you kill the demon from below first, he gets this really dumb meteor attack that just makes the fight a complete chore to deal with. The Phase 1 demons aren't too bad, maybe a bit too spongy for my liking. Them dealing toxic can be a bit annoying if you get unlucky. Like I said earlier, Phase 1 is either a mess or a breeze, and there really is no in-between, it feels like. The actual Demon Prince himself has a really great moveset of fireballs, a laser, swipes, fire blasts, stomps, etc. Very fun and cinematic boss. Also, side note, does the council count this as a dragon boss? I mean, he's got all the hallmarks of a dragon. Hell, he's even got the wings. Personally, I count him as a dragon fight, if nothing else, just to push the Elden Ring Ancient Dragons even further down the totem pole. But yeah, we'll see what the council decides on this one. You know, if I had to pick a complaint with the Demon Prince, I would say that Phase 2 is a bit too spongy for my liking. You know, the first two demons aren't exactly squishy, and then you get to phase 2, and he just has an ocean of HP, especially on New Game Plus cycles. It just feels bottomless. He has a bottomless ocean of HP, man. It takes forever to get through it. He's also got a couple of kind of wonky hitboxes, especially on the big fire slam that he does. The projectile also has a kind of weird hitbox. Overall, it's a very fun fight. I really like the Demon Prince. It's one of the more fun giant bosses in the series, obviously because he's at number 50. I really love this guy. I do. He's a great fight, but he's just got some quirks that, you know, keep him out of the higher parts of the great tier. Number 49 is Martyr Logarius. Logarius is one of the few bosses in Bloodborne where people don't just like actively look for things to bitch about with him, so you know he's got to be pretty good. Logarius paces himself in a very different way compared to most bosses in Bloodborne. In phase 1, he's a caster. You know, he stays back and blasts you with his executioner magic. You know, just some volleys of magic, a couple big magic charge attacks, and then he's got a point blank get off me spell. He's also got a really slow scythe combo that should normally just be parry bait, but if he does manage to get you on it, he's going to hit you pretty hard, especially on counter hit. So don't get hit, just dodge it or parry it, one of the two. Phase 1 is pretty simple overall, but it does not play around if you get careless. He can pack on a lot of damage if you're not paying attention, for sure. Then we move into phase 2, and dear God, this guy just does not slow down. The first thing he'll likely do when phase 2 starts is he's going to drop his sword into the ground, and this is going to make this big pool of swords up above him. These swords are going to shoot at you and make fighting this guy overall just a huge pain in the ass. The best thing you can do is either roll forward and attack the sword, or just shoot it the second he drops it. Either one is effective just as long as you get rid of that sword, because it is no fun trying to fight this guy with those things still in the air. He has a tendency to try and do this like 4 times in a row, so get ready to shoot the sword like a bunch of times. Other than that, phase 2 is just where he really decides to lock in. At this point, he's moving around a lot faster and he's using his sword a lot more. He's got a couple of slower swings that leave behind little after effect slashes, not unlike Gale, Consort Radon, and Pontiff's Shadow Clone. These can sometimes just lead to unfortunate deaths if you're not careful, as it can stun lock you. The most threatening part of Logarius now is his faster sword attacks, though. He'll combo you for days with faster swings and will run you down with a thrust attack if you attempt to get away from him. These are all parryable, but if you mess it up, he is gonna make you pay for it. He keeps the same scythe combo from phase 1, but now he gets a couple of new attacks with it. He can either fly backwards before doing a big spinning dive forward with the scythe. Despite how this looks, it actually is super parryable. And then he can just jump straight up and come back down with the scythe. The hitbox on this is really weird. After over 30 playthroughs of this game, I still don't know exactly how the tracking on this works. With all that being said, this boss is very layered and is without a doubt on the harder side of Bloodborne bosses. This guy also just makes me wish Bloodborne kept its boss Cold Blood system from the earlier builds of the game. Would have loved to get either the Arcane Scythe or the Sword. I don't know, maybe modders can eventually do something with that. But Logarius is a lot of fun. I really like this guy. I kind of like how he does have some defense against parrying as well. He's got this aura around him, where if you mistime a shot, it'll just kind of bounce around him. Like when you use the Beast Roar in PvP, the shot will just do that, or just go right around him. So you got to make sure you time it just right. This is sometimes inconsistent. Sometimes he has this aura, sometimes he doesn't. I don't really know what triggers him to have it versus not having it, but it can make the boss a little bit more difficult if he does have it. Overall, Logarius is a good time. Really like this guy. Very fun boss. Very, very different fight, but very, very good. Number 48 is Pontiff Sullivan. Personally, I have always considered him as this game's version of Logarius. Pontiff is a fiend, through and through. He's the most aggressive boss in the game by a good margin, and he just does not let up. He always opens with the same attack, but it's after this where problems just start to happen. Pontiff will combo you forever once he gets going. He's got a billion conditional follow-ups depending on where you're standing around him. He just turns to the side, bitch slaps you with the sword, and then just starts up a whole nother combo. The only way to really slow him down is parrying, but you see, I lack the degree in quantum physics to understand parrying in this game in Elden Ring, so we just have to tough it out. Pontiff's got a lot of combos, a command grab, several different jump attacks, and even a ranged dark magic slash attack. After you knock off like half of his HP, he'll grow wings and not much will change at first, and then he does the thing. He summons a shadow clone of himself and then mirrors the movements of the clone by a couple of seconds. You can either smite it immediately to get rid of it, or you can keep it around. Pontiff will always follow what the clone does, so if you're better at this fight than I am, it's a good source of information, I guess. However, the risk is any failed dodge with this thing out can just turn into a blender and just kill you very, very fast. Aside from the clone, not much changes. Pontiff is also my pick for hardest DS3 boss, as well as like 3rd or 4th hardest in the series. This guy absolutely destroys me every single time I fight him. Every time I play DS3 and get to Pontiff, it's like an hour of pure ass beating before I get through him. Number 47 is the Samurai Generals. While some of the earlier Sekiro bosses teach you the mechanics, I'd say these guys are the ones that are going to make you really put it into practice. They're also like the only human enemies in the game with poise, which always surprises me whenever I fight them. The Generals have some heavy swings that are just delayed enough to make you panic. If you're like 90% of Sekiro players that spam deflect once a more delayed attack starts winding up, you're going to wear yourself out on these guys. I know I did, that's for sure. They've got a very well telegraphed sweep and command grab, but these guys have a very sneaky thrust attack that they love to combo into and scare you with. If you see it coming, then it's a great source of posture damage, but if you don't, you're just going to get blasted by it. I swear, one of their attacks is a reference to Surlon. I'm convinced that it is. The way they just charge it up for a minute and then just slide right over to you is just like what Elan does. As one final layer, they have this little thing that reduces their posture buildup. This is mostly just a noob blocker to keep them from dying too fast. Once you've played this game enough, you know to just keep shuriken on for any enemy that has this move. Overall, I think a noob stomper is a pretty good way to describe these guys, but they're very, very fun and very good at what they do. Number 46 is Commander Nile. Alright, I've been waiting to talk about this guy all video. This is the last of the random Elden Ring bosses. So yeah, it sucks having the 2 Banished Knights in the room with him. However, they go down fairly easily because you can basically kill one before Nile or the other knight can really do anything, and then Nile plays pretty passively until both knights are dead. So you can just kill one as soon as he spawns and then fight the other one in a one-on-one fight. Once the knights are gone, Nile's going to charge up and add frost to all of his attacks, which is definitely better than Neil's Scarlet Rot, that's for sure. His attacks are the same as Neil's, except he has a special attack. Once his health dips below like a third, he charges up yet again and rushes you with a big swing. If you manage to dodge this, you get a massive punish window, so basically like 2 charged heavies and pretty much a guaranteed stagger. If you don't, then I don't know what happens, probably something bad, so don't get hit. Nile also has something else to separate him from Neil, that being his prosthetic leg. He has a jumping attack as well as a few moves he can use in neutral where he just pops out the lightning prosthetic from his right leg and just slams it down. These attacks always feel really good to dodge perfectly, and the timing on them is just right. Pretty much as soon as you see his foot stop moving when he's rearing back, just dodge right then because he's going to snap it down on you in an instant. This fight as a whole just feels so good, feels so smooth and so satisfying. I swear, Nile feels like he was a remembrance at one point in development. This guy is actually that good. I absolutely love this boss whenever I fight him. Nile is a ton of fun. He's better than so many of the other remembrances in Elden Ring. It's absolutely insane. Number 45 is the Lone Shadows. These guys are pretty much just a direct upgrade over the Shinobi Generals, as they do kind of fulfill the same role. You're likely to find your first Lone Shadow down in the Ashina Reservoir, and as such, his moveset is the most basic. Very fun and well-telegraphed moveset with the slashes and kicks. They can also jump up for a big overhead kick before they follow it up with a sweep, and I think they have the single most satisfying combo to deflect in the entire game. They wind up like 4 kicks before doing a big thrust that you can Makiri. It always just feels so good to get that just right, to deflect every single hit. Next time you'll fight these guys will likely be in Ashina Castle. The difference here is that he has a friend with him, which you'll probably just death blow and use bestowal to shred the other one's first health bar. The only difference with this Lone Shadow, I believe, is he has the poison hand attack. He can either wind it up over his head first or just start with a really quick little jab. Neither one is too hard to deal with. You'll find another Lone Shadow down in the Sunken Valley Shrine. It's pretty much the same version of this guy, except he does pop a Yash Sugar in phase 2 to get an attack buff, but he does lose like a quarter of his HP, so as long as you know this guy's moveset already, all he really does is make it a little bit easier on you. You'll find him one more time in the Owl Father memory. He's the same as the last 2, except he can summon dogs, but you can get around this by just staying on top of him and just not letting him breathe. All these fights are fun because they have a fantastic moveset every single time, fun every single time you see him. I love the Lone Shadows. Number 44 is Emma the Gentle Blade. You know, fighting some of these Sekiro bosses really shows how much of a loser Genichiro was. Emma could have just kicked his ass at any time, but she just chose not to, I guess. She just wasn't the protagonist, sadly. Emma uses the Ashina art damn near as good as Ishin himself. Her combos come out so fast and are so punishing. She even shares the same command grab as old Ishin. She's got a jumping thrust attack that I just forget how to Makiri for some reason. A very sneaky sweep attack as well, I believe. And most of all, her version of Ashina Cross does not mess around, that's for sure. One of the coolest combos she can do is the one where on the last swing, if you just block it, she'll push you back and leave you open to another combo, but if you deflect it, you'll do the same to her and leave her open to an attack. The Ashina art Emma is the most proficient in, however, is the legendary input read heal punish, that is for sure, of which she is a master. Emma's moveset is on the smaller side. She doesn't do very much because she isn't some godlike shinobi like all the others, just a complete master of the Ashina arts, and it really shows in her fight. Very fun boss. I really enjoy Emma whenever I fight her. I don't fight this boss nearly as much, but I always love it whenever I do remember her. Number 43 is Dragon Slayer Armor. I'm gonna call it, this is the most underrated Dark Souls 3 boss. DSA feels so satisfying to fight, man. Nice smooth axe swing combos, hard hitting but well telegraphed shield bashes, and the super moves that all have so much impact on them that it feels like you narrowly escape a megaton nuke every time you dodge it. Particularly the weapon Ash of War feels really good to dodge. I wish we saw more Elden Ring bosses do this thing, where they charge up a big super move and it's different depending on if you're close or far away from them. But if he catches you on these charge attacks, it is lights out on every single one of them. It's practically a one-shot and I love that. Makes him still feel powerful, but never really unfair. He does get a bit annoying because of the butterflies in Phase 2, and if it weren't for them, he would honestly get a little bit higher on this list, but as he stands, he's a very simple but very enjoyable encounter. Love this guy. He does not get talked about nearly as much as he should. Number 42 is the Elden Beast. Alright, put the guns down, okay? I think Elden Beast gets criminally shat on for almost no reason. Are there lots of small annoyances? Yes, absolutely. Do I think that this boss has a single major issue? Not really. It's always easier to follow these big bosses when they have swords, and Elden Beast is a great example of that. I love dodging her ranged golden magic waves that she throws out, and avoiding the command grab always feels good. And just getting the timing down on the point blank golden slam that she does feels really good too. But I especially love how the boss just wants you to use pretty much all of your movement to win. When she shoots the stars straight up, you just gotta sprint to escape it. When she does the golden ring attack, run and jump over the rings to get away from the blast. I know people hate the constant running, but it never felt bad to me, because I always just enjoyed dodging her attacks on the way back to her. My hot take for this boss is that I actually disagree with the decision to add Torrent to the fight. It's completely unnecessary for a fight that already works so well in the first place. Sure, this boss runs away a lot, but to counter this when you do get a stagger, you have about a decade to do some extra charged heavies or a hard-hitting Ash of War before actually landing the riposte. Moral of the story, I don't think all the crying people do about this boss is worth it. Elden Beast is a ton of fun, got some really fun attacks, not really much jank with it, very fun boss. Elden Beast is a great time and gets hated on for absolutely no reason, or at least not a reason that I've yet to see. 41, Commander Gaius. Yeah, buddy, here we go. Lil Aggie definitely put it best when he said that Gaius is one of the better remembrances of the DLC. People just got killed too much by the charge attack to really see it. Gaius has some of my favorite timings in Elden Ring. Some of the DS3 bosses have this thing where it feels so good to just roll, poke, roll it just the last second, and then poke again, roll it just the last second, and then poke again. It always makes it feel like such a good back and forth, and Gaius has this really well with an Ultra Greatsword. Now, Gaius does, of course, have a couple of annoying attacks. For example, the only really consistent way to avoid his opening charge is to use the Torrent iframes. While that makes this attack extremely simple, most people simply don't think to do that, which definitely leaves a bad taste in people's mouths. Outside of that, he has like one fast dash attack that he can do in Phase 2, but even that's not too bad. It's got a pretty clear tell. Gaius really only has his reputation because of one bad move, and I really don't think that's fair when you have an otherwise incredible boss. With good tells and good timings on just about everything, Gaius is dope as hell. There's no arguing against that. I love this guy. This is the best mounted boss in the series. A lot of fun. I always love fighting Gaius every single time. One of the better DLC remembrances for sure. Number 40 is Lawrence, the first Vicar. Yeah, I'd say we're officially at the point where just about everything I say is going to start pissing people off with the rest of the list. Lawrence is just in the tier of bosses that people hate because they suck at it. It's really that simple. This tier is mostly occupied by Lawrence, Demon of Hatred, Watchdog of the Old Lords, Elden Beast, Gaius, etc. I always felt like the Cleric Beast could be something more impressive if he was scaled up for in-game, and it's good to see that I was right. Larry in Phase 1 is just a Cleric Beast with fire effects, for sure. Although all I can really say is that something just feels different with this boss. I don't know, it's hard to describe, it just feels really good. I always love just sliding right through his attacks and destroying him in Phase 1. Maybe that's a level of enjoyment you only really get to have after playing this game a lot, but I still love it nonetheless. He picks up a couple of new attacks in like his phase 1.5 where he just kind of flops around after his swings. Once you take him down to like half or maybe 2/3 of his health bar, he loses his legs and just starts crawling around on the ground. The best way to handle this is just keep strafing to his right on his crawling attack and just dodge everything else. Lawrence is just a simple boss. He may be a reskin of the very first boss, but again, he's a really good one. He feels very different to fight, kind of like the Blue Smelter Demon, and I would say I honestly kind of forget that he's a Cleric Beast reskin most of the time. He's nothing special, but he's just a super fun, big boss. I love Lawrence, very fun boss, great attacks. I actually think he's a lot easier to read than the Cleric Beast as well. Him being on fire just makes his attacks very clear to me, plus his arena's a bit better lit. Cleric Beast tends to kind of blend in with the bridge and make him kind of tough to read, but I don't really have that problem with Lawrence. I have a pretty easy time reading him. I love Larry, very fun boss. I almost have him above another DLC boss that we're going to talk about at number 38, so get ready for that. Number 39, post-nerf promised consort Radahn. And here we go. After all of his nerfs, they actually managed to make this guy a pretty fun boss. They slowed him down after a few of his animations and just made it where he can't cancel into stuff nearly as fast. They turned down a lot of his phase 2 light effects and adjusted some of his hitboxes as well. And above all else, they killed the cross slash. Cross slash is the simple 3-piece slash attack that has tortured us all for hours on end, and it was almost undodgeable back in the pre-nerf, but now it is easily dodgeable. You just dodge 3 times and you're through it. You actually have a fighting chance. Now you can still get surprised by it, but it's so much easier to deal with now, and it has a massive punish opportunity after the 3rd hit of it. The main negative I still have with this guy is just Miquella's hair. I feel like when you get close to him from behind, his hair should just turn invisible and make it so much easier to read him. Some of his combo startups are super fast, and not being able to really see when they're coming out just because of Miquella's luscious locks is very annoying. They did turn down a lot of Radahn's nonsense, no doubt about that, but I really do think they did the nerfs very, very well because he is still in contention for hardest boss in the game, even after all the nerfs. Really says a lot about how insane this guy was before. I still do harbor some ill will towards this boss. I still say it should have been Godwin, and this guy feels very rushed. His entire moveset just being either repurposed from Star Scourge or reused gimmicks from other bosses in this game or from DS3. He's got the Godfrey Stomp in Phase 1 that turns into the Radagon Stomp in Phase 2. I believe I went over all this back in the pre-nerf version, but overall, I just kind of wish he felt a bit more unique. I do really like this guy, you know, even though he's got all those reused attacks, and he's got Pontiff Sullivan's combo, which is just absolutely insane. They just ripped a combo straight out of Pontiff's moveset. Absolutely ridiculous. Despite all this, I think this boss is very fun to fight at this point. His moveset's actually fun to deal with. His attack effects are a lot less blinding. Is it still really dumb from a lore standpoint? Yes, it absolutely is. Do I think they redeemed the fight? Yes, I absolutely do. It's insane how all you really had to do to improve him was just slow him down a little bit, turn down a couple of his effects, and just remove the frame trap. Let's not make this mistake again with Night Rain or Duskblood, please, Michael Zaki. Number 38 is Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. Now, despite what people would have you believe, Maria is not a top-tier Souls boss. She's fun, I like her a lot, but she just isn't as great as people say she is. Phase 1 Maria is a simple hunter fight. She transforms her Rakuyo, she can visceral, just simple stuff. Just a basic hunter like Gascoigne or Phase 1 Gehrman. In Phase 2, she gets blood on all of her attacks, increasing her damage, but more importantly, her range. All of her attacks stretch across like a quarter of the arena now, and she also picks up some new charge attacks. These are parryable, but if you mess the timing up, you're gonna pay for it. Then we get to Phase 3 where she starts putting fire after the blood. The Blood Flame mostly just piles on counter hit damage if you mistime a dodge or you go in the wrong direction, but it does highlight an issue that many Bloodborne enemies have, but Phase 3 Maria definitely suffers the most from. The Phantom Hitbox problem. You see, Bloodborne bosses have this habit of still getting their hitboxes to go off, even if they get staggered out of something or parried. Now, I know every Souls game has this problem, but it is at its absolute worst with Bloodborne for sure. Maria takes hit stun on every attack, which is cool, until you realize that you'll just knock her out of her attacks, only for the blood hitbox to still catch you. Then the fire will follow up right after it for even more damage, and this is especially annoying on those charge attacks. The phantom hitboxes on these are just brutal in the 3rd phase, and it honestly takes a lot of the enjoyment out of an otherwise really great fight. It even goes off when she gets parried. You'll get the parry and have her drop down for a visceral, and then you can't take advantage of it because of the phantom hitbox. This is by far my biggest issue with Maria. This right here, this wonky bullshit. Maria in general also suffer from just being too easy and extremely parryable, but this is not how you counterbalance that. It just does not work. The only real layer of challenge here is the phantom hitbox problem, but that is not a good nor intentional layer of difficulty, I don't believe. I've played this game over 30 times, and I have never once died to Lady Maria. I'm undefeated, and I feel like that is kind of a problem with her, but still, it doesn't take away how annoying some of the aspects of this boss are. Number 37 is Sir Alon. I know, I can't believe you made it up this far either. Alon is an outlier in DS2. He's fast, he's aggressive, and he's got these really fast combos that he can usually chain into something else, like the jump back thrust attack. If you're even a little late on your dodges, then you will not have the time to dodge the second hit, which means you either time it just right, or you just catch it at the right angle to mess with his tracking and just make him whiff some of his attacks. Either way, it's interesting to see a boss that you really can't go toe-to-toe with. This dude loves to just slide around the arena. Bro really equipped his black and one socks for this shiny-ass floor so he could do all those sliding attacks. I respect it, to be honest. I honestly feel like the samurai generals from Sekiro stole this guy's sliding attacks, like I mentioned earlier. Maybe it's meant to be a callback, I don't know. He's got this command grab that if he catches you with it, he buffs his sword for a little while, and also makes this really loud and very annoying wind sound that I honestly think was intentional to mess with your focus. Alon's got a really simple jump attack, a long-range dark slash attack. He's got a couple of other little quirks too. If you're really curve stomping him and not getting hit, he'll start to be a bit more careful. He'll lower his sword and just start to walk around. This is bait. If you go for an attack while he's like this, he is going to parry you for massive, massive, unavoidable damage. Straight up some owl death blow stuff. Sir Alon is an outlier in this game. He's the best there is with the sword in Drangleic, and boy can you tell. And one final cool detail with Alon is if you manage to get a no-hit on this boss, instead of doing the normal death animation, he will actually just commit seppuku and, you know, off himself as well. I'm trying to say that in a way that YouTube will not hate. He's a really cool and unique boss with some fun little quirks. You know, we need more of that. We need bosses that are really fun standard Souls bosses with some extra quirks to go along with it. It goes a long way for Sir Alon, I feel. Number 36, Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. I don't really see how FromSoft can ever top Rykard or Divine Dragon from a cinematic standpoint. You peaked with it here and there's no way to make it better. You made a Storm Ruler gimmick fight that is an actual boss fight and it's not a pushover. The main issue I honestly have with this fight is this dumb, unavoidable ground break attack. Just a stupid move. It's almost entirely undodgeable. But other than that, it's a ton of fun. Avoiding attacks from such a massive enemy and hitting back with a huge wind spear just really makes you feel powerful in this fight. The impact and weight on the Ash of War really makes you feel like you're doing massive damage to this godlike creature. His phase 1 attacks are all pretty simple, a lot of head slams and sweeps, and then in phase 2, I guess he's watched too much Naruto, because he just goes full Orochimaru and just pulls a giant sword out of his throat. The Blasphemous Blade is one of the coolest looking weapons in Souls. I love this thing. Just a golden greatsword just covered in gore. I love it, it's so sick. He has this attack that covers the entire roof of the place in fire as skulls just come charging down at you from the flames. At the end of this move, he winds up his super attack and uses Taker's Flames just like your own Ash of War with this weapon. The swing has so much weight behind it, and it's just so satisfying to watch, if nothing else, because it's usually not going to hit you. The lighting in this arena is also just immaculate for this boss. It looks so good. I don't mention arenas too often on this list because I don't really think they usually play a factor, but my god, the lighting here is just so perfect for this fight. Not as much to say about Richard here, just one of the few Souls bosses where the absolute cinema meme applies perfectly. Love this guy, so much fun. Just love the set piece of this. It's a new day of recording, so my voice is going to sound a bit better than it did over the last, 5 entries or so. Number 35 is Abhorrent Beast. That's right, we have got Chalice bosses inside the top 40 on this list. Abhorrent Beast is secretly one of the best fights in Bloodborne, and I'm tired of pretending otherwise. A humanoid Dark Beast was such a good idea for this game. Abhorrent Beast fights a lot like the Hunter does with the Beast Claw and the Beast Embrace rune. Basically, it's just a humanoid monster with a lot of claw swipes and slams, with some thunder and wind effects on the attacks as well. He's got normal combos that don't really seem like much, but they hit pretty hard, and he can chain them into a lot of other attacks. This guy combos like Champion Gundyr. He just links so much stuff together. He's also got these turning attacks, which are there to make sure you can't just treat him like the other beast enemies in this game and just hit him from a safe spot. As he loses HP, he's going to start to charge himself up, and as he does, his attacks get progressively more and more intense with the lightning and wind effects. For example, these slams at the start of the fight don't really do much, but towards the end, whenever he hits the ground, he's going to call down lightning bolts and a tornado, and when he does the double punch thrust attack, a huge tornado is going to go out in front of him. Just looks really cool, and you can really feel how much power he's building up on you. Pretty much all of his attacks change and power up as he charges, to the point where he may as well just stand next to the Nameless King as damn near another King of the Storm. Once he's fully charged, he also picks up a new attack. He'll bend down before jumping up and doing a big slam on the ground. This causes a massive AoE blast that can do some serious damage to you. Opponent Beast just has such a fun moveset. I think he's the second best beast fight in the game by far, and it's always a ton of fun to go against him. I love this guy. He's one of the things I really look forward to in the Chalice dungeons. Opponent Beast is so much fun, especially in Lower Loran, where he's got a lot of health to work with. I love this guy's moveset. It's so cool to fight a humanoid dark beast. Number 34 is Morgott, the Omen King. Just like the Demon Prince, this guy is both underrated and overrated. Morgott is a pretty massive step up from Margit, I would say. Pretty much starts out the fight with Margit's entire Phase 2 moveset and only builds on it from there. Morgott uses the same light weapons as Margit, but makes even better use of them. He's got a rushing attack with the spear that he can also just throw. He's got some new combos with the light sword. And he's got a couple of new hammer moves, none of which are nearly as annoying as the one where he like winds up and does that slow swing right in front of him. You know, the most inconsistent attack in the game to dodge, that one. After he loses about half of his HP, he's going to shit himself, and then he's going to start leaving little explosions in the poop water after all of his hammer slams. It's honestly something you barely notice, as Morgott really just does not have enough HP to stand up to you. He's got a few Blood Flame attacks in Phase 2, including a command grab that really feels like it should hit harder. Morgott is also just super agile. He's constantly sliding around and jumping away from you. He does occasionally have some really wonky movement when he cancels his dash into an attack. He'll just kind of do a weird little spin, and then he'll just go back to whatever he's doing. Just looks really weird. For the most part, Morgott's biggest problem is that he's honestly undertuned in terms of his stats. He's got the moveset to be tough, but he just does not have the numbers. If we were talking about the Night Rain Morgott, maybe it'd be a different story, but for now, this is as high as I can get him. You just really run right through this guy. I can't even say very much because you just plow right through him. He doesn't even stand much of a chance, especially coming after bosses like Goldfree, and most people are going to go fight Rykard before this guy, so I don't know why his stats are so low. He's very fun. He's got very good strafes. He's very fun to punish on his attacks. He gives you plenty of time to hit him with big Ashes of War and really makes it feel like a good back and forth. But again, he just goes down so fast that you don't get to enjoy it for very long. Number 33 is the Pthumerian Elder. Yes, sir, another Chalice boss. Sadly, this will be our final Chalice boss, but we saved the best one for last. First of all, it is a crime that the Pthumerian Elder is not in the 7 main Chalices, the 5 Pthumerus and the 2 Lorans. Him being stuck at the end of Lower Hintertomb is such a shame, man. Could have easily stuck this guy in Lower Pthumeru in Rom's place. We did not need another fight with Rom. Pthumerian Elder is another boss that makes me just yearn for a boss weapon system in this game. He uses this big pyromancy staff that he transforms into like a dozen different weapons. He's got a sword, he's got a sickle, he's got a lance, a scythe, an axe, a mace, a bow, a spear, and even more. It just keeps going. He's got such a big bag of tricks that it's just so much fun to fight him. He's got one of the biggest movesets in Bloodborne. Most of the time he's going to use his axe and sickle combos, and maybe he'll turn it into a mace for a slam or shoot you from across the arena with the crossbow. The Elder's just got so many tricks up his sleeve, it's insane. He can turn this thing into so many different weapons, it always feels fun fighting him. It very rarely feels the same on each fight. Then we get to Phase 2 where the fire turns red, and now his combos are going to have projectiles added onto them as well. When he swings the axe or the sickle, he's going to have these little projectiles that go out in front of him, just to punish you for trying to outrange him. When he slams the mace onto the ground, he's going to leave behind a little bomb that explodes after a few seconds as well. Just a really good evolution on his moveset in Phase 2. I'm not going to talk about all of it because we would be here for a very, very long time if I did. But basically, he can now chain the crossbow shots as many times in a row as he damn well pleases. He also picks up this cool new attack where he slams the stick into the ground and a big spear comes out from underneath you, kind of like what Queen Yharnam does. And the last one I'll talk about is this big, massive copyright infringement Ishin-style scythe swing attack. That's a lot of adjectives. I genuinely cannot believe this guy is some random missable Chalice boss. He's got a bigger moveset than almost anyone else in the game. I don't even have any jokes. We just gotta move on. It took me too long to break down how many moves this guy has. From the Elder on through the rest of the list, I'd say we hit a jump in quality compared to Morgott and the others. We're officially in the upper great tier, and this is a fantastic way to kick it off. This fight is a ton of fun. The main positive I can really give to this guy is that it doesn't ever feel the same fighting him. I feel like I'm fighting him differently every single time because of how crazy his moveset is. Number 32 is Great Shinobi Owl, so I do think that this is overall the weakest of the Owl fights, simply because his bag of tricks is not exactly endearing like it is for some other bosses. He's got a few different tools, you know, he's got some shurikens, some poison, some smoke bombs, some firecrackers. He's also got this little green grenade that seals your Estus usage. This would all be pretty cool, but it tends to kind of kill the flow of combat a little bit because for the poison and the Estus bomb, usually you're just going to kind of back off and wait for it to go away or wait for him to come to you. So it just doesn't really work out quite as well as some other bosses. Again, it's not exactly endearing with this guy, I don't think. I feel like it just makes him a bit more annoying than anything else. Other than that, he's got a really good moveset. I really love fighting Owl. Another unique gimmick that all the Owl fights have is that if he posture breaks you, he is going to death blow you. Just like Wolf does to everybody else, if he breaks your posture and you don't roll out of the way, he's going to death blow you. And yes, it will kill you and make you have to use a life to get back up. Another neat thing is that Owl can actually Makiri counter you. This is actually something that's pretty cool, and I wish that more fights did this, where they incorporate some of the player's tools. We see Inner Genichiro do this, but other than Inner Geni, Owl's like the only one that does it. I guess it makes sense since Wolf's fighting style kind of mirrors Owl's in some way, but still, I kind of wish it was something we saw more often. The only other unique thing this guy has is the thing that the Samurai Generals and the Ashina Elites do, where he lowers his own posture. Other than that, it's just a really fun Sekiro boss. I'm not going to have as much to say about some of these Sekiro fights because a lot of the time it just boils down to sword combos that you deflect. There's not much else to say. So if I start to get a little bit bland with some of these Sekiro fights, forgive me, but there's inherently a lot less to say about them than there are the Souls bosses, because for the Souls bosses, you know, you have to get the timing right on a lot of rolls or roll several attacks at once, whereas for Sekiro bosses, usually it's just, well, just deflect it, you dummy. So yeah, I'll try and talk about them as much as I can, but I might have less to say about some Sekiro bosses moving forward. Number 31 is Malekith, the Black Blade. The main thing holding Malekith back from going even higher is his first phase. I simply just do not find Beast Clergyman's attacks and tells to be that intuitive. The tell from one of his double swipes is just that he's walking back a little bit. The problem with this is that he could also just be moving back normally. It just makes it kind of a dumb tell for the move. No two ways about it. I just think it's kind of a dumb way to tell that he's doing the attack. Also, when he's stuck on a pillar or on the edge of the arena, it just becomes way harder to read as well because he's not going anywhere. He's just kind of awkwardly shuffling around. It's just a bad tell through and through. His double swipes in general can be a bit finicky because you have to dodge 2 swings in 1 dodge. So sometimes it just gets a little bit janky. The main issue though is the tell for it. His Beast Incants are simple enough to dodge. His Beast Claw slice attacks sometimes have a little bit of a weird hitbox on them, but as a whole, it's not terrible. It's not too bad. Beast Clergyman on his own would be in like the 80 to 100 range on this list, whereas Malekith would be in like the upper 20s. Malekith himself has some great attacks and great tells, with some of the most satisfying attacks to avoid in the entire game. Like the jumping projectiles, they always just feel so good to dodge perfectly. They feel so floaty, I just love dodging right through them. All of his swings and slams are very well telegraphed, and the ground break attack is pretty forgiving as well. I would say Malekith himself only has 2 questionable attacks. The Ash of War, depending on the angle, can be a bit of a bitch. It just kind of depends on where he's standing at the time. And the jumping spin attack just turns into a blender if you get caught. I feel like that attack needs kind of a slower startup to make it more reactable, as it is a conditional follow-up attack that he doesn't always do, but it's pretty tough to react to when he does. Once he finishes the spin, he can also just go into the Ash of War effect after, which just really decimates your health. I think that just giving it a longer startup would fix it. Otherwise, it's just a great boss. Fantastic tells on his attacks for the most part, and while the Destined Death effect does hurt a bit, Malekith also just has no HP himself, so it's pretty easy to just blitz him down with the right build. But I think that's balanced. He can kill you really quickly, but you can kill him really quickly. I really love Malekith. I wish Beast Clergyman just wasn't attached to it, or at the very least that it was 2 separate health bars, so that way I could have a reason to separate the 2. But as a whole, they share a health bar, so I do have to keep them in one spot. I'm not a fan of the Beast Clergyman. I really don't like that guy. But Malekith himself, very fun boss, great moveset. Even though a couple of them can be a bit finicky, I always love fighting Malekith himself. Number 30 is the Soul of Cinder. Now, I know a lot of people would have the Soul of Cinder a lot higher than this, but I just can't do it. This boss is structured a little bit different than the others, so let's just go moveset by moveset here. We'll start with the straight sword. It's just your standard Souls boss stuff, basic combos, simple tells, and we can't forget the big charge attack that we all just triple dodge until we get it right. You know you do it, don't act like you don't. It's overall pretty solid, nothing too bad with the straight sword. This is just your very standard Souls boss stuff. Then we move on to the curved sword. The curved sword focuses a lot more on slashing attacks, of course, and some of the hitboxes on these are a little off. Some stuff feels like it reaches way further than it should, and sometimes he actually moves a bit too fast for you to dodge both hits, but it doesn't usually matter. Soul of Cinder doesn't do that much damage, so it's not that big of a deal. Then we get to the lance. This thing has a read on me like nothing else in the series. The lance has a few issues separate from the other weapons. The first one is some insanely janky tracking on some of his attacks that just makes it troublesome sometimes to dodge it horizontally, but if you dodge backwards, you're going to get caught because, well, it's a lance, dummy, of course you are. It doesn't really make for a good combo when the tracking is a little bit janky on horizontal dodges and you can't dodge back either. Some of these hitboxes also seem a bit off on the lance. You can definitely tell this was the last addition to the boss before they said, "Yup, it's good, chip it." I also found out on my footage playthrough that the lance has a command grab, and I feel like a dummy for never realizing that. I hate this thing. I hate the lance. This, like, whenever I see him switch over to this weapon, I just roll my eyes like, oh god, here we go. He can also turn the sword into a staff and cast some magic at you. None of it is really any trouble. If he does Comet Azor, just sprint around it, and for everything else, you just kind of wait it out, like the projectiles that kind of hover around him. Just wait it out, more or less. He's also got a couple of other tricks, some basic pyromancy, a get off me attack, some poison breath, and an Ivory King backflip. We love to see that. And then after you finally take off that first health bar, things change a bit. We finally get a real fight with Gwen. If we were specifically talking about Phase 2, this guy would be in like my top 15. I'm so serious about that. Soul of Cinder would be so much higher if he didn't have the first phase stuck to his second one. Phase 2 is just so much fun. It's just an upgraded version of Gwen's DS1 moveset, and I love it. They make all of his tells so much clearer, take out the stun locking, and even add some new stuff to it as well. There's this new pseudo command grab, where if you get hit by part of it, you get sucked into the whole move no matter what. Kind of like what Manus does. And then he finally gets sunlight incantations. We finally get to see Gwen do some sunlight incants. Something that we never got to see him do in Dark Souls 1. It's all here and it's all perfect. Phase 2 of the Soul of Cinder is a top 15 Souls boss to me. I love this guy. But Phase 1 I think just has a little bit too much jank with the lance and the curved sword. And it doesn't work as well as it's intended. Which I think does hold the boss back a little bit. I see what they went for. They wanted it to seem like you're being faced with your own character, seeing as Phase 1 is the Chosen Undead, a character that can learn how to use so many different tricks and weapons that it's unfair to the enemies. They wanted to show what it's like to fight that, and I get it, but it just didn't work as well as they were hoping. Phase 1 would land somewhere in the 50-ish range, and Phase 2 would land somewhere in the top 15 to 20, but it is still a great boss, and even some of the jank in the first phase can't really detract from that but so much. Number 29, Shadows of Yharnam. And here we have truly one of the most underrated bosses in the entire series. The Shadows are the best, most well-balanced multi-enemy encounter in the entire Souls series, and it's not even close. The arena is fantastic for this fight with the little gravestones being able to block the fireballs. And if you need to split them up, you've got the big gravestone there that allows you to manage the crowd really well. You know, you get the range one on the other side of it and then manage the melee and candle shadows over on their own. It works perfectly. You know, dodge and avoid the fire breath when it's there so that way you can focus on the sword guy. You know, get some parries and just beat him normally. And then after you kill him, the candle and mage guys are going to get a bit stronger in Phase 2. With the candle shadow getting some new melee attacks thanks to the snakes buffing him, as well as adding fire to his weapon. Something to just make him a bit more dangerous since he's the only real melee fighter left on the field. And then once he's down, your last challenge is really just to get to the mage while he's blasting you and summoning snakes to stop you. Once you get to him, he's as good as gone because he can't really fight back once you get up close. Well, I feel that this is the ideal way to approach the Shadows. What makes this fight so good is that you can really approach it in any way you want to. The three phases of their attacks are perfectly balanced, so that way when one dies, the other ones get stronger. Now, that being said, I believe it is tied to their total HP pool, so if you really want to make this hard on yourself, you could try to whittle them all down together, but this is going to lead to several Phase 2 and Phase 3 shadows, and eventually lead to you just getting blasted by snakes. But again, I think that this is a massive plus, as it gives you the freedom to tackle this boss in whatever way you want while still ramping up the challenge as you go. This is our final gank boss on the list, and we ended it with a bang. I know a lot of people love the Demon Prince as the best duo or gank fight in the entire series, but I just can't get behind that when the shadows are this perfect. I would say that out of every single boss in Bloodborne's base game, I look forward to this one the most and have the most fun with the shadows. I love this fight. Number 28 is 7 Ashina Spears, one of the only great spear enemies in Souls, if I'm honest with you. 7 Spears is an absolute blast to fight both times you encounter him. All of his swings are so well telegraphed, and it feels like you just got hit by a freight train whenever you deflect him. And his thrust just feels so good to Makiri too because of how weighty they are. And getting the Makiri on this guy usually leads to him following it up with some deflectable attacks, which just makes his combos feel even better to deal with. They balanced all of your defensive options so well with this guy. Deflecting, jumping, and the Makiri all work together to create a pretty seamless fight against the 7 Spears. It honestly makes me wish the other Ashina Spears were just scattered throughout the world so that way I could fight them more. There's a lot less to say on this guy. He's the GOAT of the Sekiro mini-bosses, and there's nothing more to say about him. Again, I'm going to kind of start to run dry on things to say about Sekiro bosses because outside of how good it feels to deflect those really hard hits and get those Makiris, he's a Sekiro boss. So there's inherently less to say about him. Number 27 is Dark Eater Midir, the former GOAT of dragon fights. Midir is the first of the hit-the-head dragons, and my god is he a good time, man. Midir was the reinvention of dragon fights, and whether he changed them for the better or not is honestly up in the air, because the style of Calamite and Sin was still very fun where you could hit him anywhere. But there's no denying that he and the other dragon I haven't listed yet are the GOATs of the dragon fights. Midir fights like a true dragon, making great use of everything he's got. Lots of fire breath, but nothing that feels cheap like Ancient Dragon. Lots of swipes and slams and bites. He's even got the Amygdala laser to give him some extra oomph. The main thing that makes this fight so impressive was how well they designed his moveset around the whole hit-the-head thing. They absolutely nailed it. Just about every single attack he does will reset his head down to where it can be hit consistently. It just adds to the fight so much when you're actually fighting the dragon head on instead of just ankle biting the entire time. They absolutely nailed it with Midir. He's so much better than almost every single one of his Elden Ring counterparts. There's a lot less to talk about with Midir because he's kind of on the simple side. Sure, maybe there's a couple bad hitboxes, but for the most part, it's pretty self-explanatory. They made a dragon boss not be annoying. Round of applause. We don't get many of these in the series. I love this guy, I really do. He was the GOAT of dragon bosses for a long time, but he did get replaced recently, so we'll get to him later. Number 26, Millennia Blade of Miquella. Ah, Tomoe, look what they've done to you. Look how they've massacred what should have been the best in the series. We will forever mourn the Sekiro DLC that got canned just for Elden Ring. Jokes aside, they still at least salvaged what I believe to be a Sekiro DLC boss and turned it into an excellent fight on its own. Millennia is non-stop action. You're going to be moving almost constantly in this fight, and if you do not keep an eye on your stamina, you're going to find yourself in a bit of a pickle. Fighting Millennia basically breaks down like this. Does she jump to the side after her attacks? Okay, well then she's not done yet. Just keep dodging. Phase 1 is a fantastic back and forth between the player and the boss. Great sells and combos. The only slight issue I have is the multi-slash where she sparks the weapon at the end of it. If it's a longer spark, then it's the combo ender. And if it's a short spark, then she's not done yet. Telling the difference between these in a split second can be really tough. But even that isn't terrible. It can be a bit cheap sometimes though. Now let's talk about the giant spinning anime elephant in the room. Is waterfowl dance necessary? I think if Millennia did not have this big desperation move, then she would be too easy by a significant margin. The attack is necessary. However, I do think that either dodging it needs to be made simpler, or you need a better reward for dodging it. If you are up close to this boss, this shit is finicky as hell to avoid, as it's intended to be pretty much undodgeable. The only way you can actually avoid it up close is to break her tracking and make her miss it, which I would classify as a non-intentional exploit from the devs, not exactly a feature of the boss. Now when you're at mid or long range, as long as you react fast enough, it's a simple attack to avoid. You just sprint away from the first burst of it, dodge through the second one, and then just back away and watch her miss the third one. Sometimes you might need to jump when running away from her to get the leg iframes to make sure she can't catch you, but that's usually if you're too close to get away from the boss fully, and even then, it's a pretty consistent way to avoid the attack, but at greater distance, it's usually very manageable. My biggest problem is what you get for avoiding it perfectly. This massive attack that can 100 to 0 kill you from max vigor just has a normal opening after the animation. If we're going to make Commander Nile tuck her out after his dash attack for 10 whole seconds, then Millennia can at least feel a little winded after Waterfowl for a bigger opening. That's all I'm saying. I also feel like it's important to say that if this fight was like Rolana and did not take hit stun, she would immediately drop like 100 spots on this list. That's kind of what I mean about Rolana being a dollar store Millennia, except without the fun parts. She's got all the speed and firepower of Millennia, but none of the balancing. Phase 2 is basically just more of the same as Phase 1, with some minor differences. Some of her attacks, including Waterfowl, now proc Scarlet Rot on you. She's got these little rot AoEs that go off anytime her sword makes contact with the ground, kind of like what Morgott does in his Phase 2. She picks up Scarlet Aeonia, which really just serves to give the player a break or throw some free magic at her while she recovers from the animation. And then we have her big Shadow Clone attack. This is the big Phase 2 attack that everybody hates. I don't think this move has ever been that bad, to be honest. Just dodge back for the first couple of clones and then just start moving forward so the diagonal ones miss you. And then since you're up close, the clones behind you can't hit you, and then you just dodge the last hit. It always seemed pretty simple to me, but I don't know. Honestly, one of my biggest issues with this boss is also the arena. If you get out of the water at the bottom and move up the sides of the arena, it can mess with some of her tracking and ruin the strafes that would normally work as well. Because of the incline of the arena, it just messes with it in a really annoying way. It got to the point where I just dodged even if I might have been out of range of the attack or might have strafed it, because I just couldn't trust that the arena wouldn't screw me on it. Overall, it's a great boss, and I always have a lot of fun with Millennia. I really find myself getting too angry with this boss. It always feels pretty good to fight. After Consort Radahn's nerfs, Millennia is my pick again for the hardest boss in the game, and I'm okay with that. This fight is still hard, it's still fun, but there are definitely things I would change about it, no doubt. Number 25 is the Guardian Ape. Damn, I'm looking like IGN out here placing Guardian Ape this high, huh? Guardian Ape is an absolute treat every time I go against him. I love how different he is compared to everything else you fought up to that point, and my god, is he just a cut above the rest in terms of power and health. Guardian Ape is so crazy compared to everything you fought so far. He's just got so much more HP than everything else, and I honestly never noticed it until I did my no sword run of the game. Praying Strikes was honestly shitting on the entire game until I ran into this behemoth, man. He's got so much health. He flails and runs around like a wild animal, and true to his name, he actually throws his own poop at you like a monkey. What a legend. He has a couple of command grabs, and neither of which are too terrible. The jumping version is a little bit too sticky for my liking. Sometimes the hitbox is highly questionable, but the normal one is very, very easy. Just jump right over it. Plenty of time to react to it. Great tell for it. Phase 1 is so different and weird that I absolutely adore this boss. I love Phase 1 Guardian Ape. This fight is so much fun. I love it every single time. Love the timings on all of his attacks because they just feel so good to perfectly deflect. Phase 1 Ape is never boring and it's always a great time. And then Phase 2 is more traditional than Phase 1, but it's still very, very different. I love the uncanny movements and contortions that this boss does for all of his attacks. The way his body is constantly twisting and contorting on every single move is just so creepy. I love it. Really sells that the ape is not the one in control here. So many of his attacks hit so hard too. Feels like you're deflecting a freight train on all of those attacks, just like with 7 Spears. This is also a fight that has a cool prosthetic interaction. When you nail the heavy attack on the deflect and he falls over, if you get him with the spear, you can snatch the centipede right out of his neck and do massive health and posture damage. Bosses having a cool prosthetic interaction is a monster W in my book. I honestly wish we had more of those in this game. I have a lot less to say on this one. In Phase 2, he's very traditional compared to Phase 1, so there's a lot less to say on this one. I really love getting the jump on that sweep attack where he moves really far to the right. Most people don't get the stomp on that, but I always love it when I get it. It feels so good to finally get that right. I never grow tired of this encounter. If anything, I wish I could fight him more. Guardian Ape could show up 3 more times in the game and I'd be happy. I love this guy. Number 24 is the Burnt Ivory King. I feel like this is a good time to specify that I'm really evaluating everything after you enter the fog wall. So for this, that includes dropping down to the old chaos, fighting the charred knights with your own knights, and then the Ivory King boss himself. You have to go through the whole level itself in order to gather all of the Loist knights for this fight, and then once you enter the fog wall, you drop down into the old chaos, and it's you and your knights versus the charred knights and the king himself. You start out just going through and fighting the knights as they appear out of the flames. After a set time, one of your knights is just going to go and close one of the portals for you, and this just kind of repeats itself until it's just you, the king, and usually one more of your knights. Just let the king finish off your knights, so that way it's just a good 1v1. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The fight against the king is definitely good, but as a fight himself, he is definitely inferior to both the Fume Knight and even Sirloin. He's fairly basic, he's got a few combos, a couple of anime dash attacks, an ice AoE, a command grab. He also buffs his sword with magic, which gives him this massive range buff and buffs up his damage even more. Again, I place him this high because of the whole experience after the fog wall. Alsana telling you to find the others, and then you go and find them all. You drop in, you fight his knights, and then you face off with the king himself. And such an awesome arena too. No other fight in the series has done anything like this, and it's a damn shame in my opinion. Well, I guess Letta did, but the fight for that is NPC Misery, so it's just way worse by default. This is another Souls boss that I look at and just say, absolute cinema. I honestly love that the Ivory King isn't really that powerful. Something DS2 does different from DS1 is that a lot of these rulers and lore figures are just men. You know, Gwyn was a god before his hollowing, and so were so many of the other figures in Dark Souls 1. You know, Vendrick and the Ivory King, all these people were men. You know, the Ivory King was just a benevolent king before he lost himself to the chaos. Of course, the Ivory King isn't doing anything too crazy. He is only human after all. Number 23, Genichiro Ashina Geni. You fight this guy a handful of times throughout your run, and I guess I'll just put them all right here. Now, the first time you're intended to lose, and he doesn't even really have much of his moveset in this fight. New players will get washed here, but if you fought him a couple of times, then you shouldn't have any trouble with him, even on your newer playthroughs. The second time you fight him is atop Ashina Castle. This is Genichiro's first real fight. Geni's coming at you with full force here. This is a major wall for a lot of people, but I have never struggled with this guy on any playthrough. Not even my first one. I just curb stomp him every single time. This is the first super varied moveset that you're going to encounter in this game. Genichiro's got a few combos, a jump attack that either links into a sweep or a thrust, a command grab, and then a few bow attacks. Geni's long combo can actually just be watched if you're not confident that you can deflect it all. You just kind of stand back and watch him go, and then hit him afterwards. Geni can also input read your heals, but it takes him so long to actually shoot the arrow that you've got time to deflect it or dodge the shot pretty easily. But none of his bow attacks are really that bad. The timing on one of his jumping shots is kind of odd, but it's not really that bad. Geni also has a nasty habit of constantly trying to do his jump attack or his bow attacks while he's against the wall, but since there's no poise for his attacks in this game, he just gets stun locked and completely annihilated when he tries to fight back, and it's always hilarious to see. Just Geni stuck in the corner, getting knocked out of everything he tries to do. It's so funny. In Phase 3, he strips down and starts using lightning and changes up a couple of things. He always opens up with a thrust attack, and then after that, the main differences are that after his long combo, he always ends in a spinning heavy attack. He'll always follow this up with a thrust as well, so it's an easy Makiri. He can also now use the spinning heavy after the jump attack, and again, he's guaranteed to do the thrust after it as well. And lastly, the lightning attacks. These look cool, but sadly it is just free damage on an already easy boss. He has a tendency to just not even use them as well. Genichiro sometimes just elects to not use the Way of Tomoe and just get his ass beat instead. Who am I to judge, I guess? Overall, he's an excellent fight, but I do feel like he's a tad too easy. He's missing something. Something to give him a little bit more oomph, you know? Maybe he needs his own little super move he can use in any of the phases. Something to help him close the distance faster in the arena, and something to cover his ass on that long combo too. I wonder if FromSoft might have been thinking along the same lines on that one. Number 22 is Father Gascoigne. Some people may say this is too high. I don't care. I think this boss is just that good. This is the boss that tells you that you are not playing Demon Souls and you're not playing Dark Souls. This is a Bloodborne boss through and through. Gascoigne's first phase starts simple enough. A handful of axe combos with some gunshots. And we can't forget his signature sprinting scrape attack followed by the jump that he just combos together every single time. He also has a gun, which is mostly there to just punish passivity as well. If you're dodging backwards, if you're just kind of waiting, he's just going to use that to punish you for it. Once you take off about a third of his health, he tricks his axe, and now things get a bit more serious. Gascoigne can be one cheap son of a bitch in this phase, as he just chains together the running poke attack like a half a dozen times. But in general, he mostly just picks up more range on some of his combos. He has this massive overhead slam that I believe will pancake you if he lands it, but it's got a pretty clear tell. He has the same spin to win with the Hunter Axe that the player also has. Sometimes he'll fully charge his heavy, and sometimes he'll only partially charge it. It's kind of tough to read this, but usually it's not too bad. Gascoigne still keeps his gun in this phase too, although he uses it in a more unique way. He combos into the gun in this phase and uses it to punish you for attacking too soon, as well as still getting you for dodging back. The fight progresses at a very nice pace, gradually introducing more and more attacks, and stacking the gun on top of his combos in phase 2 as well, something that the player can't do. We can't combo into our gun, but Gascoigne can, and it looks really dope when he does it. Gradually introducing everything in this way is just a really good way to let you adjust to him and get used to everything that he's doing, before they entirely flip the script in phase 3. Phase 3 just throws everything out of the window. Phase 3 Gascoigne is one of the scariest bosses in Bloodborne, maybe even the entire series to me. I've played this game over 30 times, and he still makes me nervous and still makes me be a bit too passive. Beast Gascoigne is very fast and very aggressive, but he's also the most parryable out of any of the phases, but my god, is he terrifying. His forward momentum on everything he does makes him so difficult to play around, especially in this arena with all the gravestones. There's a lot of stuff to get stuck on in here. Like I said, Gascoigne is the first fight in Bloodborne that makes you realize this is not your traditional Souls game. Playing passive and just going for the wait and bait is a good way to just end up dead in this fight. One of the first true Bloodborne bosses in the game, and still one of the best. I love this guy. Number 21, Messmer the Impaler. Now I know lots of people would say that Messmer is top 10 at the bare minimum, but I just can't get behind that, man. Now don't get me wrong, I like Messmer. I like him a lot, actually. He only has a couple of attacks that really bother me. The first is this little spin attack that is sometimes delayed and sometimes isn't. There isn't really a clear tell for this, and he can just choose to do either one depending on his mood. Maybe there is time to react to the slower one, but if there is, then it's not within my reaction speed, that's for sure. He can sometimes just spin around and do it really quick, or really drag it out for a delayed hit. And the problem is, it's not like Millennia's spark attack where you can dodge at a certain time to get through it, regardless of which one it is. If you guess wrong on Messmer, you're going to get hit for it. Again, maybe there is a tell for it, but I never found it. The next really annoying attack is the jumping fire spin. At mid and long range, it's pretty simple to dodge. If you're at a distance, just go forward as he gets close. If you're at mid range, just roll forward twice, since one spin will reach you before he jumps behind you. But up close, it turns into just another Lamau get fucked attack, and is extremely annoying. Everything in phase 1 is extremely good though, outside of those two attacks. I love the timings on the combos where he does the little wave with his hand before slashing or poking his spear right through it to cover it with fire, and then just dealing with the combo from there. His jump attacks and spear throw all have good timings too. His scraping poke sometimes gets a little weird where he'll poke forward and then hard autocorrect right onto your position. It looks a little odd sometimes. Leads to a little bit of hitbox jank that can definitely break the flow of combat a little bit. But that doesn't happen too often. And then we get to the Ash of War. The first hit on this is very easy to dodge, and then the second one is just pure visual and auditory cocaine to experience. I just love the sound it makes while seeing that I perfectly dodged the second flurry of attacks. And then the third one can just go right over your head, and then you dodge the AoE afterwards. This even leaves time for an Ash of War if you're fast enough. Take notes, Millennia. A long combo needs a big punish window. There's also a command grab, but it's simple enough to dodge. It gives a lot of people trouble, but it never really gave me a hard time. Phase 2 is excellent as well. These snake attacks are visually very impressive, but functionally garbage, as they have a hard time being that effective a lot of the time. Still, I love watching them, and I think they just add so much to the fight. It feels so nice to just weave in and out of the snakes and just watch them slide around the arena like that. Also, a neat detail is that you can double hit him when he comes out of the snake. You can hit the snake and then Messmer when he jumps out if you time it right. Not much to say about the snakes other than look great, but don't do much damage and aren't really that difficult to dodge. They kind of have a hard time hitting you, but they're great to look at nonetheless. Not a lot changes in phase 2 aside from him getting the snake attacks. He also has this spinning dive that just has an odd hitbox, but it's mostly fine. His big phase 2 desperation move with the snakes is cool and all, but I am not fond of the startup AoE on the attack. It's just got this huge range and does massive damage for just a startup. The rest of the attack is totally fine, but the AoE startup is just kind of dumb, I think. Mesmer is a dope fight and is overall one of the best in the entire series. Even though I know a lot of people are going to want him to go up much higher on this list, I just couldn't do it. I feel like now's a good time to say that a lot of the bosses are pretty close at this point. I had a hard time deciding on the order from 26 down to 20, and it changed a lot of times as I was making the video. And this pretty much goes for the rest of the video. Pretty much everything from 26 down to 16 changed a lot, and pretty much everything in the top 15 moved around at some point. So at this point, just know it's very, very close, and there's not a Grand Canyon separating anything at this point. Alright, another new day of recording. We're in the home stretch. We can see the finish line on this list. Let's see if I get to it in this session. Number 20 is Radagon of the Golden Order. You know, while I do like the Elden Beast boss, I do just kind of wish there was another phase of Radagon instead. I love that in phase 1 he's just bonking you with the hammer. No holy magic, no tricks, just bonks, nothing else. The fight starts fairly simple with some hammer swings and a stomp. He has these little holy spears that he does sometimes as a conditional follow-up. I honestly think they come out a little fast for my taste. They don't even really do that much damage. They're just there to be annoying for the most part. Radagon has a pretty unique command grab, and I don't really like it. A delayed command grab isn't really anything new, as you've fought bosses in the game up to this point that have that. But an AoE on it is questionable for sure. Sometimes the AoE will just kind of chip you, and then sometimes it'll just snatch you all the way in like a Dark Souls 2 command grab. Again, highly questionable. You can tell he swapped phases when he jumps way up into the air and does the Ash of War for the weapon. At this point, Radagon starts his most annoying thing, the teleport. His teleport does a teeny bit of damage every time he does it for some reason. Doesn't even do that much. Just like the spears from earlier, it's honestly just there to be kind of annoying. It's at its most annoying when he decides to chain like 3 of them together for absolutely no reason. I'm doing an awful lot of bitching for a boss that I really like, huh? Radagon is a genuine good time. Don't let my pissing and moaning about a couple of attacks turn you off from this boss. I love his combos, and jumping and punishing his slams and stomps always feels really good. I also like that he pauses between some of his combos for just long enough to squeeze a little dodging attack in there before you go right back into it. Radagon is also very generous with time to charge R2 him, especially after his long-winded desperation move where he hits the ground 3 times, leaves him vulnerable for a long time afterwards, even long enough to get the Godslayer Greatsword Ash of War off on him. There's enough time after this attack to read him the entirety of Elden Ring's lore, and how Shadow of the Erdtree shits to bed with some of it. Oop, tipped my hand there. Also, see that Millennia? He does a big super move, and then he chills out for a second. Radagon's a great time, through and through. He's got a decent amount of minor annoyances, but nothing that really drags the fight down too bad. Some things could definitely have been better for sure, and I would definitely remove the hit from the teleport, but it could definitely be worse. Number 19 is Sister Fried and Father Ariandel. You know, I wanted this fight to be higher, but the more I thought about it, the more issues I just had with it. Phase 1 is a simple but really good fight. A straight up fight against Sister Fried, and it feels great. I love her combos, and I really like the invisibility gimmick. I love running either backwards or around to catch her. It's a much more practical use of Priscilla's gimmick. I don't really have a problem with Phase 1, but Phase 2 is where I do start to have some issues with this fight. Fried is completely unnecessary in this phase. She should just not be here, or have her functions limited to just disappearing and healing, because sometimes you just get in a situation where she's just holding hands with Ariandel the whole time and you can't really do anything to him without aggroing her too, which she's already spamming her Ice Scrape attack in this phase, which still goes full screen for some reason. There definitely should have been something different with that attack in this phase. Either limit the range or make her just not do it at all, or at the very least turn it down. She's doing it constantly. It is beyond annoying for her to do it right when you're finally about to get a shot at Ariandel after he finally separates from her. Ariandel himself is totally fine, and I would say that for how limited his time in this boss is, his moveset is actually very, very good. I really like Ariandel's moveset. It's very unique, and I honestly wish he got his own solo fight in Phase 2. I think Fried either just shouldn't be here or should exclusively be on healing duty while you fight Ariandel. His moveset is too good to be wasted on a very subpar gank. After you finish up with Phase 2, we move into the first 3-phase fight in the series. Black Flame Fried is a menace. While I do enjoy the fight with her, again, I have some issues. I get it. You want Fried to be fast. But come on, man, you gotta limit that at some point. This is Dark Souls 3 after all. It's not Bloodborne. I wouldn't go as far as to say she's in the wrong game, as the gun would just shut out like her entire moveset. but I will say that she could stand to be a bit slower or less aggressive. This is a circle masher of a fight for sure, and there isn't really anything she can do to stop that. She's attacking so fast that just spamming the button will get you through most of it. Attempting to do pretty much anything else is just going to get you sent back to the bonfire. That's not to say you can't make this fight look like a much more careful duel between two Ashen ones, because you can, but there are definitely moments where it just does become a circle masher. I also absolutely loathe when she does her ice AoE attack. She's just barely still standing in it. Why? Why is she just barely still standing in the ice when it explodes? It's just another thing that serves as a way to take openings away from you in this fight. This fight has something in it that kind of takes me back to ye olde DS1 days, which is that in Phase 3, you're never using just one Estus, because you're going to get hit while you heal, which just leads to you using like 2 more flasks. Just assume that every hit in this fight is going to take like 2 to 3 Estus from you, even if she does minuscule damage on the initial hit. This isn't really a negative on the fight, maybe it's just a minor annoyance. This fight is fun, but as I said, I do consider it to be mostly a circle masher, and there isn't really much strategy needed in Phase 3, besides use something that has some super armor on its attacks. However, I can say that it's definitely the best circle masher on this list, no doubt about that. Number 18 is the Fume Knight. There we go, I finally said it right. Can people leave me alone now? I'll try not to say Fume Knight if I can in this video. You know, I really wanted to get this guy in my top 15. I really did. But this list is just getting too competitive at the top, man. Fume Knight is pretty much a DS3 boss in Dark Souls 2. He really only has a single issue, and that is honestly a lack of moves. The attacks he has are really good. Really great even, actually. But Fume Knight only really has a handful of attacks that he can get you with. In Phase 1, he mostly just repeats the same straight sword combo and then follows up with the Ultra Great Sword. He also has this big slam attack with the Great Sword that will temporarily buff his damage, but hits with the Ultra Great Sword are very telegraphed and are usually comboed into first, so you can always read them. After you knock him to around half health, he covers the Great Sword with fire and switches to that as his only weapon. He has a few Great Sword combos here that sometimes have delayed follow-ups, which leaves room for what I mentioned before with Radagon, getting a hit in between the combo attacks. Fume Knight will occasionally jump back and come back in for a big thrust attack as well. This is mostly a heal punish, I believe. He's got a big attack where the flames on his greatsword get even longer, and he does this long swing around his body. Usually this is just a big opening, as it's pretty simple to dodge. Just leaves time for you to get a couple of hits in. I guess his desperation move would be the attack where he puts the sword in the ground and just causes a big explosion. Sends those little magical balls out from around him like the Nier games. Like I said before, he doesn't have much, but what he does have is very good. I'm all for the belief that less is more, but like, he could have a little more. Phase 1 is very simple. He's just got the one straight sword combo more or less with a couple of Ultra Great Sword attacks. In Phase 2, he does have like 3 different Ultra Great Sword combos. Again, they feel very, very good. But I just wish he had more. Maybe he'll turn up in Night Rain with a couple new moves. Who knows? Number 17, Lorien and Lothric, the Twin Princes. They came so close to my top tier, man. God, they were this close. The Twin Princes are always so much fun to go against, despite being pretty easy. That's the interesting thing with DS3. It's my pick for the easiest overall Souls game, but the only bosses that really have any significant firepower at all are Freed, Pontiff, and Midir. They managed to make such good bosses while not cranking the difficulty too high. Phase 1 is fairly simple, basic combos with a big Getsuga Tensho attack. His only really threatening attack is when he teleports directly above your head and drops down onto you like Owl. This one's only really tricky because you're usually not going to realize it until he's already done it. Although thankfully this is like his rarest attack, he almost never does it. He kind of has that issue that a lot of DS3 bosses have, which is that for most of his attacks, you just react to them. The second you see him start to wind up, you just dodge and he'll miss almost every single time. He does have some delays like his poke attack or his stamp into upward cut type attack, but for the most part, if you see him start to swing, you just go ahead and dodge, you'll be okay. After you take down the first health bar, we get to the real fight. In Phase 2, his twink brother crawls onto his back and they start the fight with a big magic volley, before more or less going back to the same stuff. Lorien does his normal attacks, while Lothric sometimes just closes out the combos with a magic blast. At a distance, Lothric will use his magic as a ranged attack while in neutral. Maybe he does this in both phases, but I feel like Lorien really ramps up the teleports in Phase 2. Just feels like he does it on like every single combo in Phase 2. Lori and Lothric are not the most layered boss in the world. They're very simple with minimal differences between the phases. That being said, they are a lot of fun, and the timings on their attacks feel really good once you've got it down. This is a good example of less is more. Sure, there isn't as much here as there is for a lot of DS3 bosses that are lower on the list, but what they have is all exceptionally good, and I love going against them. There's not a lot to complain about on this fight. Everything is really, really good. I don't really have an issue with any of it, but they do just barely miss out on the top tier. Number 16 is Inner Ishin. Hold your fire. Let me explain, okay? Specifically, Inner Ishin is this low. The other two will get the glaze they deserve. Just hold your horses, okay? Inner Ishin just kind of has these problems that the other ones don't. Let's start with the positives. He's Sword Saint Ishin with a couple of new moves. Dope. We love Sword Saint Ishin around here, and I'm glad to see him getting more attacks. In Phase 1, he gets this new Mortal Draw, which is extremely dangerous unless you're packing the Purple Umbrella. He has a couple of different combo routes in his first phase, and I think they did a great job of making it much more intimidating than normal Sword Saint. And I think they did a great job at making it much more intimidating than normal Sword Saint, because it's actually the hardest phase in this fight. But that is because of one change that we will get to in a minute. In Phase 2 and 3, he picks up this new Perilous attack. It's a 3-piece combo, a sweep, a mid-air deflect that you have to land perfectly, and then either a charged heavy attack or a thrust. If you do not nail the mid-air deflect, you're going to be left open to either one of those final attacks, regardless of which one he chooses. As for Ishin's moveset, we're going to cover it later because we'll get to that in the top tier. Now for the negatives. So in Phase 1, there's this occasional bug that only Inner Ishin has, where he's charging up Ashin across, and then he'll just turn away from you and miss for some reason. I don't know what causes this, but it is super jarring and totally kills the flow when he does it. Like, literally, what the fuck? Why does he do that? And the last thing is, in Phase 1, he has this new thing. You see, a few bosses in Sekiro have attacks that punish you for pressing attack too much. They get an anti-R1 spam move, basically. Now, the issue is Sekiro kind of has a hard time telling what is and is not R1 spam, specifically with Inner Ishin. So Inner Ishin's R1 spam is the poke and sweep that he does if you get too close during Ashin across. That attack is manageable there because you know he's going to do it when you get close to him in that pose. When he uses it as his R1 spam punish, it has 0 wind up, making it pretty much unreactable. He just snaps right into the animation with no wind up at all, and the problem with this is that if the hand poke catches you, unless the terrain is just right to save you from it, you are more than likely going to eat that sweep, and there is not a damn thing you can do about it. The real problem with this is that Sekiro, the game, gets confused about what is and is not an R1 spam. This attack will sometimes go off even if you just barely pressed R1 before your current attack ended. Because you didn't press it after your attack finished, the game thinks you're just R1 spamming the boss, and Ishin will bust out the unreactable attack. This attack is pre-nerf cross-slash levels of broken, as even the slightest little accident on your attack timings can lead to massive, massive unreactable damage. People will see this and say skill issue, but hey, it's a problem that Sword and Fire Saint Ishin don't have, now do they? So Inner Ishin has to take the fall for this extremely obnoxious attack. Another issue I have with this boss is just the wasted potential that it has. It should have been so simple to make this the best fight in the series. You give Inner Ishin 4 stocks instead of 3, let him have the sword for the first 2 phases of the fight, and then give him Fire Saint Ishin's attacks in those phases as well. Then keep all the other additions to the later phases, minus the R1 spam punish, and hell, even give him Genichiro's Sakura Dance Lightning Redirect in the final boss as well. You may say it wouldn't make sense for random fire to come out of the ground in this hypothetical phase 1 and 2, but I refute all these claims on the grounds of it's fucking Ishin, he can do whatever he wants. If it bothers you that bad, then they could have just turned the fire into the wind effects that Sword Saint uses. While I feel that Inner Genny and Inner Father really improve on the experience of their original fights, I only see wasted potential with Ishin. I see what he could have been and how they chose not to give Ishin really anything, and I know there's technically a little reason for this. The inner fights, I believe, are like what people think of them as. Inner Genichiro has new attacks because people think that he could do that stuff, and Inner Father is as crazy as he is because it's the fight in Wolf's head. I'm pretty sure the Inner Father memory literally says that he's at a level that the normal owl could never reach because it's the fight in Wolf's head. It's how he imagines fighting his father. I get that, and because Ishin's abilities are so well known, He doesn't have very much in his inner fight. I get that. However, this is also a video game, and you could have given him more. It's ridiculous that he didn't have more. It's Sword Saint Ishin with 2 new attacks. I deem this to be pretty much unacceptable compared to how good the other 2 inner fights were. Alright, now we are moving into the peak bosses. This is the best of the best. When someone asks me what makes a great Souls boss, what makes the best Souls boss, I look at these as examples. These are the GOATs. Let's go ahead and get into it. Number 15 is the True Corrupted Monk. Can you believe we're finally here? We're in the home stretch, baby. Finally. Kicking off our top tier is a very, very underrated boss. The True Corrupted Monk from Sekiro. This is like the smoothest boss in the entire game. I just love how flowy all of her movements are. They just look and feel so good. The way she just smoothly goes right into all of her attacks on every single deflect just feels so good. Dancer wishes she moved like this. And there's something about this boss's sweeps and thrusts too. They feel extra satisfying. I can't put my finger on it. I think what really helps this is they perfectly balanced how hard the weapon should be swung. It's a larger weapon, so it's slower, but it's still Sekiro, so she still has some fast attacks, and there's always just enough weight behind her attacks. There truly is no limit to the glazing I'll give this fight. Then in Phase 2, she opens up with a new super move. It was fun to actually fight this attack rather than just grapple around trees to avoid it all or get the death blow during the startup. The attack is actually super easy to deal with, and it looks a lot scarier than it is. Once you get through this attack, it's right back into the same stuff from Phase 1, just more fun back and forth with Sekiro's gameplay. True Monk has such a good push and pull feel to it, especially with this gorgeous arena. I feel like I need the theme from Shang-Chi playing in the first 2 phases, man. It would go so well. Like, you know the one where the Mandarin is fighting his future wife? That one. That's the one I'm talking about. Then we get to Phase 3. You land the second death blow, the monk falls over dead, and then the centipede just says, psych, and jumps up out of her mask. And just like the Guardian Ape, Monk's movements in this phase are much more jerky and snappy. She just snaps into action with all of her attacks, and they have so much more weight behind them now. Like with her super fast sweep that just catches a lot of people off guard, it reminds me so much of the Guardian Ape when he's controlled by the centipede. Really sells the point that the monk is not in control here. She trades off her graceful approach for just using everything she's got to kill you quickly. This phase is pretty different from the first 2 and will probably be the quickest of the 3, whether you live or die. Monk snaps into hard-hitting combos very quickly and doesn't hesitate to follow it up with a perilous attack, or this new attack that builds Curse on you where she throws some centipedes out of her sleeve. I really love how different Phase 3 is. It takes what you know about the boss and changes it just enough from the first, technically 3 phases of this guy if you count the False Monk. I would honestly say this is the fight I look forward to the most on every single playthrough of Sekiro. I wanted to put her higher, but the competition in this top 15 is steep to say the least. We are really getting into the good stuff now. Number 14, Ishin Ashina. Even when he is sick and dying, Ishin retains his GOAT status. Fire Saint Ishin, like the monk, is a great example of making the same boss feel very, very different. Phase 1 is basically an upgraded version of Emma as well. He fights in a very, very similar way to her, which makes sense because she is his pupil, but it's much more refined than the way she fights. The way I can describe it is that Ishin does the same attacks, but in a much more matter-of-fact way. The way he just perfectly snaps into it and just, it's just so good. You know what I mean. I don't need to explain it. You know what I mean. Ishin's perilous attacks are also just all fantastic. The way he pulls back for the Ashina cross and then changes it into a sweep if you get closer, or does the palm strike into the thrust, it all just feels so damn good. Ishin also has Emma's command grab attack, and I believe it functions like the exact same as hers. Ishin is a lot more fond of his Ichimonji than Emma is, though. He just loves Hail Marying that shit if you're not paying attention, and it can really do some damage if you're not. Ishin Ashina also has a unique way of punishing the R1 spam. Rather than having a bullshit unreactable attack like Inner Ishin, he just spot dodges you and immediately counters. He can do this on any combo starter, but it is a very effective way of telling the player to not R1 spam in this fight. Once we get to Phase 2, this boss becomes significantly different from any of the other Ishins. Using the flames of the burning castle, Ishin just straight up becomes the Fire Lord. He always starts Phase 2 off with one of his many new super moves. Ishin channels his inner motivation and uses one mind, basically an anime attack where he does one swing and then the whole storm of slashes as he sheaths the weapon before following up with one more heavy attack. The only dangerous part of this is the startup, and the actual judgment cut portion of the move is just some basic deflect spamming. Something else to look out for with this attack is the fire at the beginning. In the attack startup, he raises the flames up from the floor before initiating the attack himself. I've never been hit by the fire, but I assume that if it gets you, it will stun lock you into the first hit of one mind. Then just deflect spam the judgment cut and watch the final delayed attack, I guess. He has a few other new fire attacks as well, one where he starts with an Ichimonji before swinging a massive wall of fire in front of him, another where he digs the sword into the ground and sends a huge wave of fire in a straight line. These two are avoided by either dodging or strafing the Ichimonji, and then just sprinting or jumping away from the line of fire. His last fire attack I actually learned recently counts as a sweep, as you can see in the footage. You just deflect the first hit and then jump over the sweep as the massive wall of fire misses you. I never knew how this attack worked, but it turns out it's just the most satisfying sweep dodge in the game. Who knew? We'll cut Ishin Ashina's section short, as we'll be covering his moveset again very shortly. But yeah, super dope fight that honestly doesn't get enough credit. I'll take this over Inner Ishin any day. Number 13 is Bale the Dread. Midir's reign was long, but it had to come to an end eventually. Taking the crown of best dragon boss, we have Bale. Now, I'll confess, Bale does get some extra points from me because he has what is basically a gimmick weapon for his fight. I'm a sucker for gimmicks. I've said it before in this video. I really like a well-done gimmick. Technically, this isn't a gimmick. Technically, it is, but I'm going to say that it is, so you can't really stop me. If you disagree, go write your own 42,000-word script. The Dragon Great Katana was just made for this fight. I'm telling you it is. The rolling poking attack and then the poke on the first hit of the combo, allowing for some pretty big damage on whatever body part you're hitting. And the projectile and the Ash of War having just the right amount of range to make sure you can stay up close and personal with the boss while still avoiding the fire. It's just excellent. The head is down consistently enough to get good hits on it all the time, and they even added a secondary weak point as well, that being his decapitated leg. If you're having a hard time keeping up with his head, it is totally viable to just hit this left leg instead. All of Bale's attacks are so well telegraphed too, it's pretty hard to get most of them mixed up with each other because of how good the tells are. For a dragon fight, his hitboxes are also very forgiving, which is very rare for a big boss in Souls, specifically with dragons. His command grab is very generous, and his flame lightning roar doesn't have a weirdly annoying hitbox on his mouth like Putrescent Knight's roar. And even his fire breath is more consistent than others, I feel. Then we get to phase 2 where he regrows his wings and starts flying around, and all these flying attacks are just so good. He starts out by roaring and causing massive explosions along the ground before he flies up into the air and just blasts fireballs at you before diving down. In phase 2, Bale stays pretty much the same, but just gets added flame lightning on some of his wing attacks, and starts double slamming his lightning chicken leg onto the ground at the end of his combos. He also picks up what I consider to be just a better version of Placidusax's Bolts of Grand Sax type attack. Bale charges up his chicken leg with his wings out, then slams it into the ground and causes a massive explosion. Just feels so good to get the timing right, but you know what feels even better? The timing on Bale's flying fire breath. Gotta stifle a damn moan when you get the timing on this just right. It just feels so damn smooth to get these dodges perfectly. You dodge the first one once you can see the fire sliding along the ground, then dodge the second one when you see him start to pull his head up, and then just dodge the explosion a second after. This attack reminds me a lot of Millennia's clone attack in that it looks a lot more terrifying than it actually is. Now, Bale is not without some typical camera issues associated with Dragon Boss and some Elden Ring-isms. A couple weird hitboxes here and there, but most of the time I spent with Bale was an absolute treat and made me see that yes, they can make a peak Dragon Boss. Prior to this list, I'd been saying there's no way a Dragon Boss could ever make the top tier of my list. It's just not possible, but here we are. Bale was this good. Again, all this being helped by a weapon that was tailor-made from the ground up for this fight just makes it feel so good. I love Bale. I do. I honestly don't know how you top this guy as a dragon fight. He's got everything he needs to be the best for a long time to come. Number 12, Owlfather, and just barely missing out on the top 10, we have Owlfather. We take Great Shinobi Owl, get rid of some of his annoying tools, and then just give him some Adderall, and this is what we get. Phase 1 Owl is just an upgraded version of Great Shinobi. He just swapped out his tricks for a lot more speed. He just loves to run around and throw shuriken in this phase for some reason. He uses a lot of the same combos from Great Shinobi, but he extends them in different ways. He's also a lot more fond of the firecracker swing than he was at Ashina Castle. This attack gives people a lot of trouble, but you can actually just thrust him after deflecting the first 2 hits to stop the attack. One of his new tricks is that he'll throw some firecrackers before going in for a big attack. I believe if you get hit by this, it turns into Shadow Rush, but I'm not entirely sure as I've never been hit by this attack. This attack can catch people off guard because he does it while you can't see him through the smoke of the firecrackers, but you still get the Perilous Indicator though, so no worries. He also picks up a new sweep. He does this big diving sweep attack where you actually have to jump back with him in order to punish him out of it. Otherwise, he'll just avoid the stomp. But if you don't get the stomp, he'll roll out over and start up another attack. If you stay in front of him, he'll just do this big, really heavy swing. But if you move down behind him, he'll use a much more readable swipe attack, and he can also follow that up, which just leads to even more posture damage. And yes, he still does have the same death blow and Makiri counter from Great Shinobi, so just don't get posture broken and don't go for dumb thrust attacks. Once you knock off a health bar, Owl busts out the, his owl, I guess. He can vanish from the arena and actually transform into the owl itself. Don't know how he does this, but it's pretty cool, I guess. He can use this owl for a few different attacks where he just kind of flies around and then pops out to attack you. For his last new trick, he can turn the owl into a phoenix somehow, and he sends it after you as a sweep attack before following up with the same thrust as before. A simple but fun attack. I know at this point I'm just kind of listing off movesets of the Sekiro bosses, but again, it's kind of hard to like really elaborate on Sekiro bosses because they're very matter-of-fact in the way they're designed. Owl's a great boss, he really is, but he is just barely going to miss out on the top 10. Can't help it, just has to. Number 11, Ludwig the Holy Blade. We are nearly there, and then I will finally be free. We're just about to move into the top 10, but first of all, we gotta go over Ludwig. Now, I would say that this guy is a little bit overrated. Now, that's not to say that he's not one of the GOATs. He's at number 11 after all. Phase 1 of Ludwig is fittingly wild and frantic. He's a wild animal, so it makes sense. His humanity has almost completely left him, so he just thrashes and jumps around like a beast. He's got a lot of swipes and stomps and a few head swings too. He's got a couple attacks where he shoots some mysterious white liquid from an orifice on his head. Thankfully, this isn't much of an issue, just make sure it doesn't get on your keyboard. Ludwig's got a couple of jump attacks that really give people trouble, but I never really find it that difficult. For the short one, you just wait 3 seconds and then dodge, and then for the long jump, just wait till he screams a second time, then he comes back down. The only really annoying attack here is the stomp attack, where he stomps like 3 times and then follows it up with a swing. The hitbox on this is really odd. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with it. The only attack Ludwig has that's really dangerous is the charge. This guy has one good move, and the hitbox is on some Ebrietta shit, let me tell you. Funnily enough, Lud does have a death animation for his first phase, even though I don't believe it's possible to kill him during it because it just triggers the cutscene. But anyway, you knock his health down to halfway, and then the scene happens. He sees the Moonlight Greatsword on his back and reclaims his humanity, and now we finally get to fight a boss that is using the Moonlight Greatsword. Ludwig's got some range attacks with the titular magic projectiles that we all spam with the Moonlight Sword. He's got a few really heavy and weighty feeling slams with the Moonlight Sword, as well as some swipes to respond to being hit like some Bloodborne bosses do. Ludwig's 3-man attacks are his AoE, his triple slash combo, and his desperation move. When you're close to him, Ludwig will sometimes hit the Gwen pose and do a big arcane AoE. This attack probably does huge damage, but I don't think it's ever hit me in my 30 plus playthroughs, so I couldn't tell you. Next up is the big triple slash combo. He pulls the sword up next to him and does 3 quick slashes, and oh my god, when you get the timing just right, feels so good. Just sliding right through everything he's doing. Oh, it feels perfect. It feels so good. Especially with how good Bloodborne's quick steps already feel. Oh, it's so nice. It's just one of those attacks that make you stifle a moan when you get it just right. And then we get to Ludwig's desperation move. He charges up the sword and pushes it into the air. This starting attack is very hard to dodge, and I still can't get it consistently. Afterwards, he follows up with a massive arcane Getsuga Tensho attack. Ludwig is one of the few FromSoft bosses whose reputation precedes them. Even 10 years later, he's still a legend amongst the FromSoft bosses. However, I personally do not have him as the best boss in Bloodborne, but he is a GOAT, no doubt about that. Number 10, Demon of Hatred. Go ahead and type that comment, bitch. Tell me how wrong I am for putting Demon of Hatred this high. Go ahead. Say he's a Bloodborne boss in Sekiro. Go ahead, do it. Put a gun to my head. I'm saying that Demon of Hatred is right smack dab where he belongs. Looking down the barrel of the gun, I'm saying he belongs at the top of this list and with Sekiro's best bosses. Demon of Hatred is absolute peak, and people's skill issues keep them from saying otherwise. Demon of Hatred is a very different boss and is honestly kind of like an upgrade on Phase 1 Guardian Ape in a way. You can't really deflect spam Demon of Hatred like you can the others. So many of his attacks are so heavy that if you just block them normally, you'll get staggered back a bit and just lose openings. That's just for his stomps in normal hand. If you try to deflect his firearm, then you're still going to take chip damage, and if you're not careful, it will inflict burn on you. You can't try to deflect this or you will just end up taking damage regardless. It's best to deflect normally with the sword, then pop out the fire umbrella for the claw attacks, or just dodge right through them. The umbrella also has a counterattack that powers up as you deflect more and more fire attacks, eventually turning into Mortal Blade levels of damage when fully charged. Demon has a good variety of attacks. Some ranged claw attacks that should be umbrellaed to build up the counter, a weird head slam attack, and some normal arm and leg attacks. He's also got this fireball barrage attack that you can just sprint around and eventually get some free damage as he strikes a Ginyu Force pose. He also gets this big jumping nuke attack that you can either run from and then do a jumping grapple to avoid the shockwave, or you can just stand right up underneath him and use the umbrella. But Demon is already using so many claw attacks that I would recommend saving the emblems for the umbrella for those. This is actually a fight where using Ceremonial Tanto is a great idea, just for some extra umbrella uses. He has this running sweep attack that does count as a normal sweep, so just jump to the left for it. In Phase 2 and 3, he can follow this up with either a fire attack or a second running sweep. At the start of Phase 3, he's going to bust out this big spinning double sweep attack, followed by a wall of fire to trap you in there with him. But as long as you know how to avoid the sweeps, you can just use this for a lot of free damage. Demon of Hatred is an absolute blast to fight. He is 1000% the most overly hated boss maybe in the entire series. This boss encourages you to play so different using just the right combination of deflects, sprinting, grappling, jumping, the umbrella, and even dodging is a viable tool in this fight for claw attacks. Dodging is almost never very good in Sekiro. It is viable and very useful in this fight, and it feels so good to put it all together for this boss. People hate this guy because they suck at him. Tough. He is top 10. He is my number 10 Souls boss in the entire series. He is just that good. Demon of Hatred is that guy, and I will not hear anyone tell me otherwise. Number 9, Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. I had a really hard time deciding if Godfrey would come in at number 8 or number 9, but I have to settle at number 9 for him. Godfrey is a pretty unique encounter in Elden Ring. It encourages jumping just as much as it does dodging because of the constant shockwave attacks and stomps. A boss encouraging more ways to play is almost always a positive for me, as we just saw with Demon of Hatred. You really feel like you're just constantly going in a circle with Godfrey, and not in a shitty pre-nerf consort Radahn kind of way. You usually just jump a stomp, dodge a couple of hits, get some shots in of your own, then he'll break off, slide around, stomp again, and just repeat the cycle. That's not to say he doesn't have other combos, because he definitely does. This is just his bread and butter. He does this a lot. He's got some other cool attacks too, like the axe throw in his Phase 1 super move, where he slams the axe into the ground, then stomps on it, and then snatches it back up for a massive groundbreak explosion. Very, very satisfying to watch. Godfrey also has a weird Phase 1.5 where he buffs himself before becoming Horaloo. In this state, his damage just goes up and you can no longer stray for position around the stomps. They now go full screen and they have to be either dodged or jumped. Phase 1 of Godfrey is very, very fun. It's basically what you fought earlier in the game with Goldfrey. I really like Phase 1, I do, but he really doesn't have much to talk about because he does just tend to slide around and repeat the same cycle over and over and over again. Very fun boss though, great dodges, great strafes, great jumps. Love this guy, definitely more on the simple side in Phase 1. Once you knock off a little over half of his HP, he transitions into Horaloo. This phase catches a bit too much shit for my liking. Godfrey ditches the axe and just decides to use his hands for this one. He usually opens up with a grab for this phase. People have a lot of issues telling when to dodge these delayed grabs, but I don't know, I always find them pretty clear. We'll elaborate on the moveset in a moment, but at the start, his stomps and slams aren't full screen anymore. It's back to being like Phase 1 Godfrey. Once you knock off about like half of Hoaraloo's health, he goes into Phase 2.5, and now all of his stomps are full screen again. Hoaraloo has a metric shit ton of delays. Like, every single attack he does is delayed to the utmost, it feels like. For some of them, it isn't that big of a deal, but damn, just hurry up and swing your arm already, dude. He has this weird roar attack that thankfully doesn't do any damage because it's really hard to avoid up close. He'll usually follow this up with his Earth Shaker, his really big super move. Jump over the first couple of slams and then run away from the explosion. Fun attack for the most part. Very, very satisfying. The sound design goes a long way in this. For most of Hoaraloo's stomps and slams, you actually want to roll these in my experience. Just feels much easier to react to whatever he does next after a roll instead of a jump. Only thing else he really does is his delayed command grabs and even more delayed melee attacks. I think Hoaraloo is just as good as Godfrey. I do. I really think they're just as good as each other. People act like there's this Grand Canyon of a difference between Hoaraloo and Godfrey, but I really don't feel that. This isn't Malekith and Beast Clergyman. The gap is very, very close, if there is one at all. I really like this fight. I don't have much to say because this fight, I feel, is very, very simple. There's not a lot to Godfrey. I would say he's definitely one of the more traditional Souls bosses in Elden Ring. He's a lot more of a traditional DS3 boss than almost anything else in the base game. But I really love this guy, I do. I do just wish he had a little bit more because he does just tend to use the same like 2 combos in Phase 1. And then in Phase 2, he just goes down so fast that you don't really get to see very much of him. That's not to take away from this guy. Love Godfrey, fun boss. Number 8 is Inner Genichiro. I love this boss, man. Maybe more than anyone else, to be honest. I tried so damn hard to get him into the top 5, and I had him there for a while. But I did have to drop him down a little bit lower. And I thought for sure I'd place him as the highest Inner boss too, man. Crazy stuff. Sadly, I came up short on both occasions. He's neither top 5 nor is he the best Inner boss. This is an almost perfect fight against Genichiro. All of the new additions were very much needed, and they cover the gaps in his previous design nearly perfectly. A few issues I highlighted back with Genichiro's section were the lack of a super move, ways to get around the arena faster, and that you could just stand back and watch his long combo, and he couldn't do a damn thing about it. Well, now Inner Geni picks up Sakura Dance, a brand new super move that he has access to anytime he wants to use it. It's fast, it hits hard, it's well telegraphed, it feels good to deflect. Absolutely excellent super move. Next up, Geni picks up one of Wolf's prosthetic arts to help him better close the distance. Geni can shoot a couple shots out from the bow before using Chasing Slash to zip across the arena and continue the fight. He very much needed this, as he does just tend to shoot a couple of arrows and then just kind of chill for a minute. This is a good way to kind of keep the pace of the fight going. And his final new addition to the first phase of this is this new combo he does if you're too far back during his long combo that everyone used to just, stand back and watch him do. If you're just watching him, Geni will lunge over to you and start a brand new combo just to make sure you can't just chill and wait to get some free hits in. Inner Geni feels almost perfect in Phase 1 and 2. The only issue I still have with him is that he tends to get stun locked on occasion, just like before. He'll start trying to go for jumping attacks and he'll just get knocked out of everything. But that's a very minor thing. Almost everything else in this fight is perfect and fixed. Then we get to Phase 3. He has access to all of his aforementioned changes, plus one more thing. When you lightning redirect him, he will use Sakura Dance to redirect it again right back at you. While this is very cool, it is sadly a one-trick pony. As from then on, you can just expect him to do it every single time you redirect his lightning, and you're able to react accordingly. I wish Phase 3 Geni had a little more firepower. Could have gave him some more lightning attacks, or hell, give him some explosive arrows or something. Or just something else with the lightning redirecting. Hell, make him do it like 6 times in a row or something. Just something to throw the player off. Just wish he had a little bit more. That said, he's not an insane disappointment like Inner Ishin or anything. I firmly believe that Inner Geni is one of the best bosses in the entire series, and I tried my damnedest to get him higher. But sadly, I just couldn't. I just wish he got as much love as the other Inner boss that we have yet to name. Number 7, Mohg, Lord of Blood. And the title of the best boss in Elden Ring's base game goes to Mohg, the man who beat the allegations. I want to make it clear how close some of these placements are. Numbers 5, 6, 7, and 8 all changed several times as I was compiling the list and scripting, and I changed a lot of stuff in this entire list as I was scripting it. I changed a lot. I reworked almost half of this list as I was scripting. So just because Mohg is lower than a few other bosses on this list doesn't mean that he's substantially worse than any of them. Like I said, numbers 5 through about 9 were very, very close. Numbers 10 through 15 were very, very close. And I pretty much reworked 16 through 25 entirely. So again, I changed a lot. There isn't some Grand Canyon between Moog and the bosses above him, okay? Moog is a boss that I didn't understand at first. On my first playthrough of Elden Ring, I straight up did not like him. He was maybe my least favorite remembrance in my first playthrough of Elden Ring. I thought he was mid at best, moved on. But over the last couple of fights I've had with him, I realized I have to apologize. I was simply not familiar with his game. He has delays for days, but it honestly kind of reminds me of our next entry in the ranking, and that it feels like that's kind of his shtick. That's his gimmick. It's what he does. Moog's thing is that he's swinging a big-ass trident, and it takes him a long time to do so. All of Moog's attacks are very well telegraphed and feel great to dodge. He also has a lot of strafable attacks, although you see me doing very little strafing in the footage. I just don't trust strafing is all it is. Even if I've gotten out of the way of it, I just don't trust that it'll save me, so I dodge anyway. But more ways to approach the boss is always a plus, as I'm sure I've said numerous times by now. Phase 1 is fairly simple and standard, until he starts putting this little effect on you and counts as he does it. Once he gets 3 of these on the player, he does the thing that we all yell whenever we use his Ash of War. We take the damage and don't use the physic around here because we're not bitch made, by the way. Once he's finished, he'll have regained a good chunk of his HP and have wings now. All of Moog's attacks now become a bit different because they sling Blood Flame all over the place, and the attacks themselves do Blood Flame damage, meaning that it only takes a couple of slip-ups to proc bleed on yourself. He also changes up a few of his attacks, like his poke now becomes a running charge, kind of like what Soul of Cinder does with the lance. He has this new flying attack and some Blood Flame explosions as well. Everything in Phase 2 just adds a whole new layer onto an already outstanding boss. Positioning is key in Phase 2 to make sure you're not accidentally proccing bleed on yourself constantly. This is Elden Ring's best, the go to the base game, and honestly, you could convince me to move him up as high as 5 on this list. On any given day, he could be number 5, but today, I gotta stop him at 7. The Moog redemption arc was insane, not just from the allegations, but also going from one of my least favorite bosses in Elden Ring to one of the absolute GOATs of the series for me. Stand proud, Moog. You are strong. Number 6, the Nameless King. Yet another boss whose reputation precedes them. I've always felt like the difficulty of this boss was overrated. He's never taken me more than 4 tries anytime I fought him, but my god, he is just so damn peak, man. Phase 1 is technically a dragon fight, which would be a turnoff, but they found a way to make it so fucking awesome. The Nameless King himself is still a part of the boss because he rides on the back of the Wyvern and attacks you from it. The Wyvern still does his fire breath attacks, of course, but having the Nameless King be present as a smaller entity to pay attention to while fighting him was such a great way to make this first phase feel really good. The first phase is definitely not perfect, but it's unique and executed well enough to not drag the fight down at all. Then we get to Phase 2, and you know it's serious when the boss starts aura farming in the cutscene. So this boss's gimmick is that everything he does has a delay on it, but the delays are just right to make fighting him with an Ultra Greatsword feel just orgasmic. His next attack always starts up right as you're finishing your rolling attack, or standard R1, with the Ultra Greatsword, making it feel like you're just barely escaping every single time. It makes the fight feel competitive when it's like that. It makes it feel like it's anyone's game because he's just 1 second behind you, and I love it. There is not a single flaw in Phase 2. Everything this man is doing is just so much fun to dodge. It's so well telegraphed, and the sound design is just so good, man. All of his swings feel so weighty and like he's packing so much power behind each hit. He's a rare boss where I glaze the sound design because I just love hearing the sound of his heavy-ass weapon swooshing as he misses. And my god, the sunlight incants, man. We finally get to see them in all their glory, and they are perfect. They feel powerful and absolutely thunderous. Rightfully so, since it's lightning, I guess, but still. Even the magic attacks are perfect, man. The only thing keeping him out of the top 5 is simply that Phase 1 is a bit worse. I said it doesn't drag down the fight, and it really doesn't, as it only loses a spot or 2 on my list for it, but there is a difference in quality between the two. But I simply adore this boss. I always look forward to this fight every single time I run through Dark Souls 3. I love everything about him. I love the lightning attacks, I love the melee attacks, I even like the dragon fight. The fight is just so good, he's awesome, and he is the peak of base game DS3. And we are now in the end game, boys. My top 5 Souls bosses. Here we go, chat. Hold on to your drawers and try not to piss in them, because here we go. Number 5, Inner Father. Now I know we just talked about this guy, so I'll be brief. I hate that I've got these two so close together, but I mean, hey, what can I say? They took what was already one of the best fights in the series and upgraded him. What am I supposed to say? I think this is just as much of an upgrade over Owl Father as Father is over Great Shinobi. So let's just go over his new attacks really quick, of which he has the most out of any inner boss by a considerable margin. So first of all, he has this new attack he can do in neutral, which is actually just the first combat art that you unlock. It's no secret that Wolf and Owl share a lot of animation, so it's cool to see even more of that reflected in the boss. Everything else he has is tied to the Owl in some way. Inner Father's main new mechanic is his tendency to use the Mist Raven ability that we get in the game. He's got a few different ways he can do this. In Phase 1, his main use for this will be avoiding your swings and trying to counter with his own double swipes. I've seen him chain this up to 4 times in a row, but he can do it even more than that. I'm just not sure. This can be extremely deadly if you're stuck in an animation, but as long as you're not R1 spamming, you should be fine. This is mostly a way to get massive posture damage on him when he spams it. His other Mist Raven use in Phase 1 is that sometimes he'll just teleport above your head for a heavy attack. I believe you can also trigger this with a shuriken. He'll just dodge it and go way up above your head. Once you knock him into Phase 2, he really starts using the Mist Raven a lot more. He picks up a few new combos with it that function as new super attacks for him. One where he runs up for a single swipe, teleports back to throw shuriken before coming down with the big heavy attack that he could chain into either a sweep or just another heavy. His other Mist Raven super is that he teleports into the double swipe, followed by the new combat art that we mentioned earlier, and then finishing with another heavy attack that he can also chain into the heavy or the sweep. Owl also has a tendency to just use Mist Raven for combo starters during neutral in this phase. It's a great way to try and catch the player off guard compared to the normal fight. The Mist Raven really makes this fight shine in a way that it was never able to before. It makes Owl really come alive in this fight and give him some of that extra firepower that he was missing compared to Ishin. And for his final new attack, he now has 2 versions of the Phoenix Owl followed by Shadow Rush. He can make the owl fly vertically, which means you have to react very quickly to which one it is, and dodge to avoid the vertical one compared to the jump of the horizontal sweep. I feel like this was a great way to mix it up, as in the Owl Father fight it was just, oh sweet, whew, a break and some free posture damage. They made it where you have to stay on your toes for this one, and I like that. In addition to all of this, he has a couple of new combo routes as well. This is a rare Souls boss that I can look at and say that they maximized this fight. I can't think of anything more they could have done to make it better. It's as good as it possibly can be. They simply nailed Owl with this fight, and that goes for this entire top 5. These are bosses that I can't think of anything I would change. They nailed every single aspect of them, and I love it. Number 4, Orphan of Kaz. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh my god, Orphan is the best Bloodborne boss. There's just no way. And yeah, I get it. You don't usually see place Orphan this high. On average, I'd say that Ludwig and Gehrman and Maria usually rank above Orphan. But if you ask me, it's not even close. You are all simply just not familiar with his game. What can I say? Orphan is a Bloodborne boss, through and through. He is the boss that I feel makes the best use of what makes Bloodborne so special, compared to what I call the 5 core Souls games, those being the 4 with Souls in the title, plus Elden Ring. Bloodborne is all about aggression, speed, transforming your weapon, all of the above. Orphan is so fast, so aggressive, and uses his weapon in such a unique way that it all just blends in perfectly. The way he reacts when he's hit also goes really well with Bloodborne's constant aggression in the combat system. When Orphan gets hit, he's usually going to react and swing back in some way. So then you dodge that, and then the two of you just go back and forth just like that. And his weapon too. My god, I wish we got the placenta over that damn parasite. I love that it's a fast, hard-hitting, up-close and personal weapon for him, but also has the string on it, which allows him to just sling it out and hit you at mid-range. Almost all of his Phase 1 attacks are parryable too, but unlike other bosses like Maria or Gehrman, a gunshot that doesn't parry him isn't going to slow him down. If you miss that parry, you're going to pay for it and get absolutely blasted. And not with the weird Maria Phantom hitboxes. He just takes that shit and smashes you with the placenta. The parry is perfectly balanced in this fight, and his first phase is just the perfect Bloodborne boss. Orphan straight up would not work in any other Souls game, and outside of a few examples, you straight up can't say that for damn near any other boss in Bloodborne. Most of them would work in DS3 or Elden Ring, but Orphan is a Bloodborne boss. Without Bloodborne's unique mechanics, he would not work the way he's supposed to. Sometimes Orphan's first phase animation canceling can feel unfair to people, and I've really seen people complain about it. But again, That's why this works so well in Bloodborne. Because you have the quick step. Because you have transforming attacks that do a lot of poise or stagger damage. It all lends itself perfectly to the game that it's in. Then we get to phase 2. I have dozens of fight against Orphan under my belt, and even I get nervous in phase 2 of this boss. While I think phase 1 feels like a one-on-one even match between the Hunter and the Orphan, phase 2 is where the scales tip in his direction a little bit. Takes everything that he does in phase 1 and kicks it up a few notches. His aggression, his speed, all of it. This is where it becomes a real fight. You have to pick your windows just right to get a hit in with phase 2, or you're going to pay for it. With phase 2 Orphan, not every opening is a window to get some damage. You got to account for what direction are you coming at him from, and will it trigger a conditional follow-up. Because he'll retaliate with something really fast sometimes if you hit him, and then you've also got to manage the new layer of him jumping up and throwing stuff at you constantly. That's the main thing that he gains in phase 2. A lot more range and jumping options. He also has this new lightning attack in phase 2 that is very difficult to dodge, unless you're very far away from him and can go between the lightning. Or you just run back to the fog wall where it can't reach. As far as parrying goes, just fucking forget it, dude. It ain't happening. But that's excellent. We got a humanoid boss where it's not worth the risk to attempt the parry 90% of the time. Orphan is the perfect Bloodborne boss. They absolutely nailed him. I can't think of a single way he could be better. I love this guy. He is by far the best boss in Bloodborne. He embodies everything that makes Bloodborne so much fun compared to some of the other Souls games. Some people don't like this guy, but like I said earlier, you are not familiar with his game. Orphan is the GOAT of Bloodborne, through and through. Phase 1 is a very even fight that lets you get used to him, and then phase 2 is where it really kicks up the difficulty and feels so good. It feels hard and it almost feels unfair, but that's what makes it feel so good because Bloodborne's mechanics work so well with an uphill battle type fight. Orphan is probably the spiciest take out of the top 5, but he deserves it, man. He is the GOAT of Bloodborne. If I'm lying, I'm crying, and I ain't shed a tear. He's the GOAT. Number 3, Midra, Lord of the Frenzied Flame. You know, for a while, my pick for number 1 was actually Midra, but as time went by, I changed my mind a bit, so now here we are at number 3. Phase 1 of Midra is a gag. It's a joke, a hoot. You beat up on Mini Midra until he decides that he's had enough, and then he pulls the sword out of his body and reveals himself as the Lord of the Frenzied Flame. Midra is not a typical Elden Ring boss. In fact, I would say he feels a lot more like an evolution on DS3's boss formula than anything, but that's fine by me. Every attack Midra does is perfectly telegraphed. His delays are perfect, they're not overly long, nor are his movements too snappy after a long delay like he's a Liza P enemy. They are just right. And even his frenzy attacks in phase 1 are very well telegraphed. The walking frenzy barrage is very generous with its dodge timing. And when he combos into the little frenzy barrage, he bends down for just a second, indicating the perfect time to dodge. It all works just so well. Once he takes down about 40% of his health, he goes into his second phase. He does this massive head slam AoE, which just looks so cool and also isn't a bitch to dodge. It's a tough attack for sure if you're too close or if you're up against the wall, but it's not bad by any means. In phase 2, Midra really ramps up his madness attacks, kind of like how Moog does with his Blood Flame. He has a few attacks that light his sword up with the Frenzy Flame and send trails of it out in front of him, but as long as you're up close to him, these shouldn't really be an issue. He's also got an Abyss Watcher style Frenzy Flame scrape attack that I forgot to mention earlier. It's not too bad. The main issue you're going to have with this is despite you dodging the hitbox, you're not dodging the Frenzy proc, so it does still proc on you sometimes. Midra's Desperation move is an attack that reminds me of Elden Beast's big Holy Sword Slash attack. He charges up with the Frenzy Flame and swings his sword, igniting the ground in front of him, and the rhythm of this attack is so much fun to learn, and so is this boss as a whole. I have never had more fun learning a boss than I did with Midra. Everything was so perfect. It's all so intuitive. It feels so good to get right. Some of his other frenzied tricks include a big-ass laser that he can bust out that does massive damage if you don't read it. And he basically also has his own version of Flame of the Fell God. He sends out a little madness bomb that looks like his head, and you trigger it when you step close, and then it will explode, just like Flame of the Fell God. Midra is also like the only boss in the game that has an attack where you need to crouch to avoid it. He does a couple of spins that are easily dodgeable, and he starts to float up in the air and get ready for a couple more spins, and for that you just crouch right up under him and it just goes over your head. I love it, man. It's such a unique way to avoid an attack. I just can't help but love it. And Midra's animations as a whole are so uncanny, yet so satisfying to watch. It's almost like his body is just being pulled around by his head. Like it's just snatching him around and anywhere it wants him to go. This is kind of a weird comparison, but it reminds me of a shuttlecock from badminton. That's kind of what it reminds me of. Stupid comparison, I know, but that's what I think of. I barely mentioned it in this video, but his music is just mwah. It's perfect. I don't really care for most Souls music. It just doesn't do it for me most of the time, but Midra's hits different. Yet again, I think this boss is damn near perfect. There isn't a single thing I would change about any of his attacks or tells. I love everything. I would say that Midra is maybe my personal favorite boss in Souls. While he is not my #1 pick, Midra is my favorite. This guy is a legend. I love everything about this fight. This is exactly what I'm looking for in a Souls boss, and I love it. I love it. It's so much fun. This is my favorite boss in the entire series. Midra is the GOAT of Elden Ring, and I just can't get over it. He's perfect. #2 is Ishin the Sword Saint. I know you all thought this would be #1. I did too for a little while. This top 3 changed a lot over the course of making this video, but I finally did decide on an order that I'm happy with. Numbers 1 and 2 on this list are unanimous. Ask anybody what the 2 best bosses in Souls are, and they're probably going to give you these 2. So most of you already know what #1 is. Let's just get through Ishin so we can get to it. This fight opens up with one last fight against Genichiro. Geni basically just swapped out his lightning for Mortal Draw. Other than that, he's the exact same. I like the progression of the Geni fights. Tutorial Geni is an uphill battle. Geni at Ashina Castle is an even match, and this one is a complete wash for him. So after you curb stomp Geni, he decides to give birth to his own grandfather. Ishin aura farms for a little bit in the cutscene before actually starting the fight. Phase 1 of Sword Saint is basically Ishin Ashina Phase 1, minus the grab and spot dodge. But he does pick up 2 new super moves. The first one we'll touch on is exclusive to Phase 1. Ishin has this big Windscar Getsuga Tensho attack called Dragon Flash. Basically, he does this massive sword swing to make a pillar of wind shoot forward before the wind just pops up for a second time for some reason. His other is the Thumerian Elder copyright infringement charged AoE swing that we mentioned like 15,000 words ago. Once you do with Phase 1, Ishin summons his spear, and now everything changes. The only shared attack with Phase 1 is the charged AoE. All of his other attacks here are completely different, and despite him being a spear enemy, the enemy type that usually gives me the most trouble in any video game, he's peak. All of his attacks, his timings, his tells, all of it, it's all so rhythmic that I just love it so damn much, man. He's got a few jump attacks, some combos, and perhaps the scariest move in the game, a combo with Poise and Sekiro. The Poise combo is the one where Ishin bends down and starts with a couple of sword swings before changing into the spear. Ishin is breaking the rules of the game on this, on the grounds of, fuck you, he's Ishin. He does whatever he wants, which is why Inner Ishin could have been better. This attack actually has Poise, which always catches me off guard and leads to me getting absolutely blasted by it almost every time he does it. This shit true combos too. This combo can almost one-shot you before you can ever break out. Even in a game like Sekiro, where once you've got the boss down, it's next to impossible to lose, Ishin still manages to take a life off of me with that. Oh, and did I mention that he's got a gun? Yeah, Ishin the Glock Saint is here. He uses this as a follow-up, usually after he does his jump back spear attack. It just does some chip damage before going right back into it with more spear attacks. He can also do it right after his jumping attack. He'll use a point-blank heavy gunshot to knock you back. Now this thing does some damage if you don't get the deflect, let me tell you. But once you deflect it, he'll usually follow it up with a sweep. At least the sweep is pretty readable. Imagine spending your entire life learning the sword, just to learn you could have used the gun and got the same result. Crazy stuff. Once you knock off the second health bar, we move into his third phase, but technically the fourth if we count Geni. Not a lot changes here, but Ishin does start using lightning like Genichiro. However, I believe he actually isn't using the Way of Tomoe. You see, Ishin is built different. He just jumps up and catches it on a spear and slings it at you. He's not using the Way of Tomoe. He's just literally built different. Insane stuff. This is mostly just going to chew away at his remaining health bar, but I guess it's also here just to complete the set of stacking different game mechanics and attack types onto one boss. And his final new attack in Phase 3 is that he can charge up his katana before sending waves of what I still assume to just be wind after you. Kind of like the Moonlight Sword's projectiles, I guess. This attack can be a little bit annoying. You really need to use the umbrella to avoid taking any chip damage from it, as even if you deflect it up close with your sword, you're still going to get chipped a little bit. Sword Saint is the perfect Sekiro boss. While you could say that Enter Ishin is better just off of him having 2 more attacks, he's got a lot of little hindrances, and compared to the other 2 Enter bosses, he is definitely lacking in new features. For what they were trying to do, Sword Saint couldn't have been any better. I like to imagine that Tomoe would have been the GOAT, but we never got that. Sword Saint is the GOAT. They nailed him. But with Enter Ishin, they had the freedoms to take it in a crazy direction, just like they did with the Owl. I hold Enter Ishin to a much higher standard, and all I can see when I look at him are the fumbles. You had the chance to mash both Ishin fights together and come out with something beyond what either of them could be separately, and yet they did pretty much nothing with the fight. I still have to hold that against Enter Ishin, I just do. But Sword Saint was the best way to end Sekiro. He's the peak of peaks. How can it possibly get better? Who could possibly be number 1 in this gigantic video? Number 1 is Slave Knight Gale. You know, when I started making this video a long time ago, even back when I was getting footage for it almost a year ago at this point, I fully believed that Gale would be at number 1. Over time, I bumped him down as low as 3. Had Ishin and Midra above him, and then he was at 2 with Ishin at 1, and now I've decided he can't be any lower than this. Slave Knight Gale is my pick for the best boss in the series. This is actually a case where I think most people will agree with me. The setting for this fight is immaculate. 2 nobodies fighting for nothing at the end of the world. It's just so cool, man. Phase 1 of Gale is definitely the weakest out of all the phases in the top 5, but it's still just so much fun to fight, especially his spam combo ending in the jump attack. Gale's swings are wild and almost desperate. He's down on all 4s like a beast and fights like one too. Kinda reminds me of the Bloodhound Knights in Elden Ring. And the way he just slides around in the mountains of ash too feels perfectly hectic. You can really tell that he's lost himself. Kinda brings me some Artorias vibes a little bit. His attacks and combos are very forgiving to dodge, and as a whole, I think that Gale is one of the easier DLC bosses in the game. Hell, maybe even the entire series. I really think Gale is not that difficult at all. But that doesn't matter because he's just that good, man. I don't mention arenas too often in this list as I don't particularly care about them, but there's something particularly striking about Gale's. Mountains of ash at the end of the world, not a single person or landmark in sight. Aside from Gale, the pygmies, and then Lothric Castle and Anor Londo standing in the distance. Anor Londo standing tall after everything is so fitting for the last boss in the series. Once you knock off about a third of Gale's health, he transitions into his second phase, and this is where the fight gets its reputation. Similar to the Nameless King, I really feel like this fight is damn near perfect in its attack timings. The way he swings his broken weapon and the way his cape just follows the attack, punishing poor roll direction as well as poor timing. All of his timings just feel so good, and with a slightly slower weapon like a curved greatsword or standard greatsword, it has that same just in the nick of time feeling on your dodges as the Nameless King did. I love the attack he has where he charges up, turns around before just slinging his sword and cape around at you. It's a hard move to describe, okay, but if you know, you know. It just feels so good to dodge it. And the sound design here is peak. Absolutely stellar. The crossbow as well is very effective and threatening as a ranged attack. Yeah, it's a bit simple as the final DS3 boss's ranged weapon, but it's effective nonetheless. It is a Guts reference, I guess. Gale also has this spell where he slings out these discs before calling them back, but it's not particularly threatening though. Once you take down the next third of his health, Gale has a phase 2.5 that he goes into. Not a lot changes except he has this attack where he blasts out these red skulls that call down lightning when they hit the ground. Some of his other attacks can also send out these skulls, I believe. The lightning being called down really just adds to this fight, makes it feel so cinematic. Gale really feels like the end of the road for the series, man. I like that he only has 1 health bar as well. It may be a giant ass health bar, but still. Makes it feel like Gale is just a man who won't give up. I mean, hell, look at his model. He's so deep into hollowing that there's just a massive hole in his chest, but he just won't give up. Even though he has so much health, they knew to balance it in some way, because with a heavier weapon, it only takes around 3 hits to knock Gale out of his attacks. Gale was the perfect boss to end the Dark Souls trilogy on. We couldn't have asked for anything more from him. He's the GOAT of Dark Souls through and through, and he's the GOAT of the entire series. There's nothing else I can say about him. This is an almost unanimous pick. Even the list that I saw that I felt were so bad they made me make this video, pretty much all of them also had Gale at number 1. It's unanimous. He's the best. It is finally over. I am free. So, yeah, this video was a bitch to make. I know Night Rain is about to drop in like, I don't know, probably a little over a month when this video comes out. And the Duskbloods is coming in like a year. So as long as this video does well and makes me at least a decent amount of money, I will make another one of these in a year after Duskbloods and Night Rain are out. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work because they are online games, but we'll just have to see. Expect this hypothetical video to be pretty much just a reskin of this, just with the numbers changed around to accommodate for the new bosses. So yeah, this took a long time. I did not even expect the video to be this long. I haven't finished editing it yet because I'm recording this outro, but I would probably wager this is around the 5-hour mark. So yeah, I hope that people enjoyed. If you actually watched this whole thing and didn't skip through, God bless you. Just, oh my god. Yeah, this took so long. I don't ever want to do this again, but like I said, if it makes money, I'll suck it up and do it. Who cares? So yeah, I'm tired. I'm not going to drag this outro out. I'm tired. I am done with this video. I appreciate anyone who made it to the end of it, but I'm out. Like and subscribe if you want. I don't really care at this point. I'm done. Y'all take it easy. I am gone.
Sweet child, of course, turns to the ocean. A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is